Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Fulbeck. It's time for the National School Karting Association, and it's brought to you by Alpha Live. Welcome to the live stream. If you are joining us, please get your comments in. We would love to hear from you. Here's a look at the circuit. Grantham in the UK, 950 metres in length. Says 7 corners, I believe it's actually 10 corners, but yes, only 4 feet of elevation because it is an incredibly flat circuit here, which means if it does rain, it likes to settle slightly around this circuit. Here's a look at the weather. Rain is on the pecking order for today. It's not raining at the moment. It's a bit misty out there, but a 32% chance of that precipitation coming down, of course. 7% in terms of wind. It's quite calm here today, so it's actually it's quite a nice day for racing. I'm your commentator for the day, Anthony Jordan, and joining me in the commentary box is Jack Oliphant. Jack, how are we today?
I'm absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much, Anthony. Looking forward to it. It's a big occasion for NatSKA. The Nationals every year is the go-to event. And it's even bigger now that we've got Alpha Live covering the live stream, so everybody who couldn't be here for one reason or another, we won't mention it too much throughout the day, can watch it at home, which is absolutely fantastic. And there is a dry line forming on the track, which hopefully means we may be on slicks to see some good racing.
I think slicks is definitely up for the order. Let's have a look then of what's coming up today. Here's a look at the schedule of what's happening, of course, with the practices that will be happening now. Heat 1, Class 14 will be taking to the track in just a moment. 9 laps of racing for them. Then it's Class 12, Class 7, 8 and 13, Class 11 and 10 a little bit later on, and Class 1 and 4. Of course, these are all provisional sort of times that they'll be going up because they're so quick, they're so efficient here, it gets through the day quite quickly. Class 15 rounding out a little bit later on today. Again, then Class 14 at 11:20 for the novice practice. And then we go into the estimated times of the next heats. Then it's my favourite time of the day, lunch. Always love a lunch break for me. Heat 3, again, a little bit later on, around 10 to 3, a little bit earlier on, and then we come to the last sort of races a little bit later on in today. But a excellent day of racing coming up. But, of course, Jack, you're here. Your brother isn't here. You both raced in this championship, and let's see what Tom had to say from the glorious event of Goodwood.
Hi everybody at NatSKA, it's Tom Oliphant here, ex-NatSKA driver and current British touring car driver with Team BMW. I'm wishing every driver, competitor and family member the best of luck this weekend. I've got so many fond memories of being a NatSKA driver. It gave me the opportunity to live my dream and enjoy the sport for what it is, make good friends, not take it too seriously, win a few trophies as well, but ultimately gave me my chance to be a racing driver professionally, and it's given a chance to a lot of drivers who've competed over the years to get involved in motorsport, work in the industry and enjoy and love what they do. So I wish everybody competing the absolute best of luck. I'm sure it'll be a fantastic event, and I'm sure the live stream will be a huge success. Big thank you to all the sponsors that have helped make it happen, and yeah, we'll all be watching with eagle-eyed. So enjoy and see you guys soon.
Well, excellent stuff to hear there from Tom. Yeah, you must be quite jealous.
No, I'm not in the slightest. You know, driving a fast BMW M5 up Goodwood Hill. No, I'd rather be here. Trust me. No, honestly, it's going to be a very exciting event, and the first race is heading up rather soon as well. The grids are on the screen. Indeed,
yeah. Cyril Smith starting on the front row with Charlie Phillips alongside row number 1. Ben Hurrell and Jamie Ledbetter alongside Scott Hayward and Harrison Hine on row number 3, 5th and 6th place respectively. Jack Wilch, Oliver Kirk Rowe, Will Wood and Harry Wilch will round out the grid of 10 karts for this first race. Class 14 Heat 1 is about to take to the circuit, and they're on the dummy grid waiting to be sent, and hopefully we'll get to see them down on the dummy grid. There they are, yes. Now you can see there a big N on the back of the kart. Now what does that mean, Jack? I'm going to say novice.
You know what? You'd be absolutely right. Well, yeah, a big novice on the back. So that distinguishes, obviously, it's like having learner plates on your kart, isn't it? It distinguishes the drivers that have not necessarily had the experience and those around them, or whether they need their signatures or X, Y, and Z. There's different varying amounts of sort of novices throughout the entire series. At NatSKA, you could be a high-powered novice, where you've done all your low-powered license, but you need your signatures to go into the high-powered series, like rotaxes and unrestricted junior TKMs. But at the moment, actually, we're in the restricted TKM section, because that is Class 14 we got lining up on the dummy grid. So there'll be drivers who are necessarily trying to get their signatures from the clerk of the course.
Yes, no, exactly that. They're all getting themselves lined up ready there. There you can see the number 31, Scott Hayward from Bexley. He's primed and ready. Green flags are up at the circuit at the moment, so I suspect these karts will be whizzing out the pit lane in just a moment. Now, we have to say, of course, this stream wouldn't be possible without those sponsors you can see in the background there. Signage Media UK, Next Karting, and Next Level, of course, a huge contribution to get this live stream out there. Huge thank you to them as well for providing Alpha Live these pictures as well. So, yeah, we couldn't go racing. We couldn't be sort of streaming without their support.
Absolutely not. No, NatSKA is the definition of grassroots motorsport. Some people don't like to say that, they like to say that motorsport doesn't have any grassroots. Well, they haven't heard of NatSKA, if that's the case, because basically everybody that runs this is completely voluntary. The karts are school-based, they're school-ran, they're probably designed by the schools back in the 60s and everything like that. So it's fantastic. Obviously, the stream doesn't come, come for free. So we'd like to thank the guys in the background of your shot there, pulling together and helping on the Just Giving page to fund this amazing stream so everybody can enjoy it at home.
Yep, exactly that. Huge thanks to those on there. But at the front of the grid there, you can see the 28 Cyril Smith there on the front row. He's got the 29 of Charlie Phillips alongside. And you may be thinking, how are these grids determined? How have they put them in this order? Because there was no qualification yesterday. There was none of that. It's random. Basically, they put all the numbers in to the magic computer machine, and then it jumbles them up, and then it spits it out, and then it gives us 6 heats all in random order.
Essentially, yeah. I mean, it should average out, so you get a few at the front, a few at the back, and maybe 1 or 2 in the middle sort of thing. So you don't necessarily get a pole position, but you might get a 2nd or a 3rd and a 4th, then you might get sent to the back of the grid, and then you might have some chucked right in the middle, depending on how big the grid is. Obviously, if there's only 2 karts in your class, you're probably pretty much guaranteed to get a pole position at some point. But if for these guys, obviously quite a lot of karts, the ones at the front row will be very lucky, I should say.
Yeah, I think you could be right indeed. Well, again, to everyone who are joining us on the stream, again, welcome. Please do get your comments in. Make sure if you are liking what you see here, make sure you like the Alpha Live stream. If you haven't seen Alpha Live before, make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell as well, so you don't miss out on any future content from ourselves. But here we are, Heat 1 of the day, and of course it's a 2-day event. We're live today and we are live tomorrow as well. The drivers will be starting their formation lap this time around, and they'll be heading through the turn 1 chicane here. Now, turn 1 chicane, well, they're actually going all the way around it. Okay, so they're not actually following the whole circuit. Oh, look at that, half a day.
They're having you off here, man.
Yeah, half a day. Look, they're not even taking the next chicane. What is this about? There we go. They're finding the quickest way to get round, aren't they? So, yeah, they'll just take this time to familiarise themselves with half the circuit. But yeah, just to warm everything up, because of course with TKM, what do you get? You get the blue mist, don't you?
It's lovely, and a fantastic smell and a brilliant sound as well, I have to say. Love a bit of 2-stroke in the morning.
Yes. I love like I said, I love the smell of 2-stroke. It certainly wakes you up. Better than any breakfast you could ever have. Stick an exhaust up your nose, that's what you need, especially from a TKM. That's exactly what you need. Right, but anyway, we round the last couple of corners. This is turn 7. Or it's turn 8, I should say. Then it's turn 9, and the final corner, turn 10 on the circuit. They'll round this one. The revs will rise. It's the first race of the day for the weekend. Green flags are out and we're away. Heat 1 for Class 14. Straight away, you can see there Cyril Smith diving to the outside, covering that inside line, but straight down the inside. Oh, contact. 3, 4 karts involved. The 28, the 29, the 8, and the 64, I think that was. Or the 67, I think it was Ben Hurrell as well involved. So 4 karts involved. They all do get away, but it just looked like a bit snug into turn 1.
Yeah, that's absolutely what it was, and I think actually Ben Howell is actually leading the race. He is indeed. There's the 67 cars. So in the nice painted lid there as well. That's a little bit rare to come for NatSKA, to be honest. A sort of pimped out livery on the head case there. But yeah, Ben Howell leading the way, and you're right, a little bit tight into turn 1, but it looks like these top 3 are going to be racing all race long for this top spot.
Yes, indeed. The 67 of Ben Hurrell, it's the 31 of Scott Hayward, and who's the man there in 3rd place? Is that the 58 of Jack Wiltshire? It is indeed. They're going to come round the final corner, and that will update on the timing screen with 8.5 minutes to go. They cross the line, and it is, yes, Hurrell from Hayward, Wiltsh, Hine, Wood crosses the line in 5th place, all up 3 positions. Then it's Ledbetter crosses the line in 6th place. Then Harry Welch, Cyril Smith, Oliver Kirk-Rowe, and Charlie Phillips round out the 10 karts at the end of lap 1. So you can imagine the driver who's lost out the most there, I would say, was Charlie Phillips and Cyril Smith, who started on that front row and have immediately gone to the back. Yeah,
it's unfortunate for them, but those are confirmed the drivers that were obviously involved in that tangle right at the start of of the race. That's allowed these three to get going, and to be honest, it looks like the Scott Hayward has gotten past Ben Hurrell just as we were looking at the timing towers. So there has been a change for the race lead. Scott into it, and he's already got, I'd say, about a half a second gap between the two drivers there. And I tell you what, Jack Wilch is looking interested in second place here.
Yes, exactly. That will keep a very close eye on this front row. But yeah, 7.5 minutes to go. So lapping around a minute around this circuit for these restricted TKM engines as they again head back in towards turn one. Very tricky on this one. Now, the last time I commentated today, I will say, I did refer to the curbs here at Fulbeck as high. Now, I was immediately told off for that one. I said they are not high. They are FIA spec. They are the correct height, and they're perfect. And I went round this one. They are. They're spot on. It was, yes. They are.
Did you take your tape measure for that as well?
I did take I took the tape measure out there just to make sure, you know, I had the FIA rule in my back pocket. Always carry good night read, that is, the old rule book. And, yeah, I can confirm that the curbs are perfect.
Exactly, yeah, and I'd say probably the exit of a lot of these corners as well. There's a lot of runoff to be had as well, so the best drivers will be knowing exactly which curves to take, because essentially you don't want to take every single one, and there's quite a few that you can see you probably don't want to touch, considering these things don't have any suspension, do they? A little bit of rumble strop on the exit of the last corner as well, so the best drivers will be able to sort of optimise the entry and the exit, going as wide as they possibly can, as well as taking a curb or two along the way.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, you can see the guys going through that first chicane there. They'll exit out onto this next back straight into the next chicane. So you can see there 31 of Scott Hayward still leading the way comfortably through that sort of, it is a corner, but it isn't a corner because it's so fast through that one, isn't it? You can borderline straight line it, and then you come into the second of the two chicanes. In towards now the rest of the field, this hairpin here. Out they go. So kind of spreading out at the front. So the Talco chassis at the front from Scott Hayward leading the way comfortably. Here you're looking at third place, Jack Wilch in the 58. Move forward to Ben Hurrell in the 67. Again, different chassis. There's a wide variety of chassis and everything here, because you've got to remember these karts are, you know, some are owned by the schools, some are owned by some of the drivers, and, you know, it's different sort of lineup for those sort of things, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. So a lot of the karts that you'll see here today in the lower powered sections of the course, that's for sure, will be school owned. They'll be owned by the school or the clubs, whatever they tend to be. And then some of the karts that you'd be seeing, the sort of higher end Tony karts, the Cosmics are maybe out there, CRGs. That was always a bit of a mythic status. If you had a CRG chassis at NatSKA, you were seen as a big don. You know, it was like the go-to chassis. It was pretty a bit of an enigma. Nowadays, it's a little bit more common. However, you will still see plenty of community karts out there, which is really the reason why this is grassroots motorsport, is because you can come into it without owning a kart, without paying for any of the engine or anything like that, and the school will lend you one, or the community will lend you one, and that gets you out on circuit. It's all about kids and karts.
Exactly. I wish my school was that good that they had a kart for us to race in. I'd have absolutely loved that. I would have, but no, unfortunately, I had to come into it talking about them, not racing them. So yeah, bit of a shame from my end. But hey ho, it is what it is. But yes, racing away. 4 minutes to go. 5 laps completed, and as we say, Scott Hayward leading the way comfortably. He set the last fastest lap of the race, 52.60. He's got a gap of 1.2 seconds at the moment from Ben Hurrell, who's a little further down the road. Then it's Jack Wilch still holding on in third place. Harrison Hine in fourth place. Will Wood in fifth place still. Jamie Ledbetter in sixth place. Harry Wilch in seventh. Oliver Kirk-Rowe in eighth place. Cyril Smith in ninth. And Charlie Phillips in 10th place at the moment. All on the lead lap. But yes, and all doing roughly around the sort of same sort of times out there. They're all lapping in the same sort of pace, which is good. They've just spread themselves out a little bit now. But it's all heating up here for third place, because look at that. Harrison Hine has closed now in on Jack Wilch for third place. We'll keep a very close eye on this one. It's Talco versus Birrell ART. What's going to come out on top on this one?
It's going to be a tough one, isn't it? 3 minutes to go, and I'm not sure whether they'll have any kind of pit boards or anything like that. I think there's not even that sort of high-level communication between them, so it's not like he's going to be waiting around to try and make the move. If he sees an opportunity, I'm sure he'll be diving up the inside. But crucially, what we hope he's thinking about is the fact that it's his first heat of the day. There is 6 over the weekend. What he doesn't want to do is bend his chassis before we really get going. I'm sure they won't. Plenty of experience out there on track, and that's exactly what these guys come here to learn. And with any luck, we'll see some opportunists overtaking and some good action out on circuit.
Exactly that. It's Quinton House versus Tar Pauli here on your screen, the 58 and the 57. Again, two different schools. Again, lots of different schools here. Defensive out of the corner. It was a bit too early, that defensive lunge. That really suffered his exit speed. Was for Jack Welch. That allowed Harrison Hine to have a little nosy down the inside. You can see here that Welch is constantly looking over his shoulder. Now that to a driver behind is a sign that they're nervous. That means that they know they're behind. What you have to do is concentrate on what's in front of you. Stop looking behind you because, yeah, if you're looking behind you, you don't know what's coming up in front. That's the more important bit. So, yeah, the idea of this sort of situation is, yes, you can hear the engine rumbling behind you, but it's to focus on what's in front, not worry about what's going on behind.
When you jump into a car, they always say don't drive in your mirrors when you're racing. You've got someone hunting you down. It's exactly the same in karting. If anything, it's worse in karting because as soon as you crane your neck, you completely take your perception away, and it takes you a couple of seconds to actually look back forward and readjust where you are. You're travelling at such speeds. In a car, at least all you're doing is glancing with your eyes. But look at that. He's wrenching his head around left, right and centre, and he was trying to go around the outside there, Harrison Hine. It's an ambitious move. It's not coming off just yet, but you can tell through the sort of main straight part of the circuit, the end and the beginning of the lap, that's where Harrison Hine is a bit stronger, but Jack Welch really gets his head down as soon as he gets to the back end. Yeah,
no, exactly that. So it just seems to be struggling on that one, just to find where to position the car. It's, again, this is grassroots racing. For some of these drivers, you know, it's only their first year of karting, so, you know, there's a lot of novices out in this one. But, yeah, it just takes, it's practice, it's definitely just getting the rhythm of it and as well. And Fulbeck's a tricky circuit. You know, people look at it and just say, oh, it's just a straight line and everything like that. But when you've got high speeds, big braking zones and tight corners, it's where those braking zones are. That's the crucial part of it, you know, because if you can't figure it out quickly, you can suffer dearly on the exit.
Well, just because it looks easy and it's relatively short doesn't mean that it's easy to get the quickest time out of it, because realistically the times become the distance between each car becomes a lot shorter in times on the ultimate track, on the ultimate pace, so you really want to be optimising every single little bit of track, getting your throttle down nice and early, letting the car drift out wide as well and carrying as much speed as possible, because half a tenth around here is a big gap.
Yeah. Oh, it's a huge gap as well, because, you know, we're racing along now. There's only 30 seconds left of this race. Scott Hayward is still leading the way, and I would say pretty comfortably as well. 3.6 seconds that gap has opened up to now. So he's crossed the line now. So the last lap board will come out this time around, I assume, because it's obviously the 9 minutes plus the one extra lap. Am I right in saying it is for this one? Yeah. So timer strikes 0. So last lap board will come out this time for the 31 Scott Hayward. There is the 67 of Ben Hurrell, second place, who is 4.46 seconds down at the moment. Doesn't look like Jack Welch is closing in. Again, they're very spread out there. There is the race leader, Scott Hayward, 10 laps in, and comfortably at the moment. Set the fastest lap of the race at the moment, 51.76, and looking strong out there in that Talco chassis.
He absolutely is. He's driven a brilliant race. As soon as he got into the race lead, he instantly got a 2-3 gap that we saw on our screens. And since we've been away looking at other things, we haven't seen him since.
No, exactly that. Last lap board out then for Scott Hayward. And you can see there, excellent work by the start marshal, Nikki, who's out there at the moment, doing a sterling job. I'll give her a nice shout out there. She'll watch this back and she'll be like, hey, yeah, you got my name out there. That's what we need. Again, do keep getting your comments in. We can actually see your comments in the commentary box. I can see there's lots of support for Barkley out there, but Barkley aren't leading this one at the moment. It's Bexley that are leading this one and leading well by Scott Hayward in the 31 Talco chassis. You can see they exit out of turns number 6. That was a guess at the shot in the dark if it was turn number 6. The rest of the field slot through. But they'll come through now out of the final corner, and we will see our race leader, number 31, Scott Hayward, exit. The checker flag is presented, and it's a race win for the first heat of the day for Bexley School and Scott Hayward. Second place crosses the line, Ben Hurrell. Jack Welch crosses, holds on to that all-important third place. Harrison Line not being able to find a way past, but good first race, I would say.
Absolutely, yes. Scott Hayward, he'll be relieved of that. Even though he had such a commanding gap, you're always a little bit worried that the lead will slip away somehow. So, best feeling in the world when you get to raise a finger and get a little wag over the line. And you can actually watch this race back, which will be something to cherish, I'm sure. I know a lot of drivers down the years at NatSKA would love to have seen their racing back, especially at the Nationals. Fortunately, it hasn't been the way before, but it is today, which is fantastic. So big congrats to everybody who ran in the restricted TKM Class 14 around Fulbeck, and gave us a good taste of what's to come, I'd say, for the next day and a half of racing. That's for sure. Next up on the calendar, on the schedule, is Class 12, which I believe is the senior 4-stroke, and that'll be in a couple of minutes time as the Class 14 are just coming into the pit lane. In fact, there you go, you can see them on your screen now with our in-pit lane reporter, shall we say, or pit lane cameraman is probably a better description of him. And some very happy faces in there, I'm sure. Obviously, unfortunate to have that incident of turn 1, but apart from that, a good clean race.
Yep. Exactly that. Well, of course, next race is coming up in just a moment, and this sting will tell you exactly what it is.
Oh, sorry.
So, Class 12 will be making their way out to the circuit in just a moment. And, of course, it's quite a big grid that they've got out there as well. Speaking of grids, let's see if we can have a look at them. Hopefully they'll appear on your screen in just a moment. There they are. Harry Ledbetter starting on pole position with David Otero alongside Joshua Potts, Molly Heaps, and it's Dougal Hamilton-Smith and Evan Handley. Sorry, I was getting my names all wrong there. Harley Grayling, and then it's Nathan Walker, Arthur Hagland, I should say, and Alfie Heaps, Francesca Beretta, and Alex Fallart on row number 6. Rounding out the grid on row number 7, Faith Hunting in 13th place, and that number 27. Well, here we go then. The live pictures, they've made their way out to the circuit, and of course they're going to be starting their little warm-up lap now. Of course, another 9 minutes plus that one additional lap race ahead of us. And now, for all those Barkley fans out there, this is the race for you, because there are 5 karts in this one from Barkley. You've got Evan Handley, you've got Francesca Beretta, you've got Harley Grayling, Joshua Potts, and Arthur Hagland, all from Barkley. So for the Barkley fans out there, there are your supporting drivers. Alfie Heaps from Thomas Aylen there, and then it's Kingham Hill for Dougal Hamilton-Smith, Barnwell for David Otero, Phoenix from Faith Hunting, again another Thomas Aylen there for Ollie Heaps, and St Michael's for Harry Ledbetter and Nathan Walker. Out of turn number 9 into turn number 10. Heat 2 of the day is about to get underway. Ah, there you go. I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. There we go. Across the line, green flags out. Here we go. Race 2, and it's a good start. Look at that. Hugging that inside line. Switching to the outside there goes the 90 of Harry Ledbetter, I should say, in towards that first chicane. Are we all going to get through nice and cleanly? Hey, I tell you what, looks like it. There we go. Good start then from these karts. Now, these are running the Honda-powered engines. I don't think they're restricted, but they're just on... They're a Honda Cadet engine, but they're on a larger chassis.
Well, yeah, they're 4-stroke seniors, so essentially they are lawnmowers without the brazers.
Yes.
That's why it's a very different noise of what you heard in the TKMs. Some would probably prefer the TKM noise, but this is a fantastic breeding ground for racecraft, purely because of it's very easy engine to run. It's very sort of easy to maintain it. There's lots of YouTube videos and everything on it as well. Obviously, it's just plain 4-stroke, and it gives a big grid as well, so it gives a lot of people plenty of racing. The number 84 here, Molly Heaps, is going head-to-head with, I think, Joshua Potts. Is that? No, it's the number 3, apologies, of Alfie Heaps. So more examples of that. And the 13, I'll tell you what, Harley Grayling is very interested in trying to take this position off him.
Indeed, you are correct. So, yes, they exit through and in towards that one. Now, a contact warning flag going out to the number 12 of Harley Grayling. I did see yellow flags out in that section as well, so maybe that was a little, there you go. No one spotted that, yeah.
It wasn't on camera, it doesn't count.
Exactly, it wasn't on camera, it doesn't count. Here's a little bit of action, though, side by side, the 84 and the 13. That's Alex Fallart and Molly Heaps, side by side, scrapping away. You can see the number 3 there, Alfie Heaps, who has gained heaps of time and spaces and has moved up many positions. Now, Battenberg flag is out. The full course yellow has come out on circuit, indicating that there has been an incident on circuit, and they are currently, at this moment in time, fixing a tyre wall, so everyone at the moment needs to slow down. And oh, I can see it is at the turn 1 chicane. Yes, it's the number 8 who has gone awry. Who is that? Joshua Potts. So that is a huge shame for Potts. He's okay, he's out the kart, but yeah, something tells me maybe a mechanical issue with that, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, we didn't really see what had happened. Obviously, we had that contact warning, but we don't like to place blame as we didn't see the incident, so let's just hope it wasn't mechanical. And let's hope they can fix it before they get back out there on circuit for, obviously, the rest of the day, and obviously tomorrow as well. Plenty of racing still to be had, but by the looks of it, in the race lead, Harry Ledbetter. In the number 90 car, David Otero, Alfie Heaps in third place as well. Now the championship, since we're in a full course yellow, just mention the championship because obviously there's a national sprint championship, but it adds into the overall championship of the last 12 months. So they run the school year calendar to NatSKA rather than the calendar year. So this is the final meeting of the championship. And Dougal Hamilton-Smith is at the moment just ahead of Alex Fallard, but only by about 10 points. So it's quite crucial what happens today and tomorrow between those two drivers, because they're gunning it out for the championship.
Exactly that. So if you are just joining us, Full Course Yellow is out on circuit, but they have now cleared and green flag is out. We are back underway racing here at Fulbeck for Heat 2 of the day. 5.5 minutes to go out there, and yeah, it's an excellent start to this race at the moment. So at the moment, the number 90, Harry Ledbetter, leading the way from David Otero in that 38 car. Here is a battle a little further behind. So this is the 13 of Alex Fallard, 84 of Molly Heaps, Evan Handley in the 80, and Francesca Beretta in the 17, just behind as well. There was lots of support, as I saw out there, for Francesca as well, from her, I'm guessing, classmates, you would have suspected so, or friends out there, friends and family. 5.5 minutes to go, and you can just see there. Now, I love it when drivers wear the clear visors because you can see their eyes, you can see where they're looking.
The focus.
Yeah, the focus.
The drive to win is there in their eyes. It is, I mean, amazingly, I mean, I think they do it in Formula 1, don't they, when they stick the camera on the steering wheel, essentially, and you can see into their eyes on the night circuits like Singapore, and they don't blink.
Yeah.
It's amazing. They can go full laps doing 150 miles an hour and just not blinking the entire way. And these drivers have, apologies, similar sort of focus going on right now.
Oh yeah, no, exactly that, and it means a lot to these drivers as well, because you have to remember, like I say, this is grassroots racing, as down the inside goes the number 3 of Alfie Heaps on the 90 of Harry Ledbetter, gets that job done. Nice little move there, moves up into second place, because at the moment I believe it is the 38 there on your screen of David Otero, who's leading the way. But he's led him back through. So what do you reckon he's led him back through for? Because it looked like a clean overtake to me. I didn't see anything wrong with it.
I think Alfie Heaps actually went straight on at the chicane. I think he maybe missed his braking zone, so he was waving people past. So he was letting David Otero and Harry Ledbetter through, which is very good sportsmanship. I mean, there are lesser drivers out there that may take that position and then argue it in the ask for forgiveness, not permission sort of thing. But it's very good to see Alfie Heaps doing that, and that's exactly what NatSKA like to see as well. This is Evan Handley trying to overtake Molly Heaps, who, as you mentioned before, has had heaps of positions gained over the course of this race. By the looks of it, Evan trying to get his head down, trying to get that slipstream aerodynamic effect. Not quite happening. I don't think the straight's quite long enough for these 4 strokes, and I just heard a squeal wide, and he'd lost a lot of time, and all of a sudden Francesca Beretta and Faith Hunting are in the mix.
Yes, exactly. So they are heading their way through now, nose to tail, and it, like you say, yeah, it just looked like Evan Handley just went in a little bit too hot into that first chicane. You heard the tyre squeal there, and it actually whizzed out of camera shots, so the cameraman was expecting him to be there where they should be, and he wasn't.
It was all that overspeed he got from ducking his head down, that aerodynamics.
Exactly that. So there we go. 3.5 minutes left then to go on this Heat 2 of the day, but it's Heat 1, of course, for Class 12. And what do we see?
Looks like Alfie Heaps, I think, has got past Harry Ledbetter. He has, yes. So the number 3 car now leading the, I say leading the way. David Otero is a good 2.6 seconds up the road. I'll tell you what, this battle for the top 5 is really heating up. We're coming into the latter stages. I don't think they're going to let each other have it.
A hand gesture there from the 90 of Harry Ledbetter. Not happy with something, or maybe it's just he's getting away from it. No, I can't have that. I can't allow things like that to happen.
He's looking very relaxed, though, apart from that, isn't it? As he went round that first corner, laid back, he feels like me in my chair right now.
Yeah, no, exactly. Laid back. You don't want to be stressed out. You don't want to be huddled against the steering. You want to be laid back, relaxed, just comfortable, get used to the car, feel comfortable with the car. The more comfortable and relaxed you are, you'll probably find the faster you go out on circuit. If you're all uptight and stressed and all this, you'll make little mistakes here and there. So loosey-goosey.
You don't want to get your race suit sweaty either. You got to wear that for the next day and a half, haven't you?
No,
I mean,
exactly.
You want to keep that all fresh and nice and clean.
You can't leave it hanging out overnight here as well, because it likes to rain overnight.
Oh,
here.
it'll tip it down, just like it did last night, which is why it's a slightly damp circuit out there. But by the looks of it, we're running happy on slicks here, aren't we?
Yeah, it slicks out on circuit, no wets to be seen. The track is slightly damp out there, but yes, it's at the moment it's all calm and collected. 1.5 minutes to go then. Let's have a quick look down of your order. David Otero leading the way at the moment by 2.2 seconds from Alfie Heaps. But Alfie Heaps is lapping faster. We'll keep a close eye on that one because that last lap around was around, how far ahead? About half a second, 5/10 of a second faster than David Otero. So we'll keep a very close eye on that gap. With only 1.5 minutes to go, I'm not sure if he's got the time to do it. Harry Ledbetter in third place, though, still, with Alex Flathart or Fulhart, I should say. Fallart. Get the names right, Anthony. Sorted out. It's only the second race of the day. In fourth place. Faith Hunting in fifth place. Holly Heaps in sixth. Evan Handley in 7th place. Then it is Francesca Beretta in 8th place. Nathan Walker in 9th. Dougal Hamilton-Smith in 10th. Arthur Hagland in 11th place. Joshua Potts and Harley Grayling in 13th place out on circuit. There is the number 3, Alfie Heaps, second on track at the moment and closing in, because that gap now is only 1.4 seconds from your race leader, David Otero. We're 8 laps in, 30 seconds left on the timer. You would hope that, what we're hoping here, or what Alfie is hoping, is that they get to the line before that timer runs out, that he gets an extra lap in, and then the last lap. If they cross the line with no seconds to go, of course the last lap will come out, and that means he's only got that one more lap to do it. We'll have to see what the gap closes down in, but yeah, this is a focus point now for these drivers, isn't it? It
absolutely is. I mean, on that last lap, Alfie Heaps actually set the quickest lap of the race, and it was by quite some margin as well, to be fair. It was by about 0.8 of a second, so Alfie's really on a charge, and actually, there you go, number 90 contact warning for Harry Ledbetter. He's currently in 3rd and has been dropped quite substantially by Alfie, and you can see already David Otero's looking back, and there you go, there's that clear visor shot that you were looking for, Anthony, with the focus. He's got his brow furrowed. He's hoping that Alfie's going to just keep away for one last lap. They've got about half a lap to go. David Otero just needs to focus on his braking zones. Don't drift the kart too much. Make sure you're hitting your apexes and covering off only the vital places to defend. And by the looks of it, Alfie's going to be just a bit too far back. But what a gap he's caught up here. Must be about 3 seconds over the course of about 3 laps since he got past into 2nd place. And I think it's going to be David Otero, or they're getting closer every single time. 2 corners to go.
Yep, exactly. A sterling job from Alfie Heaps, but I don't think he's done it enough. Out of the final corner, and David Otero is going to take the checker flag, first heat of the day, or is it side by side? Oh, look at that, 0.7 of a second across the line. Absolutely no. And Alfie Heaps gets the fastest lap of the race to do it as well. Look at that, 0.09 seconds across the line there between those top two. Super, super close by the end of that race. But David Otero takes the race win from Alfie Heaps. Alex Fallart, I'll get that name right, as I always keep trying to read it wrong. Alex Fallart crosses the line in 3rd place. Faith Hunting in 4th place. Harry Ledbetter in 5th. Evan Handley, Molly Heaps, Nathan Walker, Francesca Beretta, and Dougal Hamilton-Smith. They're your top 10. Arthur Hagland crosses the line in 11th place with Joshua Potts and Harley Grayling as well crossing the line. Good race for race 12, or class 12 I should say, but yeah, it's much closer for the flag on that one.
Yeah, it absolutely was. Alfie was just flying, wasn't he? He was doing a really good job. Harry Ledbetter, he had 3rd place in his hands, ended up slipping down to 5th, so Alex Fallart will be very pleased about that, and considering he obviously is in the hunt for the overall championship to try and get the number 1 plate, it's going to be very interesting. Now, they have changed since my day how you get the number 1 plate and what the nationals stand for and everything. We'll go through that in a couple of minutes, but first of all, we've got a bit of a sting to introduce the next race.
Indeed. The next race is upon us, and it's Class 7, 8 and 13 will be taking out for their Heat 1. And here's how the grid will look. Tyler Wannington starting on the front row with Samuel Forbes alongside Julian Sanders and Samantha Stewart in row number 2. Matthew Mather and Bethany Livesay, or Livesay, should say, on 6th place. Molly Nicholas Biles and Jack Bestival on the 4th row of the grid. Alexander Arnold and Ben Johnson round out row number 5, 9th and 10th place. So 3 different classes that we've got out in this one, isn't it? So this is going to be a fun one to try and keep an eye on, isn't it? So what is it? Class 7, 8 and 13. So yeah, a very difficult one for these drivers again. With different classes that are out on circuit, you've got to remember who you're actually racing.
You do indeed, actually, but there is an easy way. I say easy. There is a way to tell. So obviously looking at class 7 at the moment, well, they've got a blue plate and white numbers. So you can see the number 19 car, the 93 car, number 3. They're all class 7, so they'll run towards the front. Now, they're junior TKM. They used to be, actually, back in about 10, 15 years ago, they used to have split grids of TKMs. That's how many drivers there were in NatSKA for the TKM class back then. Rotax was a smaller deal. Then you've got the class 8. They're yellow plates with a black number. There is only 2 drivers in that category, and then I believe you've got the last category, which is class 13, only 1 driver, but that is, so it's pretty easy to find out who is in that one. So it's a black plate and white number. And so class 7 junior TKM, class it's all in my notes, but the notes are all over the place. Class 8 is 100cc, very high powered engine, a bit of a classic historic one, to be honest. And class 13 is a high powered 4-stroke.
Yes.
So sort of the modified 4-stroke is what we always used to call it.
Yeah. But high powered 4-stroke, that sounds like power.
Exactly. Something you want to get behind, isn't it?
Exactly. High power 4-stroke. That's what I've got. And speaking of high power 4-strokes, there it is. Just whizzing past your shot there. Very kind of low rumble to that one, isn't it? I suspect once it gets fully going, it revs a lot higher, and
it sounds like it's got a lot of torque. But here's class 7. I mean, they've got a very high pitch 2-stroke sound to them, so we're going to enjoy watching the blue mist fade.
Indeed, junior TKMs on these karts, and across the line, green flag will go out, and away we go for racing here at Fulbeck. Race heat 4, class 7, 8 and 13, in towards turn 1. Oh, and someone straight into the barrier. Who was that?
Samantha Seward, I believe, number 2, he was on pole position.
Yeah, I think you could be right on that one. Huge contact with the wall. She's okay again. She's climbing out of the kart. But, yes, drama at the start of this race, and our race leader already out. Huge shame for Samantha. In the rest of the field we go. The 19 then inherits the lead. Bethany Lipsey crosses the line and holding on to that one, and the rest of the field slotting through. There's the next grid. That is class 8, 53 of Samuel Forbes from Julian Sanders, and then Tyler Wannington, the 13, who has slotted in there as well. So interesting start from these guys, and they cross the line now to finish lap 1. And already a warning flag going out to someone out there. I am not sure who that was for, so hopefully the graphics on the screen will tell us at some point about who that was for, because I'd be very interested to know.
Move for the race lead, there is Holly Nicholas-Biles going through on Bethany Livesey. The number 93 car of Alexander Arnold as well, trying to have a little bit of a nibble, but has been fended off for now. But for how long, as 19 goes a little bit wide, Bethany getting a little bit, shall we say, maybe the pressure getting to her a little bit as she's leaving doors open. Every opportunity for Alexander maybe to have a sniff. Oh, big lunge as well.
Yep, big lunge there from the 51 of Julian Sanders on Samuel Forbes. Not sure if it played off correctly. We'll find out when they next come into shot there. Side-by-side action here. You can see the 19 under pressure. Bethany under pressure from, who is that? Is it the 55 of Jack Pace? I believe it was, yes. Manages to get past. So, unfortunately, Bethany going down the order at this time. But the number 3 of Molly Nichols-Biles leading the way. Not comfortably, I'd say, because the gap is under a second from Alexander Arnold, who you can just see there on that Tony Kart chassis, slowly closing in with that new style NASA panel, which they say helps for aerodynamics. I say it helps. Well, it doesn't help you wallet.
No, I was going to say,
more expensive
is that the 93? Yeah, it just looks like someone's been punched in the nose and it's swollen up, to be honest, doesn't it? It
crashed into a lamppost, sir, I swear.
Exactly, yeah. Interestingly as well, the top 2 now, Alexander Arnold is leading the championship. Molly Nichols-Biles is second, so obviously reversed that order on the track at the moment, but there is a reason why these 2 are bled to the front of the pack.
Yep, exactly that. So 6.5 minutes to go then. You can see the 51 there, slotting through. Julian Sanders got the 53 wreck for company, though. This is the, obviously, battle with Class 8. And these guys are fairly quick out there, I have to say. in those 2 strokes. They're going through. These are the more high-powered.
Volatile is also probably a good word.
Volatile. Yeah. Do they brake quickly?
They do tend to. Right at the end of the Rara Straight as well is always a classic Class 8 seizing opportunity when you have to run the furthest length of the track to try and collect your son's kart. I remember Dad having to do that for Tom quite a lot.
Yeah.
But they sort of went out of fashion and people just keep trying to bring them back, which is fantastic. TKM, they're always in fashion, and this is why it's fantastic racing, isn't it? With Alexander Arnold now sliding up the inside of Molly, and I believe that looked like it was pretty open and pretty on, to be fair.
Yeah, a comfortable move. Oh, but Molly comes straight. I say, yeah, not taking that spot easily, Sunshine. Yeah, come back here. Don't get away from me. Expect a lunge imminently, I suspect, from Molly Nichols-Biles, because she's now latched onto the back of Alexander Arnold and is not allowing them to break away. 5 minutes to go on this race, and it's all heating up for the lead. But you've got to remember, if these two start scrapping quickly, that will allow Jake in the background there in the 55 in 3rd place to close in and allow that. So what these drivers need to do now is that they need to use these 8 wheels, work together, because 8 wheels work better than 4 on their own. So if they start scrapping away, you can see there, nose to tail. Don't go for a lunge here. There you go. Good. Stay behind. Wait for the last couple of moments. That's what you want to do. Pile on that pressure all the way through the race. Do not make it easy. Force a mistake.
Exactly, that's what you've got to do, isn't it? There's still 4.5 minutes left of this race, and in karting, that's quite a long time, to be honest. There's every opportunity to force it, and obviously this is sort of grassroots. Drivers are more susceptible to making mistakes. It's just a part and parcel of how the sort of racing goes sometimes. And, you know, you never know, Molly could be right back on that top step, but Jake will be praying that he can try and chase a little bit. As I'm already going through a few back markers, I believe that is the high-powered 4-stroke just being passed there. You can hear the put in the background. Yeah. Always a telling sign.
Exactly that. So they'll go around. You can just see there your race leaders coming through. I'm sure they'll be very swiftly out of the way over those perfectly levelled curbs.
Perfectly legal and FIA approved.
Exactly that. Well said, that man. 3.5 minutes to go then, and Alexander Arnold still in the lead, but Molly Nichols-Biles is right there behind, and that number 3 Talco chassis, you can just see comfortably holding on to the back. And I say the gap's opened up slightly this lap around, but like I say, you're in the sort of limbo mode in the race at the moment. You just got to, you don't let them break away too much, but you don't battle them. Keep it consistent.
I'd say Alexander Arnold has probably done one of the hardest jobs of leading a race, and that is to get the first half a second ahead of Molly at the moment. It's always so difficult because it's easier to chase than be chased. Classic terminology, classic cliche being brought out here in the commentary, but it is absolutely bang on the money. Julian Sanders, actually in 4th place, is the fastest person on the circuit at the moment, only by 0.04 of a second ahead of Alexander Arnold's fastest time so far. So watch out for Julian. But yeah, it's a cracking little race so far. Really, it's a sign of good things to come. Class 7 Junior TKM's always been a very exciting class in NatSKA. It's probably the one that most people turn up to watch. They don't have senior TKM. It is just the juniors because most of them are school-aged, even though obviously in senior TKM you can be 16, I believe, and some of these drivers are 16, but there's no point only having 3 races when you could all just stick them on the junior grid. Yeah,
exactly that. No, that's a very good point. You want to keep them all sort of together, don't you? And yeah, make the grids as more exciting as possible for the drivers out there. So with just 2.5 minutes to go, fastest lap of the race has just gone to 4th place driver and the number 51, Julian Sanders, in Class 8. So that is an interesting one there. They're closing in, so it just shows you the different pace. They may be in a different class, but they've still got the same pace.
Well, I'd say probably Class 8 was always known as a little bit quicker, a little bit more volatile. They always used to have their own grid sort of thing, and as I said, it sort of went out of fashion. It's, you know, people are still trying to bring it back as much as they can, which is always great to see because they make a fantastic noise. But they are slightly tricky to get right, and you really do need to know what you're doing with those engines. They can be a bit of an expensive affair if you start doing it a little bit wrong. But obviously TKM's very point and squirt style engine, which is why a lot of people go for it. But the Class 8s were typically quicker, and you can see actually if you have a look at the Class 8s, they're every so often having to choke it just a little bit, and that's because the engine overheats and they are prone to seizing. Yes. Which is why they're probably very glad that this race isn't much longer than 10 minutes.
Yes, no, I think 9 minutes plus that 1 lap is about right. That's what you need. Just about 10 minutes of racing, isn't it? So, yeah, any more than that, it's hard because, of course, they are air-cooled engines, of course, and yeah, like I say, if it's a really hot day out there, I suspect it's a tough one on the old karts, I will say. Less than a minute to go then, and out of the final corner. It's penultimate lap time. It's not the last lap yet because they'll cross the line this time. The last lap board will be getting ready this time around. So, and of course, you've got to remember these drivers will know that because there is a timer just off the side of the circuit and they can see how long is left. So, you know, a driver who is aware of the sort of situation will be keeping an eye on that one and knowing, right, when is my optimal time to lick the stamp and send it into one of these corners. And that's the crucial moment, isn't it? Are we going to see it from Molly, do you reckon?
I don't know, too far back, I would say. Julian Sanders could maybe throw something into the mix, but I think the Class 8 driver, or leading Class 8 driver, obviously third place overall on circuit, but it's a little bit difficult to say they're third. Oh, huge slide there by Molly. Well, it's definitely not going to happen anymore, pushing a little bit too hard, the second place driver there. But do you want to know who is winning Class 13?
Go for it, yes.
It's Tyler Waterton.
Is he?
It is.
Because is he only the driver out there?
Well, yeah, but I'd say he's winning it.
Okay. Well, he's doing a sterling job no matter what the situation out there. So, timer has struck 0. The last lap board, I believe, went out this time around. And checker flag will be out this time, I suspect. So, keep an eye on Alexander Arnold. But yeah, big, like you say, big slide there, and that's allowing Julian Sanders there in Class 8 to actually slightly close in that, on the karts there.
Yeah, it won't be too much of a problem for Molly, and I think actually they're about to hold up the last lap board. So I think, yeah, there we go. We're just in line in our commentators' booth with the last lap board here, so we can see that it's been put out. And obviously that means one more to go. So maybe they just crossed the line with enough time, maybe a second left. And this will be the last lap now. And essentially, we got 12 laps out of this. And so there we go. There's Julian Sanders going through in Class 8. As I said, Molly won't worry about that too much. She'll still take that second place for the Class 7, which means Jake, apologies if I get this wrong, Jake, but Jake Baystable, he's in 5th place at the moment overall, but he will get that podium, and the Class 13 driver going rather wide there, and quite handily, number 13 as well, just in case we'd forgotten.
Now, Molly may not be racing Julian actually for class or for position or anything like that, but it didn't stop her from taking a cheeky move down the inside there, I will say. Checker flag then goes out, and it goes out to Alexander Arnold in the 93. Julian Sanders takes the race win for Class number 8, and have a shot in the dark guess at who won Class 13. Yes, that's right, it was 13, Tyler Waddington, the only driver in his class. Of course, Molly Nicholas Biles crosses the line in 3rd place, but 2nd in class. And 55, Jake Baystable crossed the line 5th in track, but 3rd in class. So a good race then all the way through out, I will say.
Yeah, and a fantastic third heat to sort of... We're getting bedded into the day, aren't we? We're starting to get used to it. That was our first split race.
Yes.
There are a few of them as we go through the order. I think next up, in fact, is Class 11 and 10, sorry. But I think they're both classifications of 4 strokes anyway, or we'll get that confirmed. But I'll tell you what, let's go and have a look at what's next.
Yes, indeed. Class 11 and 10 are about to make their way to the circuit, and here is how they're going to grid up out on track. Abby Mills starting on the front row of the grid with James Hunting alongside Tom Ratcliffe and Laurie Wessel on row number 2. Evan Bradley and Harry Hurst rounding out row number 3. Row number 4, Noah Webb, Peter Knowles-Randall alongside in 8th place. Then it's Nathan Tyler, Joshua Bean on row number 5. Matthew Pepe and Thomas Forbes on row number 6. James Thompson, Alex Favreau and Leah Rowland and Alfie Atmore on 15th and 16th place. Laxton Bott and Oliver Levesey, I will say, on 17th and 18th. Oliver Costello, Tom Stretford, Andrew Willman and Warren Kiss on 21st and 22nd on the grid. There they are, about to make their way out into the circuit, lined up on the demi-grid. And I'm trying to find the list of drivers. It is just there. There we go. I've got it on my screen now. So, yeah, lots of drivers in this one. The biggest grid that we're going to be seeing so far today. There's a zoom in there. Nice shot there of the bog standard. It's nice to see just bog standard helmets again, because you talk about racing, you talk about commenting, and you see these fancy helmets with paint jobs on them, and well, that's a bog standard. That's a standard one from Bell. You can buy that helmet like that. That is not a painted helmet. That is a vinyl that you can get from Bell helmets.
I'll tell you what, actually, I bought my first ever helmet. It was a Bell, and it was because they could come with actually some customization on them, and instead of the sort of plain white Arai. But you're right. I mean, you're so used to obviously covering the likes of the British and Super 1 Championship or
British Kart Championship.
British Kart Championship. So there's a bit of an old term. Apologies, been out of the game.
Yeah, well, no. So the Super 1 British Kart Champs title was with Super 1. It was they don't have it anymore. So Motorsport UK run it now as a separate championship. It's Motorsport UK's British Kart Championship. Yes, so that is the kind of the main British Champs title.
But they have very fancy helmets and
very
cars
fancy
there
helmets,
and everything. It's all very sponsored, isn't it? Whereas this is
proper racing.
I mean, that Arai's probably been handed down. I mean, not necessarily that one. It looks very
down to generation.
It looks very new, that one. But some of these drivers will genuinely have hand-me-down helmets that the schools actually own. That's how we used to, when I first started and when Tom first started, that's how it was run.
There you go. There you go. Proper grassroots racing. And speaking of grassroots, there's quite a lot of it at the side of the track. It's nice and grown here at Fulbeck. It's nice. It slows the karts down quite quickly, I have to say, when they go off. So it's a nice little safety feature that they've got, I will say. Out of the final couple of corners then, and we're going to get one of the busiest grids underway. Class 11 and Class 10. There's only two drivers in Class 10, I will say, James Hunting and Abby Mills, but out of the final corner, green flags down, and away we go. 8 or 9 minutes. Oh, and contact to the background. One of the karts has gone round. Everyone avoids. It was the 85 that went around. Who is the 85 on our screens? Who was the 85?
It's Lachlan Bott.
Yes, it was indeed. It was. Yeah, so a huge shame there for Lachlan, but gets the kart back, albeit now at the back of the grid, but gets that job done. Now you can see the number 1 there on your screen with a big novice sign at the back. That's Warren Kiss out there. Again, some novice drivers, 3 novice drivers out there. Tom Strefford, Warren Kiss and Andrew Willman. But a good start to the race so far. Everyone almost getting away cleanly.
Yeah, it was a very aggressive move, to be fair, over the start-finish line, which I think caused that. But here we go, 25 around the outside, up the inside, and, well, you spoke to, so I'm going to blame you that one, Anthony. That's commentator's curse written all over it for the number 88 machine, and I fear that's Tom Ratcliffe and Quinton House.
Yeah, it was your race leader.
Little bit gutting there for him, but here we go, the 25 and, of Evan Bradley and Thomas Forbes, the 66, going side by side. Through goes Thomas Forbes, but wide out the through the second part of the chicane. And I tell you what, I think actually the number 92 of Harry Hurst is fancying his chances up the inside here. In fact, any of the top 4, to be honest, could be leading at the end of this lap. It's fantastic racing. And if you want to have a distinguish between the Class 11 and Class 10, well, there are only 2 Class 10 drivers, but they are in a green plate and white number, and quite clearly on the Class 11 it's red plate, white number. So if you see a green plate out there with a white number, it's a Cobra Cadet.
Ah, there we go.
That's the Class 10.
That's the Class 10. There you go. That's what it is on your screen. There we go. So we end lap 1. We're about to end lap number 2. And you can see there the 25 of Evan Bradley there in second place. The 92 as well, and the 2 scrapping away. That's Harry Hurst and Joshua Bean there alongside. But leading the way is Thomas Forbes, and that 66 plate comfortably at the front has managed to open up a gap just shy of a second in towards the first chicane. Now, warning flag did go out to Evan Bradley for that contact at the turn 7 corner, where unfortunately we did lose one of our drivers. Well, he fell down the order by quite a way. Tom Radcliffe, of course, all the way down now in 15th place after that contact. But at the moment, everyone line astern, albeit the number 2 pulling out and going down the inside. Tried to get through there. Joshua Bean there on Harry Hurst, but unable to get that job done, so stays in 4th place. This battle on your screen is the battle for 2nd, and again, all over the track trying to find any space.
Yeah, it's good offensive manoeuvres here by Josh Beer, and he's not really making any moves just yet, but he's just putting them off slightly. I mean, the worst place to be right now is the number 92 driver of Harry Hurst, because if he makes a move, he doesn't pull it off, he's going to be caught by the man behind him. But by the looks of it, he's going to pull it off even before he gets to the corner. It's not even a late braking manoeuvre. I think Harry Hurst probably knew what was coming there. Sorry, Evan Bradley knew what was coming here, and he may well know what's coming here as well, because up the inside goes Joshua Bean, and into third place for Joshua, that number 2 car. I'll explain how the numbers work in a minute, because it has changed slightly. We might have some old legacy spectators here from a bit further back in the day. It used to be how you finished in the Nationals would dictate your number for the rest of the year, but now they do it on championship points. So the number 2 is again looking up the inside, Joshua Bean on Harry Hurst. He wants that third place.
Yeah, I think he does indeed. So as they exit out of the hairpin in towards the final boot section here of Fulbeck, and see everyone going wide, a little wide there from Harry Hurst and the number 2, 25 as well. Evan Bradley following as they go through, but a better exit out of the final corner, crossing the line. Defensive goes Harry Hurst into the first corner. That is really going to hinder the exit speed. That's really going to allow Joshua Bean to close up there, and also alongside it's going to allow Evan Bradley to close up as well. I think it's always a fine line of when you start to go defensive, and if you do go defensive too early, you end up losing way more time than what you would have done if you had just stayed on the normal racing line. Well,
that's exactly it, you know. It's we're seeing that now as the number 2 go, Joshua Bean, there we go, goes through into second place. The 92 car of Harry Hurst. I'll tell you what, Thomas Forbes has absolutely checked out. He's already practicing the next season, or the next heat, shall I say. He's that far ahead right now. He's about 3 seconds, but we haven't seen him since, because this battle for second has been so sensational. But you're right, absolutely. If you defend, if you go straight to the defensive line coming out of a corner, then you're just ruining your exit of the previous corner, and you don't carry anywhere near as much speed. As we see a yellow flag being waved in the background there. Not entirely sure what that's for. We'll see if someone falls down the order in a couple of minutes, as the number 96 and the number 5 car. That's the battle for the top 5, I tell you. Alex Favreau and Alfie Atmore.
Yep, it is indeed. They're scrapping away nicely there, both in Class 11 as well. The rest of the field, though, as they slot through with 3.5 minutes to go. Let's have a quick rundown then of what is out on track. So Thomas Forbes leading the way on that 66, with Joshua Bean in second place in the number 2. Then it's Harry Hurst, Evan Bradley, Alex Favreau in the top 5, Alfie Atmore in 6th place, Peter Nuns-Randall in 7th. Then it's Leo Rowland in 8th place, up 2 positions, so good running there on that last lap. James Thompson in 9th place, and Oliver Livesey is rounding out the top 10. Lachlan Bott in 11th place. Then it's Matthew Pepe in 12th place. Warren Kiss, Noah Webb, Tom Stretford, or Strefford, I should say. Tom Ratcliffe, after starting on pole position, is now all the way back into 16th place at the moment with that contact in the boot section. Oh, around the outside there off your screen, you saw the 88 again of Tom Ratcliffe, who tried to go around the outside of the boot section, and it all went awry and couldn't get that job done. And another yellow flag out, because that looked like it just scraped and bottomed out on that rough curb, didn't it? Well, it just looked like it almost as if his steering broke through that, and I don't want to speculate. I would like to spectate. I wouldn't like to speculate what happened, but it just looked like he was running on their outside curb, and these cars don't have any suspension, and they're not high power, so they don't skim across the bumps quite as quickly as maybe some of the higher powered ones. You really do feel them in these 4 strokes, and unfortunately I think Tom Ratcliffe has had a race to forget here, but hopefully he'll be back out with a stronger performance a bit later on. And there we go, actually I think that's the first time we've seen one of the Class 10 drivers towards the back of the order. It's actually James Hunting that we can see just in the back. The Coma Cadet, obviously Coma Cadet, very popular in sort of MSA and club karting. It's never really taken off in NatSKA, well, when I was around anyway, but clearly some people have come in and wanted to race it. Yeah, exactly that. And, you know, any kart's really, it's fun, isn't it, when you jump in it, isn't it? So, you know, it doesn't matter what engine's got. Oh, there's someone in the barrier. Oh, now who is that? That looks like Evan Bradley, the 25. Now, he is facing the barriers. And you would think for most racers that, you know, you can just get out of the car, push it backwards, get back in it and drive off. Not here at NatSKA. If you need assistance with getting out of the tunnel, unfortunately, you're out the race. If you cannot get that kart going again, that's it, you're out. If you're stuck though, but you could get it going, You can't. There's another spin, the 20. Now, he spun, but he could get going again without getting out of the kart. As soon as you get out of the kart, you can't continue. Exactly that, yeah. As soon as you put a foot on the floor, basically, your race is over. You can't get going. And it's a safety feature, obviously, because these guys are ranging between 11 and 16. And unlike, say, the Coma Cadets and MSA or British Karting Championships or anything like that, this is the grassroots. You don't want any more mistakes happening, and it's just safer. It's for insurance purposes, and it's unfortunate because the drivers may well just get stuck on a curb. But it's just a case of you have to swallow it and just take it, sort of thing. It's, as I said, it's all for safety. I mean, in the higher powered direct drive style TKMs and everything like that, you can't imagine getting out and pushing the kart in British Karting Championships. You may well see it, but in this, you're not allowed. So it's just the way it is. You have to remain in the kart. You're not allowed to jump out, and that's why you may see some people do the truffle shuffle, trying to shuffle their way out of a tire wall, or anything like that. Timer strikes 0 then, and Thomas Forbes leading the way comfortably by 6 seconds. This, though, is the battle for second place. Joshua Bean and Harry Hurst, nose to tail, second in class. And you saw there they were side by side trying to get that job done. Unfortunately, couldn't quite do it, so stays behind. There is Harry Hurst, but having a good old scrap here. Again, please do keep your comments coming in. Lots of support out on the stream there. You can see there support for Thomas out there as well. So please do get your comments coming in. We would love to hear from you. But out of the final corner, side by side once more. No, not quite. Has to slot back in. So Harry Hurst not having the pace to get past. Last lap board will be out this time. The race leader Thomas Forbes takes that one, and then it's going to be these two here. Look at this, side by side now, goes defensive, hand up in the air. I say it looks pretty clean to me. There you go. So you can defend your line as they go into the corner, and out they go. Not managing to get past this time around. Again, just slotting into position. Again, it's a very tense moment for these drivers. Lots to think about when you're out there. Where to position the car, where's the braking zone, where's your turning point, where do I put on the power? Again, it's a lot to think about. There is, and there absolutely is. And obviously there's 6 heats to think about as well. And you are allowed a drop round. So whatever is your, say, Tom Ratcliffe, obviously he's had a pretty poor event so far in this race, but this could be his drop round. Only 5 counts out of the 6, so you never know, he could come back swinging. But you're absolutely right. I think Harry Hurst is obviously keen to try and get past as the last lap board has now been brought in, which means we are going to get the checkered flag for Thomas Forbes. Indeed, indeed. First heat for Class 11 and 10. And the winner of Class 11 is the 66 of Thomas Forbes, who's going to take the checkered flag for second place. It's going to be a run to the line. Oh, so close. Joshua Bean takes second place. Harry Hurst crosses the line, the 92, in third place, albeit by a whisker. By a whisker. I'm not sure about the little move after the checkered flag there between Joshua Bean and Harry Hurst. I think maybe a word will have to be said to sort of chill it out. Less hand gestures and more sort of clean racing, please. Thank you very much, lads. But we'll have to see how that comes out as the rest of the drivers are coming across the field now. And I tell you what, we haven't seen them that much, but the Cobra Cadet winner, the Class 10 winner, James Hunting, has just come across the line. 12th overall, so a good start, good standing in amongst all the other Class 11s. Abby Mills is the other Class 10 runner, and I think she was lapped, so I believe she's already finished the race. Yeah, she was. She was indeed. Finishing 17th place, though, overall out on circuit. Great then running from Class 11 and Class 10, but of course plenty more races coming up in just a moment. What is the next race of the day? There we go. The next race is Class 1 and 4 about to make their way out onto the circuit. And again, small-ish grid, I suspect, because there are only 2 classes in this one, and I'm trying to find my piece of paper that tells me where they are. Ah, it's the same piece of paper that I was looking at before. There we go. Top quality commentator right here. Let's have a look then at the grids then for Class 1 and Class 4. Here they are. They'll pop up on your screen, and it is Archie Robinson starting on the front row of the grid on that number 1 kart. Casey Warnington alongside. Then it's John Seward and Ethan Grundy on row number 2. Joseph Smith and Robbie Smith rounding out row number 3. The last row on the grid, Canato de Ruiz on 7th spot on the grid, row number 4. There we go then, back with our live pictures here at Fulbeck. And you can see Class 1 and 4 loading up. So what can you tell us about Class 1 and 4?
Well, I'll be honest, the Class 1 and 4 weren't around when I was here, but what I can tell you very quickly is the difference in the numbers and how to tell them apart again, because the ones you're looking at right now, the Class 4 drivers, yellow plate, red numbers, and it doesn't take a genius to be we were obviously looking at Class 1 just before, and they were yellow plate, black numbers. So not a huge distinction, I grant you, but a distinction nonetheless. If you're looking at the drivers, Archie Robinson and Casey Warnington are the 2 drivers in Class 1. I believe that car we're looking at is Archie Robinson in the black Coden helmet, which I'll be honest, a brand that I hadn't heard of before now, but clearly legal because obviously it's past scrutineering and everything like that, as well with the neck brace, the neck nibbler, as it used to be affectionately named back in the day as well. It's almost like the padded hands device. It's to obviously protect some of the helmets, because obviously the helmet is very heavy on the head, and you don't want the neck to be sort of wallowing around, and the younger drivers especially, they like to wear the neck brace, as we said, the neck nibbler, because obviously there is no hands device or anything like that in karting.
And you'd struggle with a hands device without a seatbelt, wouldn't you?
Exactly. It would be a bit of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it would be. But, yeah. So, of course, a little bit later on, we'll be taking an onboard lap around the track, and we were graciously donated some onboard footage from the number 1 plate, Archie Robinson. So, you know, we say thank you to Archie for lending us his camera for a brief moment and allowing us to take some footage from that one. So these carts making their way around, and speaking of GoPros, there is the camera on the nose cone that provided said footage for that hot lap you'll be able to see a little bit later on. Now, for these carts, they look to me like a box standard Iami Cadet engine, and they look like a box standard Honda Cadet engine to me out on track. Is that essentially what I'm looking at here? Yeah,
I believe Class 1 is a 2-stroke Cadet, and Class 4 is the 4-stroke Cadet. So essentially, yeah, it's, and obviously some novice plates on the back of those drivers as well. So we're seeing some learner drivers trying to get their noses stuck in.
Yep, exactly that. Well, let's see what happens then in this race. It's a small grid, as we see the 25 there. Just that was from the previous race. He was still out on track. He's not managed to get back off track, so he gets a trackside view of this next race out on circuit. And here we go, out of the final corner, and it's Class 1 who are leading the way in front from Class 4. And green flags down, and away we go into the tram lines, and good start from the front row. They get through. The 22 looked like he's struggling there. Great start from the number 5, Casey Warnington. Straight away takes the lead, moves across the front of Archie Robinson as they slot through. You can see there just behind, that's the number 3 plate as well. I believe Robbie Smith in 3rd place, still latching onto the back of the 2-strokes. And of course, 2 different sort of classes. You would expect the 2-strokes to be able to get that better top end, wouldn't you? Because they can rev a little higher.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of low-end torque for the 4-strokes, but yeah, you're right. Your little Class 1s will probably extend their advantage, you'd have thought. However, a quick driver in Class 4, you never know, might be able to hold on to the back of them, and I think we've got some quick drivers as well, because the kart numbers 2 and 3, which are John Seward and Robbie Smith, they must have got those numbers by doing well in last year's championship, which means they're probably obviously very quick drivers. Archie Robinson with the number 1 car obviously would have won Class 1 in the last championship, the last school year championship, shall we say, because obviously we're finishing off the championship for this time round as well. And so yeah, we got some quick drivers in these Class 1 and 4, and we'll probably see them next year move up and maybe some slightly higher powered cars. But look here already, number 3, Robbie Smith, going through on Casey Warnington, and that is a not necessarily change for position in class, but it is a change for track position. It is indeed a change for track position overall.
Archie Robinson has retaken the lead and has pulled away comfortably there at the front. You can see there Smithy, as he's known, with it on his back of his race suit there for Robbie Smith, in 2nd place overall, leader in class as well. as they go through. And close eye shots on this one. As you can see, the 19 of Ethan Grundy just getting past as well, Casey Warrington. So Casey falling back slightly here at Fulbeck. And the next car along the line is John Seward as well in 5th place. So keep a close eye on that one. But something may be up with Casey out there, because that car is falling back slowly.
Yeah, it does look like it's maybe lacking a little bit of top-end speed, which you would expect the engine to obviously do, and obviously trying to will it along is Casey as much as possible. To be fair, obviously some of the racing lines don't look too bad. They don't look so bad that we'd expect her to be falling down the order quite this much. So yeah, maybe a little bit of a mechanical pokery shall be done between obviously this heat and heat number 2, maybe even in the lunch hour as well, or lunch 45-minute break, I should say. Archie Robinson's pulled away quite substantially, though. A second gap between himself and Robbie Smith, who's absolutely flying in Class 4. Ethan Grundy is second in Class 4, third on the course at the moment. So those two drivers really mixing it with the Class 1s.
Yep, exactly that. 6 minutes to go on the timer then. We watch this battle a little further back, and you can just see there wild changes of position there of racing line as they go through. And again, nice racing line in towards the first corner, hugging that inside, not over speeding into the corner. That's good. Out they go. You can just see there John Stewart trying to find a spot to get past. Runs a little wide, kick of oversteer. It may look good, but it's not the quickest way around the corner, is it?
But it looks damn good,
doesn't it? It looks impressive.
And I'll tell you what, he'll be clipping that on YouTube or Facebook or something and showing his mates, you know, look what I can do, sort of thing. It's a good bit of car control, but it's quite amusing, really, because it looks like he's trying to fill the non-existent mirrors of a go-kart, which is quite insane. Because obviously in car racing, you'd be trying to fill the mirrors, distracting, giving a flash to the lights. I can imagine that is what John Seward is trying to think to do here and now. But I tell you what, Casey is not having any of it. Not looking backwards at all, not worried about it, not driving in the mirrors, as you would say if you were in a car, and just getting the lines, improving every lap and trying to pull away.
Yeah, no, exactly that. So pulling away, well, holding on to that spot there at the moment comfortably. Keeping an eye then on the full order of the grid, as again, the closest has ever been actually. Again, just looking down the inside, like you say, yeah, trying to fill those imaginary mirrors, really, isn't it? So, yeah, just all over the back, just, but look at that. Casey's not worried. Not
absorbing it.
Absorbing, yeah, just like, you do you, I'll do me. There
exactly.
We go.
I'll hit my braking zone, my apex. I won't have to worry about it. It's fine. It's not necessarily going to be as fine as all of a sudden, look, the number 2, I thought he was going to try and fly around the outside there, but it's not to be. But I tell you what, this is obviously mixing classes is almost, I wouldn't say as big a leap as GT3 and GT4, because here comes the number 2 kart of John Seward going through on Casey. Been working hard for it and finally got the reward.
Yeah, there we go. Albeit now has lost a tremendous amount of time to the drivers in front. Of course, there were no Sitel earlier on. Has got a bit of work to try and close that gap up now. So Archie Robinson leading the way still comfortably out on circuit. Robbie Smith is in second place, still in that number 3. Now the gap is kind of around the 2-second mark at the moment, so it's not closing, it's not sort of gaining. They're roughly on the same sort of pace out there, albeit a little bit faster here, there, everywhere. You know, it's all got sort of different pace, but the gap is comfortably kind of staying the same at the moment. Like we say, Robbie Smith in second place. Then it's Ethan Grundy, John Seward, who just received 4th place after getting past Casey Warrington, now in 5th place. Joseph Smith in 11th. And your final driver on the grid, Gaetano de Ruiz on 7th spot on the grid. 3 minutes to go then, and another new personal fastest time for Robbie Smith in 2nd place. But a new fastest lap of the race for Archie Robinson, the 55.92 out there. So again, everyone sort of, again, limbo mode at the moment. They're all just trying to get to the end of the race.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, Ethan Grundy, by the looks of the championship points that I'm just having a look at here.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
sorry.
no, that's the number 2 car, and that's John Seward after all that hard work that John was putting in to try and get past Casey, which obviously wasn't even for a place in a class position, shall we say. It was a track position. In the end, obviously off the circuit, and we don't exactly know why, which is a bit unfortunate, but hopefully it's not mechanical, put it that way, because obviously what you don't want is to have your day ruined at the beginning of the race and then not be able to fully fix the kart through the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, maybe just something gone awry on the kart, and unfortunately that does mean a retirement for the number 2 kart, John Seward. So yeah, huge shame for that one, but gave us a great little scrap away, didn't they, during the race? And yeah, but not the way I wanted to end it. There is the number 3, Robbie Smith, in 2nd place. That gap has slightly closed down now, I will say, 1.9 seconds. So found a bit of space, found a bit of pace, I should say, has Smithy. Whether or not he's going to close that gap, it was 2.2. Yeah, now we'll say 1.9. Did set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. So is the track, dare I say it, is the track getting faster?
Well, it's getting drier, and normally the two go hand in hand, don't they? So I would say there's probably a little bit of heat coming up off the track, I'd say now, just looking out of our commentary booth, and obviously even on your screens you can probably tell that as well. And I'd have to say that's extra hurt for John Seward, is the fact that he's 2nd in the championship at the moment. And I tell you what, Joseph Smith, who's not, I think just taken 3rd place in class, is currently 3rd in the championship, not that far behind. Now the championship points are, we'll explain it while the novices are out, because the novices isn't technically a race. We'll obviously have a chat about them, but that's when we're going to explain the championship and the scoring points, because it does take your head, it does take a little while to get your head around it.
I've not got my head around it yet, so you're going to explain it to me.
Well, luckily we've got the lovely Gaynor Heath to our side as well, who may well, she's shaking her head now saying I'm not coming on screen, but we may ask her some questions about it a little bit later. But interestingly as well, we haven't actually seen an S plate yet.
No.
And the S plate is awarded to the winner of the Nationals. So clearly, I think they did run a Nationals last year, but clearly we haven't got any of the S plates out today, which means either they've not turned up or they've rather run the number 1 or another number that they've been running, which is quite interesting. So at the end of today, whoever comes out on top of the overall scoring of the National Sprint Championship, which is today and tomorrow, they will receive the option to run the S plate, which obviously signifies you won the most important weekend of the year, sort of thing. So interesting, we haven't seen any of them, and they haven't listed as any on the entry list either. So we might not see any.
No. Well, there we go. So we'll find out. Now, I'm guessing there are different plates for different championships and everything like that, because you have the E plate, which is the English champion. You have the O plate, which is the Open champion. You have the GP plate, which is the GP champion. Apparently, it's in your booklet on the last page. I'm getting pointed at.
Oh, well, I haven't got a booklet. You have got a booklet. I'm blaming you there, Anthony.
You've got a book right in front of you.
I didn't see that one. It was underneath all my other notes. There's a lot of notes for this.
Blame yourself.
Yeah,
not me.
I'll completely blame myself there. No, don't worry. Thank you very much, Gaynor, for coming and pointing that one out. We'll explain that whilst the novices are on, or during just before the lunch break.
Yeah, we will do. Last lap board then is out for Archie Robinson, and checker flag is almost upon them as they go round the track. You can just see there the 22 of Canales de Ruiz there, just coming into shots. The gap there between Archie Robinson and Robbie Smith, though, is still kind of closing. It stayed the same. It's not opened up. It's not gathered, but a cool, calm and collected race for Archie Robinson, who is going to receive the checkered flag this time. Crosses the line, and a good race win for the first heat. You can just see it there. Modest little, yeah, I got that win. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Robbie Smith crosses the line, takes the win for his class, win for Class 4. That's a good one there. Ethan Grundy, the 19, crosses the line 2nd in class. And Casey Wannington hasn't crossed the line just yet. But of course we'll be finishing 2nd in Class 1 as well. So good running from these ones, as that just shows how big the gaps were in this race. It just shows how big the circuit is as well. It's a long old track, you know. The fact you can race gearbox karts here, KZ2 would reach the end of that straight at about 100 mile an hour.
Yeah, exactly. And then have to hit the brakes rather hard, I imagine.
Then have to hit the brakes quite a ways, I suspect. But yeah, excellent race, excellent running then from Class 1 and 4 for them. Day's not over just yet, though. The day is only just beginning. It's time now on track for race number 6 of the meeting. It's time for Class 15. Class 15 about to make their way onto the circuit, and here's a look then at the grid. It's a fairly large grid, I have to say. Quite a few drivers. Matthew Lewin starting on the front row with Henry Wardle alongside Caden Bott, Katie Hodgson, who is out there as well and fourth on the grid. In fact, no, I don't think Katie is here, so expect a gap on that one. Tom Rayner, Hayden Abrams on row number 3. Max Hoffman-Cooper alongside. Oh no, is he another driver who's not here? Yes, he is. No, he's only here tomorrow as well. So we'll explain that a little bit later on. Daniel Andrews alongside on 8th row on the grid. Cameron Bott, and then is James Habersham on the 10th spot on the grid. Andrew King and Dan Jones on the row number 6. Row 7, Joseph Wardle and Ewan Syme. Then it's Josh Neve and Joe Webb. Harry Parr and Alex Biles on 18th or 17th and 18th on the grid. Yes, indeed. Yes. So 2 drivers that we don't have here today, that being Max Humphrey-Cooper and Kate Hodgson. Now, they unfortunately got pinged up and had to isolate, but their isolation ends at midnight tonight.
Which means they're here tomorrow.
Which means they're coming tomorrow.
I love that. I absolutely love that, because that means they won't even be able to set up or do anything here today. They'll be driving down and getting set up tomorrow morning, which is quite amazing.
Yeah, so midnight tonight, they'll leave midnight.
They're probably parked somewhere close by.
No,
they're going to be at home. They're going to be at home, haven't they?
Home. Yeah,
oh, goodness me.
So they're at home, they're isolating.
I hope they don't live too far away.
Well, yeah. You would hope so, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah, we're in Scotland. Oh, no. There we go. So, of course, in this one, of course, we say the live stream, a huge part of this weekend. Okay, the Nationals is never been streamed, I think, before, so it's the first time for everyone. And again, we have to say a huge thank you to the sponsors, and one of the sponsors, of course, is Signage Media UK, which is one of the drivers' dads out there. Harry Parr's dad, I have to say, Justin, who's the owner of the Signage. Great contribution to the live stream out there, and we thank him. Thank him dearly as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's making NatSKA history, or helping make NatSKA history here with the coverage that Alpha Live are providing. So big thank you to him. Signage Media UK. Go and Google what they do. I'm sure it's probably not that difficult to figure it out, but please do Google what they do. Obviously after this race, because the rotax has always provided brilliant racing, and it's probably a class that you're more familiar with, Anthony.
Well, yes, so you can see there a couple of the engines. You can see that you've got some of the bog standard junior engines out there, which have got the silver top, but then you can also see some with the red top. Now they're the Junior Evo engines, so they're a slightly more modern engine out there. But green flag is out. Away they go. 9 minutes past that additional lap. All in towards that first chicane. Oh, bit of contact there. One goes round, one misses the chicane. Oh, it's a huge pile-up, and everyone's stuck. Oh, dear me. That's going to be a one to deal out. Battenberg, full course yellow flag comes out indeed, and something tells me that they're not going to be able to take the chicane if they do come round in time. That was interesting. Oh, and there's more contact. Boys, you're under full course yellow. What are you doing? Single file. There's someone running wide as well.
I shake my head as drivers are starting to get out of their carts now to try and pull their carts off. And obviously, if you get out your cart to do that, that's your race over, even if the engine's still running. So absolutely gutting for the number 5 there. Harry Parr. Ooh, just been picking up his dad. He won't be very happy to see that one on the Alpha Live that he's paid for, or he's helped pay for. Unfortunately, with a bit of a warning there. And obviously, I mean, full course yellow. If anybody out there is wondering what full course yellow means, it means slow down, single file, and above all else, don't hit each other.
Well, no overtakings out there.
No overtaking is the ultimate one.
Yeah, there's another one. Yeah, can't forget that one.
So yeah, hopefully they'll maybe they didn't see the yellow flag immediately. We'll give them that excuse. So yeah, hopefully we get a good restart, we get a good clean restart, and we can get back into the racing. But unfortunately, a few drivers obviously not making it. And in fact, there we go, the number 1 car of Dan Jones obviously won the championship in 2019-20 season, so he's out of the first race already. The number 7 of Henry Wardle is holding each other up. We have got a lot of drivers retiring after this meeting on this grid, so we'll go through them a little bit later.
We will indeed. Yeah, the number 8 as well. Hayden Abrams was also another one who's come a cropper as well. That's had to be pulled off the track. So again, drama at the start then of Class 15, the rotax class, and Yeah, an interesting one for that one. That is the thing with that first chicane. It really can close up the racing. It's very tight on entry as they go through. But yeah, when you're all side by side and jostling and fighting for position, it just showed there that a little bit of contact, back wheel up in the air, and around it goes. And with the rest of the field slotting through, there was nowhere for anyone to go, and it was just all a big pile-up.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, it reminds me a little bit of the Rowra first chicane as well, when that sort of runs in. And I'd say the start-finish line here is even longer than the Rowra one. It's not that long, the start-finish straight at Rowra, or it didn't used to be anyway. I'm not sure if they've moved it, but that means they gain more speed here. And the rotaxes, they have a lot of speed.
Oh, yeah.
And they take some stopping. So, unfortunately, we saw a little bit of a mix-up. But hopefully that's just some pre-race nerves. We're still on full course yellow. Maybe the nerves have settled down and we can get racing sooner rather than later. We are under full course yellow still, so I think there's still some karts being cleared up, but maybe we'll get racing in the next lap.
Indeed. Expect the green flag any time now, and expect it now. There it is. Green flag back out. We're back underway, racing in towards turn one. Are we going to get a repeat of what happened earlier? No, we're all good. We're all good. Everyone they learnt their lesson that time, didn't they? They learnt their lesson. They got through. Diving down the inside, though, is the 18 of Andrew King on Tom Freya. Gets past there. Tom Freya being nerfed out slightly wide, and Daniel Andrews as well manages to get through as well on that 34. Gets that job done nicely. There's the number 7, Harry Wardle, and in second place with Matthew Lewin as well, leading the way comfortably. He's got that Tony Kart chassis at the front of the field. Rest of the field slotting through. Nicely done there by them. Again, just a single class out in this one, denoted by that red number board with the white number. So, nice easy one for the folks at home to keep an eye on. 5.5 minutes then to go across the line. Let's have a look at the order. Matthew Lewin, Henry Wardle, Caden Bott, then it's James Havisham, Andrew King. Oh, more contact, yep. Oh, is that a flat tyre there, or was it a big flat spot there? Who was that went right? Was that the 34?
It was Caden Bott, actually, in the 32, and it looked like he was just going squeezed out to the outside a little bit too much, and maybe made contact with some tyres, locked up, and that's why the flat spot occurred.
There we go, so big shame there for that driver. Back at the front, though, Matthew Lewin and Henry Wardle still nose to tail, side by side, or nose to tail, I should say, not side by side, as they go through, slotting round into position, nice and comfortably. There we go, good racing from these drivers now. Now, that exit curb at the boot section, it's fairly new, and again, the same here. Lots of divots in there, you don't want to run right on it, very uncomfortable. If you do one ride on it, basically what you have to do is you then have to book an appointment at the dentist after you've gone over it, because yeah, you'd lose all your fillings. And
want to have a look at the spine, I imagine, as well, because obviously without the suspension, that's a very wide moment there by one of the drivers. 34 and 18, James Havisham going. Sorry, it's not James actually. It's Daniel Andrews and Andrew King going side by side. And I tell you what, look at this. This is for the race leaders. Henry Wardle versus Matthew Lewin. Lewin keeping that. Oh, he hasn't kept it though. He span round on the exit after going over that rumble strip. And that's allowed Wardle to go through. And all of a sudden, I think Matthew Lewin's going to take a while to be able to go back into the train kart.
That is a huge shame then, and it just shows you how quick it can go wrong in rotax, doesn't it? So they exit out of the corner, the back just steps out, and around and around it went, and unfortunately couldn't hold on to that one. So Henry Wardle has inherited the race lead. James Havisham has crossed the line in second place, but there you can see Daniel Andrews and Alex Biles fighting away. Alex Biles being one of the novice drivers and doing, I say, a fairly good job. He's up P4 at the moment, so running comfortably well. He's got the company now of Daniel Andrews. I say he's P4. I think he's actually P3 now, I should say, as they go through. Yeah, because actually race leader in second place, just up ahead, who are fighting for position. So starting all the way through, holds on to that one. Good lines through there. So Alex Biles looking very comfortable out on track. Now moving up into third place with a competitive time as well. Has actually got the fastest lap of the race. So is running fairly quick out there. Yeah, well, apparently you then go to low-powered, which you then become a novice in that for a meeting or two, I believe. And then you go to eventually racing that for a couple of years. You go to high-powered, but you become a novice again in high-powered. Now, in the novice, you have to start at the back of the grid, but I was told before that Alex Biles is one to keep an eye out on. Bit of a special talent, very quick.
I've heard. And although starting at the right of the back, you won't expect them to finish there by any means, which is quite clear because they're in third place, as the top two are still trading places. Henry Wardle is still trying to hold off from James Haberston.
Yes, indeed.
Haberston, even.
Haberston, yeah, there you go. I say, tried to hold on, couldn't hold on anymore because down the inside, gets the job into turn 1, takes the lead. So James Haberston is now leading this Class 15 race of the day. Henry Wardle, I should say, has dropped back down on that Gillard chassis and, you know, working strong as they go through. And now you see the Cosmic chassis. Is that for James Haberston? Now, there's one thing. Now, you've got Cosmic and you've got KR Sport. Now, Cosmic and KR Sport, again, two big teams in the karting world and both racing the British champs. And now, they have got two paint schemes that are absolutely identical, and it's incredibly annoying for the commentators because you can't tell the difference between a KR Sport chassis and a Cosmic chassis.
It is always a bit of a nightmare, isn't it? I mean, I do more car commentary than anything else. It's like, oh, there we go, Henry Wardle going straight on, and he's going to try and blend back into second place. It's not going to be achievable, and he's dropped all the way down into fourth. I think that's Daniel Andrews going through. So Andrews all of a sudden inherits third place, and I tell you what, that means Alex Biles from the back of the grid has inherited second so far. Now, James Haberston, you're right, in that Cosmic-looking kart. Now, he's retiring at the end of this meeting. This is his last meeting, unfortunately. I think he's very much enjoying NatSKA. However, he doesn't really have many plans to continue racing after this, which is a bit of a shame. Apparently, he's enjoying life as a labourer. He's got a great mentor, but he's very much going to enjoy being 18 years old when the pub's open, is what he's put in his plan after he's finished NatSKA racing. So, you know what? Fair play to him.
Yeah. There we go. Trade racing for the pub. So, I have to say, yeah, it does sound marvellous, actually. But there we go. So, 4 seconds remaining on this race. Last lap board will be out this time around for James Haberston and that 33 kart. Leading the way on your screen. You can see the 73, though, of Alex Biles is slowly reeling in because he's managed to get past Daniel Andrews and is now up into second place. So, and of course, from that mistake from Henry Wardle as well. So, has moved up into second place and has slowly closed that gap in. Last lap board's out. Race is on. Ring that dinner bell because Heat 1 is about to get exciting at the end of this race. James Haberston and Alex Biles line astern. It is, of course, as they go through turn number 1. Nice run through there. Are we going to see a lunge down the inside here? Pulls out of the slipstream. Tucks that nose in alongside. Oh, can't quite do it there. Stays behind. But there you go. There's the first lunge. Now James Haberston knows that Alex is there. That's what's going to keep this one at bay. But it's going to be a tough old task. Of course, the XL chassis there along behind as well, and that's going to be a lot of work as they go through. Out of the hairpin now, in towards the boot section. Not many opportunities to do it now. Are we going to see a lunge down the inside here? No. Defensive line there from James Haberston as they exit through, but he's run wide on exit. Is that going to allow Alex to get down the inside? No, he can't. Stays behind. Great defensive line from James Haberston. Out of the final corner. Hand up. And well done, James Haberston. Alex Biles crosses the line in second place. Daniel Andrews in third. Henry Wardle fourth. Josh Neve in fifth place. Andrew King, Joe Webb, Matthew Lewin, Caden Bott, and Tom Rayner are your top 10. Harry Parr crosses the line in 11th place. And then we see our retirements. The number 8, Hayden Abrams, we lost. Cameron Bott, the 29, we lost. Dan Jones, we lost. Ewan Syme, we lost as well.
James Haberston, as soon as the pubs do reopen after this weekend, they'll be drinking to that, I'm sure, because it was a good race win, and it was a hard-fought win by Alex Biles, charging through the order. So look forward to seeing how that progresses throughout the weekend. And, well, we've got another race coming up because it all comes thick and fast, but I do believe it's the novice class next, but we'll be able to bring that up on our screen.
So, we're going to take a little bit of a wander, I think, because, of course, this is just, this is obviously the novice group, so it's a practice session out there for them today, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. It's an opportunity to learn how to drive the karts a little bit quicker, get used to being out there. So, yeah, we can sort of have a quick look down the grid, I'm sure, with our cameras. And, yeah, it's just an opportunity to the driver to learn a little bit more. I mean, being in a kart is a weird sensation. It's not like being in a car. These guys have obviously been passengers in their mum and dad's cars for years, but never actually had the throttle and the acceleration at their disposal. Obviously, the turning, the steering wheel and everything like that, and the lack of suspension. It is a weird sensation being in a go-kart, and that's exactly what these guys are learning. And they have to get a certain amount of signatures. They have to keep it clean. They have to learn how to overtake. They have to demonstrate that they've learnt a lot in the short space of time that they are a novice as well, before they can get the signatures to move up into the sort of more racier series.
Yeah, exactly that. There's a look at the field. You can just see there the 35 just in your shot there. That is Adriel Nigua, who is just having a bit of a pep talk at the moment. Again, one of the novice drivers out there, of course, with the practice, which does have the big the N letter on the back of the kart, just to signify that he is a novice driver out on circuit. Other drivers with that one as well, Millie Howard, the number 3 from St Michael's, has also got the big novice number on the back. There is Millie there, and that number 3. Just alongside there. Connor Young as well from Bexley, the number 48, also with that the novice plate. Well, I say they've got that novice plate. Everyone's got the novice plate because it's the novice class, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it doesn't take much to connect the dots on that one, doesn't it? I mean,
I'll wake up at some point. Yeah. I've got to tell you what, I've got some fizzy sweets in front of me here, and they will keep me going all the way, I think, through today. Is
that your lunch, is it? Is that what you advocate?
Do you know what? I've actually got a Lunchable for, of course, other lunch beverage facilities are available to you. You have to purchase that one, but yeah, that's the one I've got. A little look further back of the grid. Got the 65 there on your screen. George Spence as well. There's the 15 on your screen as well. Finley Roberts from Tarporley. And again, just looking at that chassis again, just so sort of basic on those ones as well. There's the 98, Finley McDonough. A cheesy grin underneath that helmet there.
Exactly. It's astonishing, isn't it, really? Because this, to me, is what karting is. This is what karts should look like. And all of a sudden, I go and watch the Euromax or British Super... I keep saying British Superkarts, but the British Karting Championship and everything like that. And all of a sudden, they look really, really fancy and sort of over the top and unusual. But I bet it's the other way around for you, isn't it? Because obviously, you're so used to the high-level stuff. You come back down to this, and it does look very basic and sort of... but it's just dads and karts. It's fantastic.
I love this sort of stuff.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
I love it because you see different types of innovation from the teams. Like, it's thinking, what can you do? What could duct tape and a cable tie do that some fancy winglet can do there? So there we go. There's the 65 on your screen. George Spence from Tarporley again. Nice little view there. That concentration look there. Just thinking, what's going through your mind on this one? Only a practice session, of course, for them. It's not really a race. But
there's quite a lot of pressure, to be honest. I mean, when you're there, obviously you've been watching the rest of the racing. You want to do well. You want to get involved in the racing. You have to prove that you are. So there's quite a lot of pressure, realistically, because you've got to go out there and make sure. It sounds easy, but you've got to make sure you don't crash, you don't spin. You know, I don't know if you've ever done an ARDS test to get a race license or anything like that in cars, Anthony. But you have to go out there and basically get taken into Silverstone or something like that. And you just have to drive around it. That's all you have to do. But crucially, you can't lose control at any point.
No.
And they're quite strict with it as well. And that's what the pressure... all of a sudden, all you're doing is driving a car around Silverstone rather sedately. But the pressure, you feel that. And that's what these guys will be feeling right now. You know, you have to prove that you can take a racing line. You can overtake. You can avoid traffic and all this sort of thing. And to be honest, it's quite interesting as well to see that the Class 14, so the number 3 car that you got ahead of you is Millie Howard in the St. Michael's. For St. Michael's, sorry. They're in restricted TKMs. They're going quite quickly. Class 14 used to be a racket engine, which I don't know ever really burst on the scene in club sport or club racing or anything like that. But it used to be a racket engine, which is essentially a chainsaw. If a 4-stroke, you could argue, was a lawnmower, the racket was a chainsaw. It was identical engine as well to a chainsaw. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Doesn't unfortunately run anymore because they've restricted the TKMs down a little bit, which is what these guys are driving here. on your screen at the moment, obviously, is the Class 11. And obviously, it's the same engine as the Class 11 that we've seen earlier on. It's the sort of junior 4-stroke engine. And that's what these guys will be learning in. And it's naturally the progression they'll take into the next step as soon as they're out this novice class.
Yeah, exactly that. Now, who's that in the background? Is that the number 15? He's been so excited to get out on track, he's forgotten to put his visor down.
He'll be getting a few flies through that, I imagine. As soon as he gets one up his nose, he'll remember to put it down. I tell you,
that's the one thing. When you're out racing, you can tell the difference between a fly and a bumblebee.
Oh, yes.
A fly will just be a tap, tap, tap. Bumblebee, oh, take your helmet off, that will. Yeah, I've had my fair share of flying insects.
Bumblebee experiences.
Yeah, I had a wasp fly into my helmet once. When I screamed. It was a manly scream.
I'm sure it was.
It wasn't high pitched.
Yeah, no.
I will say, but yeah, no, it is. It is one of those. But I suspect he'll soon put that down. There we go. So, of course, for the viewers at home wondering what this one is, like I say, it's just practice session, not practice session. Oh, and there's someone who's not going to be doing much practice, and that's the 64 out on track. That is Freddie Conliffe. And, yeah, that's not going much further, is it? That's a shame. They're trying to restart it. Now, because this is a practice, he can get back in and carry on, I assume. Am I right in saying that?
Pass, to be honest. That's one of those things that we're going to probably have to ask Gaynor in the lunch period, whether they can.
Was that a nod on the head? Like yes, you can ask me, or was that a yes to the answer that we were? So you didn't hear the question. Okay, so you can't actually hear Gaynor on the. Now, Gaynor, because this is a practice session, can they carry on if they've had a kart issue and they can go? They can, cool. Yeah, so it's not right like the race. So yeah, no, they can. So if they get stuck or anything like that, they can push it out and get going again in practice, only in the race. The number 15, has he put his visor down yet? Not quite sure.
Interestingly, we've got Spider-Man as well in 5th place, haven't we? Tom Holland is out there at the moment, currently lapping away as well, trying to do some quick times, I'm sure, using his Spidey sense to probably avoid karts that are coming in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly exactly that. Sparky Eco says, Wasp in the helmet, geez. Yes, it was terrible. Oh, there's a spin there. Yellow flag. Who's gone around? 68. Thank you, Tywall, with a gap in it to see that. Henry Morris, who has gone around. And, yeah, rule number 1 in practice, don't spin.
Exactly that, yeah. Don't spin, just try and get as consistent as you can. You know, if there is a little bit of racing to be had, then by all means. But you may be wondering as well why there is a novice plate on the back of some of these karts, but not all of them. As Anthony mentioned before, they are all novices. So this is a completely novice grid. They're not necessarily supposed to be racing, but obviously they are supposed to be practicing overtakes and all that sort of thing. So they're not awarded 1st, 2nd and 3rd, but they are supposed to be encouraged along the lines of sort of getting a little bit closer to each other than a normal practice session, so I would say, which is why the number 4 is probably trying to get a little bit racy there in Archie Jackson. But the interesting thing is, if they do have a novice plate on, that may well be an indication that the kart is shared, potentially.
Yeah.
In NatSKA, you can share a kart with another driver. It may have changed the rules slightly now, but back when my brother used to race, especially when I was 5 years old and we first got introduced to NatSKA, you were actually given to a more senior driver as a novice, and they would be the ones to coach you through it, and you would almost use their kart as well, which was a fantastic way of doing it, because then you had an experienced dad, which is probably more essential than the experienced driver teaching the novice, was the experienced dad teaching the novice dad of how to set and fix a kart.
Yeah, no, exactly that. It's that is still the case.
Yes,
they can do that.
So.
Yeah, you are bang on in saying that. That is still the case. It is swapsies.
Yes, exactly.
Bring the car back in one piece, please.
Yeah, exactly. I've got a race in about half an hour. Please don't wreck it.
Please, no break.
Yeah, but it is a really interesting way of doing it, though, as well, because obviously then, as a novice, you may come in, you don't know anybody. You don't know anybody in the grid and in the paddock and everything like that, and NatSKA is a very family-orientated place, obviously, with the schools and different teams and everything like that. It's all sort of coming together and having a good time and learning about racing and everything like that. And to be honest, obviously, if you're a novice, you may be quite nervous about that. So if you get introduced to a friendly senior driver on your first day and they have to coach you through it a little bit, you start to know a few people. And I remember Tom's novice when he was, I don't remember who his senior driver was when he first started, but when he was a senior driver and they brought a novice, his name was Rarish, and we actually used to go around to have dinner with him and everything like that. So it became quite good friends, and actually, you know, it really helped. And Rarish ended up stopping, but he still followed Tom's racing. So, you know, you sort of get friends for life in that way. Yeah,
no, exactly. It's that's the beautiful thing about karting, is that you meet so many people. You make new friends. There's someone else going for a spin there. Who was that? The 33. Sophia DeRuse, who has gone around. And again, tough out there in these karts. You can see some are pushing it. Some are trying to get real feel for these karts, because you know you've got to remember, for some of these drivers, it's their first time karting this year, first time karting at all. And you know, it does take practice. You know, it's hard when you think about it. You know, you see all these people who are very quick in karts, very used to karts, have grown up for karts, and they're racing Bambinos, cadets, all the way up the chain. You know, and it's just second nature to them. But for some drivers, new drivers, it is a challenge, because the karts are incredibly quick. They can go much faster than you think, and it can. You got to be careful. It's not like corporate karting. There's no barriers. There's no safety barriers around the wheels or anything like that. It's like if you clip a wheel on one of these, it can all go pee-tong very quickly, I have to say.
It can do indeed, yeah. And unlike, say, maybe some of the stuff you commented before, and maybe what the Alpha Live are used to covering as well, that's very much, it's sort of... Karters start at 7 or 8 years old, whereas these guys are jumping in at 11 years old, and they still have to learn the same way, though. So that's why NatSKA is such a fantastic sort of organisation. It's obviously all based on volunteers, and they do a brilliant job at it as well, and the kids love it. And I think in the little segment VT that my brother put out just at the beginning of the Alpha Live stream, you do get friends for life, but you do also get people who have been involved in NatSKA and in karting in general, who they might not be drivers, but they go on to do mechanical engineering degrees, they go on to be mechanics, and they go on to be engineers and all this sort of thing. And really it does spark a fantastic passion, and it allows people to have, and very lucky to be involved with it, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly that, exactly that. Only 2 minutes left then of the Class 14, Class 11 novice practice at the moment. Oh, there, and oh dear me. Yeah, maybe practice, but they're still pushing it, aren't they? There we go, 3 karts involved on that one. All have moved away. There you go, that's the technique of your foot can't touch the ground, but you can put your hand on the track to move it back.
I'm not sure how advised that probably is either, but
no, I definitely wouldn't want to do that one.
He's gotten away with that one, I think, and that is something else you have to learn, really, because obviously the restricted TKMs are coming through the 4-strokes now, so you have to deal with a little bit of traffic as well, and maybe lapping karts and everything like that. So yet another thing you learn, and I have to say, for a novice, that is a rather swanky helmet, isn't it? Is that one of those Bell ones that are custom designed like that beforehand?
I think that is actually a custom.
Very interesting. And so number 35 there, who is that? Adrian Ngwe, sorry, is really strutting his stuff at the moment. So, yeah, quite interesting. And they get novice of the days as well, so you might not get a victor for each race or anything, but if you show that you are getting better, or you've made big leaps forwards, or you've been the cleanest, most consistent, X, Y, Z, plenty of factors, you do end up getting driver of the day. Now,
I don't think that side pod is the manufacturer's correct specifications, because someone has been podding, I think, because the side of that kart has gone very inwards.
Maybe it's to help aerodynamics. Maybe he did that before he went out, we didn't see it.
Well,
I doubt it, but...
I appreciate your opinion.
But it's wrong.
Yeah. So, that was a tough one. Ooh.
I know Gainer's just come along with beverages for us. We get looked after here.
I don't think Gainer spotted my 2 big bottles, but it's fine. I very much appreciate the cold bottle of water,
which I didn't have one, so thank you very much, Gainer.
There we go. So that kart definitely doesn't look. Well, I mean, he's still going around and he's fine with it, but it's very up on the side, that side pod. But there you go, pushing it hard. I know someone who's not going to appreciate that when he gets back. He's going to get back to the pit lane and just go, what have you done?
Yeah, it'll be a bit of a hammer job, I think, or maybe trying to pop that back out. But just before, obviously, the checker flag is waving, and we haven't taken the opportunity to discuss how the scoring works either, really. So very, very briefly, shall we say, for the scoring of the Nationals itself, and we'll explain the overall impact on the championship a little bit later, but the scoring of the Nationals itself, it's each race, you obviously get to score a different amount of points. It's the lowest amount of points. So if you come first in a race, you would get 0 points. If you come second, you get 2 points. Third, 3 points. Fourth, 4 points. Very easy to follow.
Etc. Etc.
Yeah, very easy to follow like that sort of thing. So if you win every single race out of the 6 races and 6 heats there we've got this weekend for your class, you will end the weekend with 0 points and you'll win the Nationals, basically. If you come first, second, and second, you will score 6 points overall, and that might still be enough for you to win the national sort of thing. Now, how that transfers into championship points is a lot more complicated. So we'll go on to that a little bit later, potentially, when the novices are next out, or tomorrow when we've properly clarified it. But we do have another race to be coming up, so we do have another splash screen to be coming up as well.
Yes, indeed we do. That was, of course, the Class 14, 11 and 10 novice practice. It is time now for Heat 2 of the day, and it starts with Class 14. So, Class 14 are about to get back out on track for their second heat, and of course the random grid generator Mathingy-Madoogie, technical terminology that was, has generated the grids for us, and here they are. For Class 14, Harrison Hines starting on the front row with Jack Wilch alongside Oliver Kirk-Rowe and Will Wood on the second row. Cyril Smith and Charlie Phillips on row number 3. Row number 4, Ben Hurrell and Jamie Ledbetter. And the final row on the grid on row number 5, Scott Hayward and Harry Wilch. There we go, back in the dummy grid area, and you can see Class 14 getting themselves ready. Restricted 2-stroke. You can see there, Ralph Schumacher chassis there. There's someone who lives across the road. I live in the village of Silverstone, which has its perks. And there is someone across the way from me who I always see Ralph Schumacher chassis in their garage. And I've never actually asked them. I stay to myself at home. I keep my karting at home separate to karting.
I was going to
away.
say, I mean, it's you're supposed to be obviously keeping social distance anyway. So I mean, that's
exactly.
that's the excuse we've got for you today.
I just see it, from my gun. I poke another kart.
You've probably commentated on them quite a lot and never actually made the connection.
Never. Yeah, there you go. If you're here and you live in Silverstone Village.
It could very well be these guys. It could be Oliver Kirk-Rowe. You never know, because that is the number 5 driver we've got in 4th place.
Well, there you go. Yeah, put 2 and 2 together on that one, didn't you?
Yeah, exactly. I'm smart like that. It never gets past me.
There you go. Right. Well, the engines fired up briefly. I thought they were going to make their way out to circuit, but they have not. They have stayed out on circuit. But lots of drivers from Quinton House on this one, so if you're watching on the stream and you're a Quinton House fan, get your comments in, because you've got 6 drivers in this one from Quinton House. Will Wood, Cyril Smith, Charlie Phillips, Harry Wilch, Jack Wilch, I'm guessing there's a relation there, and Ben Hurrell, all from Quinton House. So there we go. You've got Harrison Hine from Tarporley and Scott Hayward from Bexley, and I don't know where Oliver Kirk-Rowe is from, because it doesn't actually tell me.
Well, Oliver Kirk-Rowe is actually from Tarpley, so he's probably not living across the road from you in Silverstone. So is Harrison Hine. Actually, that was my club, and Gaynors as well. Actually, it's Tarpley, a little town up in Cheshire, about half an hour away from Chester, and it was where we started. Lots of nice affinities, and actually, if you look in the previous winners of the national championships, in the back end of the little program that Gaynors very kindly pointed out to me earlier on, you can see quite a domination, I should say, from Tarpley, especially in the Class 14. You got Lee Whittingham, David Haynes, David Thorne. They were all in fact, David Thorne was one of my best mates in high school. Obviously, George Chief, and he won at Buckmore Park and Landau as well. Alex Withers in 2007 as well. So that sort of 2007 to 2011 was very much dominated by Tarpley. And ever since then, the likes of St. Michael's and Bexley, Kingham Hill have all of a sudden become a little bit of a force themselves. So quite nice to see the history of Class 14, because as I said back in the day, Class 14 was actually a racket engine, which, as I said, you might not have heard of if you're an MSA or any higher sort of specification, but now it's a restricted TKMs and going about the same speed, I believe, but they're back out on circuit.
They are indeed. Yeah, I don't know much. I'm only a simple mind, me. Karting, numbers, that's about it.
Racing! Woo!
Racing! Woo! There we go. So, we are going to get this race underway in just a moment. Second heat of the day for Class 14. And the mist, the blue mist of TKM smoke once again filling the air here at Fulbeck, formerly known as RAF Fulbeck, of course, home of the 434th and 433rd US Air Force Air Squadron for the troop carriers, basically all the airborne divisions. Flew out of here at the beginning of the war. It was closed down just after the war in 1946, and this track was built still on the original tarmac. You can see it there where this camera is. Green flag out, and we're underway. 9 minutes plus that additional lap into the first chicane we go. Are we going to get cleanly? There we go. So there's a question mark whether or not they are going to, and they do. Excellent stuff from the Class 14 grid. The all exit round side by side there. The 29, you can see there. Charlie Phillip trying to get down the inside of the 31 of Scott Haywood. Not managing to do so, staying behind there. You can see, there's a spin there, and everyone avoids the chicane. That was very cleverly do so, because the 67 went for a spin. That was Ben Hurrell.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's been a little bit of a mix-up or whether people need to be let back through or not. It's very hard to tell when they don't have radios in their helmets and the team can't tell them. But, another spin coming around the penultimate hairpin, I believe that was. And I think it was the same driver, so maybe a problem with his kart there. We'll be able to tell you exactly who it is, because I didn't quite catch the number. As they come across the line, it'll be the driver that drops all the way back to the back end of the field. Harrison Hine and Jack Wilch, first and second. I tell you what, they pulled away. Oliver Kirk-Rowe in that Ralph Schumacher kart has been overtaken by Scott Haywood into the first chicane, almost around the outside. Quite a stunning move by Scott Haywood there. And I tell you what, Oliver seems to be dropping back with a little bit lacking of pace potentially, and again a fight for the top 5. It means that you see 24 Will Wood putting his head down and trying to get on with it.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it, I suspect. 7.5 minutes to go, and into that corner they go. You can see there Harrison Hine holding off Jack Wilch comfortably out there. Now, of course, the 31 of Scott Haywood was the winner of Heat 1, currently in 4th place at the moment. So, holding on to that one. So you can see the rest of the field go through. The back end of that photographer, that's a glorious sight there. 7 minutes on the timer, fastest lap of the race at the moment. Scott Haywood once more, 51.8, and that number 31 kite. You can just see there in the background, hunting down these two at the front, who aren't battling at the moment. Again, they're just kind of line astern, working together, trying to pull away as much as they can, but I don't think it's working at the moment, because Scott Haywood is closing that gap up promptly as they go through. There is Oliver Kirk-Rowe, the number 5, the 28, the 29 and the 8. This is a good little scrap that we've got here for 5th place. Charlie Phillips, Till Smith, Jamie Ledbetter as well, working together out there on track. And again, no lunges here. Working well at the moment. Now that front nose cone, I have to say on the 28, is 90% duct tape, which is absolutely fantastic.
Again, aerodynamics.
It is, yeah.
It's getting that lightweight duct tape on there. That's the thing. Now, obviously, it's obviously a little bit of a fixer-upper, probably from maybe a collision in the first race, but lovely to see that the car is straight back out there. And we do have 2 drivers from this class who have been racing this season. Not unfortunately here. It's Leo Crabtree and Henry Wardle. Unfortunately, they're both retiring after this one and haven't made it to the Nationals, which is a bit of a shame, mainly because I spent quite a long time reading their bios and preparing quite a lot for them, but they haven't turned up today. Which is a bit of a shame. But they are in the fantastic NatSKA magazine, which we will plug a little bit later on. But if you want to have a look at the NatSKA magazine, it's basically the best, the most sort of information-packed program I've ever seen in racing, in karting anyway. It can be downloaded from the NatSKA Facebook page, so if you're watching this there, scroll down and you can have a look at that. As the 31 of Scott Haywood and Jack Welch, well, 31's gotten past. I think Scott has managed to get himself into the race, well, 2nd place, and he's saying, let's be clever about this, let's catch Harrison Hine here.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just saying, stay behind, lock into the back of me here, and I'll help you pull back up to the front, and then we'll get to the front. Basically, they've become frenemies. That's what it is.
Exactly that. Let's fight about this on the last lap once we caught up to Harris and Hine.
Yeah, that's exactly that. As they're going through, so no lunges working together, but Scott Hayward has managed to already open up a slight gap, I have to say, from Jack Wilch. So as they go through, 4.5 minutes left on the timer, and a new battle is forming, and it's going to be the battle for the lead between Scott Hayward and Harrison Hine as they go through turn number 1, slotting into position. No lunges there, and just staying in behind. So just keeping a weather eye there. 2 Talco chassis on these karts, of course. Talco very, they're putting in a lot of support with TKM as well in other classes and series as well, so working well together. 4 minutes to go. Looked like he hung back a little bit there out of that one, so he was right up behind and just opened that gap up as they go through the boot. No position changes here. I mean, what do you do in this sort of situation? Do you just try and get past as quickly as you can, or do you just sit behind, coast, see how it goes?
I think coasting would be a bit of a dangerous tactic because Jack Wilch isn't slow, and he's obviously in 3rd place at the moment. Scott Hayward, I mean, in the lap just gone, so not the lap we've just seen then, but the lap before that, he took half a second out of Harrison Hine, and even in that last lap, it was about a 10th, and here we go. He's trying to get alongside into the right-hander. Sorry, it's a left-hander, isn't it, actually? So Harrison Hine very much defending through the chicane then. And Scott, the problem is, if he keeps lunging, he keeps trying to make moves and slow both of them up. As I said, Jack Wilch will just come in and mop up any little mistakes that both of them will make, because the more you fight, the slower you go. And to be honest, they've got good pace over Jack if they're in clean air. Wide, though, goes Harrison Hine, and I think Scott Hayward has slotted into the race lead. There we go. Again, bide the time. Good race knowledge, good race experience. Harrison going well there. Yeah. Scott going well there, and Harrison is as well, to be fair. But Scott very much forcing the issue.
There you go. 2.5 minutes then left on the timer, and your new race leader, Scott Hayward, Harrison Hine, there slotting into 2nd place. Jack Wilch holding on to 3rd place. Oliver Kirk-Rowe in 4th place. Cyril Smith in 5th. Charlie Phillips and Jamie Ledbetter as well, 7th place. Ben Hurrell and Harry Wilch in 9th place. Will Wood rounding out the top 10. Everyone who started this race is still running at the moment, which is good to see. I tapped on wood there as well to get to the end of the race, so yeah.
Well, absolutely.
Commentator's curse is counteracted when you hit some wood. Yeah, exactly.
You've got to have a wooden desk in front of you. If it's metal, then everything can go wrong.
No. I'd hit my head then.
Oh, exactly, yeah. Cyril Smith, I tell you what, having a little bit of a better race in the first one, because obviously in the first Class 14 race, first race of the day, seems like ages ago now, but it's also sort of flown past, which is quite nice. There was a big incident, wasn't there? Cyril Smith ended up falling back, and actually Cyril's just moved himself into 4th place ahead of Oliver Kirk-Rowe, so still having much better time. And like we said before, there is a drop round, so we'll try and mention it pretty much every race, because obviously some people tune in for specific classes to watch their grandchildren, or to watch their mates and everything like that. And they have 6 heats over the course of the weekend. 5 of them count. So your worst position, if you DNF one, or you DNS, or you just end up obviously spinning off or whatever, and come last, you can drop that round, and you may well win 5 others and still win the weekend.
Yeah, exactly that. So, but you can't have 2 DNS.
No, exactly.
If you have 2, then you definitely lose.
Yeah, you're in trouble then.
Yeah, you're definitely in trouble. So you can get away with 1. Everybody gets 1.
Everybody gets 1, exactly.
Everybody gets 1. There we go. And talking of 1, it's 1 minute to go. So Scott Hayward still in the way. There is a nice close-up look there of Jack Wilch in 3rd place, the number 58. But Scott Hayward leading comfortably at the moment. He won his first heat of the day. He's looking like he's comfortably going to take a second. 40 seconds left on the timer. And it's Fulbeck. Now, of course, for some that don't know the history of Fulbeck, like I say, it is an old RAF base. It was predominantly used by the US Air Force as well back in the 1940s. And there's actually 3 runways here. So they're on one of the runways now. This is one of the original straights for the runway, of course, a newer tarmac. They're not using the original. The original is underneath it. And is very...
Would be very bumpy, I imagine.
Yeah, it is quite bumpy. You can still see some of the middle of the circuit. You can still see some of the original the tarmac runway. But it's not the actual tarmac that they're using on this one. That's one of the runways. And then when they come down into to this next section that they're coming into, so they'll come around here and then they'll hit this left-hand corner. Now they're on another runway. So this is another one. So there was two that kind of crossed over each other like that, and the third one was miles away. It was a big one.
So it wasn't PFI just round the corner?
No, it wasn't PFI. No.
Last lap board out.
Do you know PFI? The only reason PFI is over there and not here is because they weren't allowed to build PFI here.
Really?
Yeah.
Was they too ambitious?
So they wanted to buy Paul Fletcher International wanted to buy Fulbeck back in the day. And he couldn't because they wouldn't allow changes or anything like that because it's MOD land. So that's why he bought a field just down the road, and which is why PFI is literally across the way from Fulbeck.
Exactly. And I tell you what, we like Fulbeck. It's a fun circuit, but they are contrasting in their facilities, aren't they, let's say. And
it's a fantastic place, though. I love it.
Oh, it's awesome track.
Love
awesome track.
So, but last lap board, like you say, did go out for Scott Hayward, and the checker flag will be coming out swiftly, I suspect, for Scott Hayward. A great start to his race in this one. He started 9th in this race, and from 9th to 1st, checker flag comes out. It's 2 for 2 for Scott Hayward here, and he takes the checker flag. Harrison Lyne crosses in 2nd, and Jack Welch crosses in 3rd place. Great result from these drivers then as they go through. Rest of the field will slot over. Cyril Smith comes out of the final corner now, and the number 28 takes 4th place. Then the number 5 of Oliver Kirk-Rowe, Ben Hurrell alongside very closely behind him, that 67, Charlie Phillips in 7th place. Then Jamie Ledbetter in the number 8 crosses the line. You can see there Harry Wilch in the 54 crossing the line now, and Will Wood, the last kart, crossing the line 10th place. Like I said, all karts started the race, finished the race. Excellent to see. That was class 14 of the day. It's time now for the second heat for class number 12. Class 12 will be making their way out onto the circuit in just a moment. Again, one class in this one, only one group. Faith Hunting will be starting on the front row for this one with Arthur Hagland alongside Francesca Beretta and Alex Fallart in the 2nd row. Harry Ledbetter and David Otero on row number 3. Alfie Heaps and Joshua Potts on row number 4. Holly Heaps and Dougal Hamilton-Smith on row number 5. Ian Handley and Harley Grayling on row number 6. The final row on row number 7, Nathan Walker, the 91 in 13th place. Well, there they are. It was an interesting first race. The 38 of David Otero took the race win earlier on today. See there the stickers all over the car. You've got to get the sponsors on there, haven't you?
You do indeed, yeah. They've been supplied, haven't they? And obviously been encouraged to be putting the sponsors for the entire event on there, which is always nice as well, because everybody loves a sticker in NatSKA. You want to cover your cars, make them look like they're all sponsored up as much as you can and everything like that. And a violent snap of the wheel there by the number 12. But yeah, it's you want to make sure you get the sponsors on the cameras. The cameraman clearly down there encouraged to try and zoom in on them as well.
Yes, exactly that. Now, you were saying that the 12 there was shaking the wheel. Now, in some classes, so in some series, you're not allowed to warm the tyres up.
I think back when we were in NatSKA, we were encouraged not to as well. I'm not sure if it's a rule here, but it's encouraged.
It is a rule here. So if you do see anyone, you know, it looks like they're warming their tyres. They're not warming their tyres. They're checking the steering, all right? Yeah. Calm down, stewards. Calm down.
Yeah,
they're
exactly
checking the steering. They're not warming their tyres up. Sneak it in. Don't worry. You're welcome, drivers. I just got a shake of the head from Gaynor there to say, do not encourage that. There we go. She's writing me a note now, I think. I think I'm about to get told off.
She's on the red and everything.
There we go. But, nevertheless, Heat 2 for, they will get a warning for weaving. There we go.
I think you will as well.
I think I'm getting a warning for weaving as well. Green flag out. Here we go then. Heat 2 for Class 12, and they all get... well, look at this. 4 wide into the braking zone. Slot into single file. I think that, you know what? Very well done for the number 15. Yes, NatSKA's in the lead. He's going to allow everyone to pass, but he thought, you know what? No chance am I going through that chicane with everyone else doing that. There are yellow flags in that chicane as well, as we have, I think, we have got one facing the wrong way in the barriers. Yes, we do. So that is going to be a retirement for that driver because he can't get out with his own steam. He's had to have a steward's help. Or has he managed to do it? He's doing the hands. I think he might be able to get out. There we go. But on your screen here, this is what we're talking about. This is what we've got on your screen at the moment. 8.5 minutes to go. And your race leader at the moment is Arthur Hagland in that number 7. He's got the company of Faith Hunting. I say he's got the company. Faith Hunting has just said, thank you very much. I'll take that position. And has moved to the lead and has got that job done. At the end of lap 1, out of turn number 10 and in towards turn 1. There's still yellow flags out in the hairpin, or in the chicane I should say, and he's just managed to get cleared now. So whoever the name that disappears down the order, that was your man that was in the tyre wall and has managed to get going. Good first lap so far though.
Yeah, exactly. Alfie Heaps moved up 3 positions. Nathan Walker moved up 6 positions and currently in 6th place. We're currently looking... very wide moment there by the number 90, Harry Ledbetter. And he was the one that we were talking about. Very laid-back driving style, wasn't it? Maybe he'll be a bit more aggressive in this one, trying to hold on to his positions or go forward. But Faith Hunting, once they've gotten the lead, pulling away slightly. But I think, who's that just behind them? I missed him as they went past. Is that number 80?
Yeah, so 80 is Evan Handley. So 80 was the driver who was stuck at turn 1 and has managed to stay in the race by only using the technique of pushing the wheels back with your hands. So he's never
swimming, basically.
Yeah, he went swimming. Yeah, the overarm strokes. Yeah,
Alfie Heaps, though, look at this. In 3rd place currently on track. Obviously, the 80's pretty much encouraged to get out of the way and kept on the racing line, but still. The number 3 of Alfie Heaps there, right at the backside of Arthur Hagland. And I tell you what, Faith Hunting will be very much enjoying this. They might not know what's going on behind them, because obviously you don't have mirrors, but they'll be enjoying when they watch us back. So I'll be saying thank you very much if they end up coming home with the race victory here, because they're slumming each other up.
Yep, they are. That gap is opening up nicely. Faith Hunting leading by nearly over 2 seconds now. You can see the number 3 there of Alfie Heaps trying to go down the inside. Again, if you can't commit to a move and get it complete, there's no point going for it because you just constantly lose time, and gets it done that time around. So nicely done by Alfie Heaps. Moves up into 2nd place. We'll keep an eye on the times, of course, but across the line we'll update the gap of what it was. It was 1.71. Faith Hunting crosses the line now. It's a new gap of 2.74, so it's second in 1 lap. Yeah,
exactly. But Alfie Heaps now with clear air obviously was stuck behind and then overtaking in that last lap. You never know. Very quick in race number 1. We could see their lap times falling and their, that gap falling down as well. You never know. David Otero, there we go. Currently in 4th place, winner of race number 1 by a relatively decent margin as well, I believe, from memory. So you never know, 4th place could be coming up strong. And in fact, there he is, number 38, just behind the 80 of Evan Handley, who, as we have mentioned before, is a back marker, of course, will be given the blue flags, I imagine, to get out of the way of David, and that shouldn't encumber him too much.
There we go. 5.5 minutes to go then on the timer. Battles all the way around the circuit. There's another little scrap here that you've got on the screen. Who's this that we got? And there's a bit of contact. We've got the number 12, which is Harley Grayling, and it is Dougal Hamilton-Smith alongside Molly Heaps, and Francesca Beretta as well is in that one. The 17 on your screen there. Managing to get past, it looks like, Molly Heaps, so it's moved up into P9, which should update on your screen now. It does indeed. And down the line there, and is Francesca going for another move into turn 1? No, stays behind, slots back into position. Good stuff then from these drivers. And again, scraps all the way throughout the thing. Mobile phones ringing in the commentary box. There we go. Naughty, naughty. There we go, 4.5 minutes. And yeah, good pace from this one. The 19's rear bumper there, I will say. Dougal Hamilton-Smith has got a bit of a dent in it, I will say. I think has had a bit of contact at some point throughout the day, but still attached, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, it's looking a bit skewed, isn't it? And actually, I was going to mention Dougal, actually, because in the championship, if you look at the sort of breakdown of the championship going, top of the order, by the way, 592 points, and has won 1, 2, 3 of the 8 rounds that have happened so far, and come, you know, first, second, or third in nearly every single round so far. So having an uncharacteristically slow time of it here is Dougal. Just moved up to 7th, granted, but still you'd be expecting them to fight for race victories. And you know, every single round that NatSKA do, it's not just the National Sprint Championships that you have the randomised grid order either. So he's been, you know, fighting through the traffic all year. And have a look at this now, though. It's Arthur Hangland just trying to fight back. In fact, no, that's another back marker, isn't it? That he was fighting. I think that was Molly Heaps that was trying to get past.
Yeah. Now, I just saw a black flag has just come up. Yeah, so I saw a technical flag go out for Nathan Walker. Not sure what that was for in the 91. I think he's ignored it and he's carried out on circuit. And now apparently, I believe it's his helmet strap is undone. Now, that is a big no-no. You definitely have to make sure that your helmet strap's turn up before you go out racing. I'd say that's rule number 1.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, you shouldn't even be getting in your cart before checking that, really. And a lot of them have neck braces on as well. So maybe that sort of fooled him into not checking it, because he did his neck brace up and then he couldn't feel it flapping about.
No.
Trying to give him an excuse, but it isn't really. You can't be racing without your helmet done up. Yeah, you don't really need to for us to explain why.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty bog standard rule on that one. But a huge shame for Nathan Walker, and that's going to mean the end of his Heat 2, I'm afraid. So huge shame for him. Right, here, though, at the front of the grid in this race of Class 12, it's Faith Hunting and Alfie Heaps, because Alfie Heaps has gained, and has managed to close that gap and is now alongside for the race lead and gets the job done. Nicely done. Faith Hunting slots in behind, but didn't defend on that one. So again, didn't want to lose any time. That's good racing there, because again, yes, you've lost position, but you've not lost any time. Granted, they've got quite a big gap to the drivers behind from David Otero, who's 6 seconds behind. So, but now that's just allowing that she's not suffered her exit speed and has managed to stay with it, potentially looking for another move at some point.
Well, you never know, do you? And Alfie, obviously, you mentioned it before, gaining heaps of positions. Well, Faith is now hunting down the first place yet again. Is that too obvious? I feel like that's too obvious. David Otero moved up to 3rd place from 4th as well, so overtaking Arthur Hangland, who's slipped down the order a little bit, but still performing, you know, well and true, it has to be said, putting in some quick lap times. But David Otero into 3rd place, and the gap is 6 seconds across the line on the last lap between David and what is now Faith Hunting. So it's unlikely in the next 1 minute and 10 seconds they'll be able to make up the 6.5 second gap. However, it's still a good finishing for David. He's had a first and potentially a 3rd place out of this one. Yeah.
Good running out of this one at the moment. Less than a minute to go then, and your race leader is Alfie Heaps. With Faith Hunting very close alongside. Behind in 2nd place, David Otero, Arthur Hagland in 4th place, Harry Ledbetter, Dougal Hamilton-Smith crossing the line in 6th place, with Harley Grayling still very close behind in 7th place, Molly Heaps in 8th, with Francesca Beretta in 9th as well, Joshua Potts in 10th. Then it's Evan Handley, and then the 2 that we have lost in this one. We have lost Nathan Walker and Alex Vallat, the 91 and 13. But last lap board is getting prepared, and last lap board will be out this time. Oh, I say it's going to be out this time. Completely wrong, because they're just about to cross the line. There we go, they crossed the line, so it's got last lap board this time.
And I'll tell you the reason why is because we weren't expecting Alfie Heaps to be putting in 56 seconds, and Faith Hunting has actually gone a little bit quicker in that last lap as well. They've been putting in 58 and 52nd lap times for the majority of this race, and they've just gone and stuck in some 56s. So the top 2 really sort of strutting their stuff here, getting into a groove with Fulbeck that maybe they didn't really find before. It always helps if you're being pushed by one another, doesn't it, to try and get that extra pace?
I have to say, when it comes to racing, I'm much better at following someone than I am at leading, because I'm always, I'm terrible when it comes to that.
I have more practice following than I do leading, so I feel like that's my excuse.
That's my excuse as well. Well, it's a good excuse as well. There we go, out of the final corner, and now it's last lap board out for Alfie Heaps, and Faith Hunting again still slotting in very closely behind. Slightly defensive from Alfie Heaps that time around, so don't think it was fully necessary because, of course, you've got a bit of a buffer there. But, again, he's not looking behind, so he's not unaware of how far away Faith Hunting is. You can see they're just closing in and sticking to the normal racing line, so working well out there at the moment, trying to close that gap up. Not sure we are going to see a change here, but look over the shoulder there. So having a quick look.
Still a bit worried.
Yeah, still a bit worried. But now you've seen that. Oh, actually, there's quite a big gap. So yeah, I can chill now.
Yeah, exactly. It's all chill. Enjoy the race. They're not though. Look at him. Look at him.
No, he's
going.
Hunks over that steering wheel now. He's got the pressure is there for Alfie Heaps. Can he maintain that composure? I believe he can. Out of the final corner, checker flag goes out then to Alfie Heaps, the number 3, crosses the line with the fastest lap of the race as well, for good measure. Faith Hunting crosses in second place, and David Otero, you can see him coming into your screen now. There he is, takes checker flag. Nicely done. Third place for him, and the rest of the field slots through as well. Arthur Hagland as well, coming through in that number 7. Harry Ledbetter as well. That's Nathan, no, who is that? That's Evan Handley there in the 80, who of course had that incident at the first corner on the first lap. There is Harry Ledbetter, the orange helmet, coming through your screen, takes 5th place. But yeah, good old race from this one.
Yeah, it was, and I have to say, actually, a big congrats to Alfie and Faith, and they were just pulling. They kept going. A fastest lap of the race by Alfie on the last lap of the race there. In the end, David Otero was, well, he was 6 seconds. 3 laps later, it was 9 seconds, which is quite astonishing, really. The pace at the top 2 was shown, but again, a good finish by David, and frankly, a great race all round. Kept us on the edge of our seat for the majority, and I believe we have the next race coming. In fact, no.
No. It's my favourite part of the day.
I'll let you announce it then.
It's lunch.
It is.
It's lunch. It is my favourite part of the day. So the racing is looking to resume at around 1:30 today. So now is time to go and warm up your pastries. Pastries and pasties. There we go. All the P's. Lunch, basically. Food. Excellent. That's what we all love, isn't it? And I'm sure the drivers will be looking forward to that as well. But we're looking to get live again at around 20 past the hour as well. So make sure you do stick around for that one as well. Before we go, though, of course, we had Alfie Robinson from class number 1. I believe I want to say class number 1. I am indeed correct. It is Archie Robinson from class number 1. He gave us an onboard lap, and if you don't know Fulbeck, you want to take it around here, you should know Fulbeck. Let's go on board with Alfie Robinson to show you what it is like to go round the Fulbeck circuit. Here it is then, and you exit out of turns number 9 in towards turn number 10, and we start the lap off here at the very fast and flat Fulbeck. The first challenge that these drivers are going to have is going into the first corner. Now, you've seen a lot of incidents there so far today with drivers getting it slightly wrong. Here is what Alfie sees when he goes round there, tucking it in. Nice curves on the inside there. Second apex, third apex, not overspeeding it because you can really hinder your exit. Then you come into the fast sweeping hairpin at the top of the track. Big gravel trap at the exit there, so if you run wide, there you go, you definitely have to get out your cut to sort that one out, and big curve of the exit as well in terms of its harshness. Then you come through that one, you start sector 2 into the second hairpin again, or second chicane I should say, as they go through. Again, absolutely flat out through here, onto the brakes, find your braking marker, avoiding the curbs again as you exit out. Good run out of there. Then you come into this 90-degree left-hander. Again, very fast round here. Not really an opportunity to overtake unless you've had a really good exit out of that chicane. You could potentially get a nose down the inside here. You exit out of here, then round the right-hand hairpin, and then you go into the final section, the boot section, and start sector 3. Again, the first left-hander into immediately right. We've seen lots of overtakes here, lots of opportunities for a potential move of what you can do. But again, into here, clipping that first, clipping the second. They all come up thick and fast. Don't run out too wide. You exit out of here to then come round the final corner once more to finish the lap here at Fulbeck. And you can see Nikki there up at the top there with Liv as well. But that is a lap here of Fulbeck. Well, an excellent first start of the day, and of course the drivers are now making their way off to the local food place here at the track. They have good food here, I will say, for lunch. But, of course, we'll be taking a quick lunch break now as well. So, a huge thank you to everyone who's joined us on the stream. But, yeah, we will be back in just a moment. And, again, a huge thank you to the sponsors as well, Signage Media UK, Next Karting, and, of course, Next Level as well, who provide a lot of the funding for this live stream to take place. But, yes, from myself, Anthony Jordan, Jack,
yeah,
a good first half of the day. And, yeah, we'll join you in just a moment for the second half a little bit later on.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Hi everybody at NatSKA, it's Tom Oliphant here, ex-NatSKA driver and current British touring car driver with Team BMW. I'm wishing every driver, competitor and family member the best of luck this weekend. I've got so many fond memories of being a NatSKA driver. It gave me the opportunity to live my dream and enjoy the sport for what it is, make good friends, not take it too seriously, win a few trophies as well, but ultimately gave me my chance to be a racing driver professionally, and it's given a chance to a lot of drivers who've competed over the years to get involved in motorsport, work in the industry and enjoy and love what they do. So I wish everybody competing the absolute best of luck. I'm sure it'll be a fantastic event and I'm sure the live stream will be a huge success. Big thank you to all the sponsors that have helped make it happen, and yeah, we'll all be watching with eagle-eyed, so enjoy and see you guys soon.
Hello and welcome back to Fulbeck, ladies and gentlemen. It's a good to be back. Actually, lunch break has been and gone. We are back. We're going to be going racing in just a moment. We're going to be starting the day off with our, I would say, probably most confusing race, because it's got 3 different classes in, hasn't it? It's got class 7, 8 and 13 in it. And of course, back in the commentary box with me, of course, is Jack Oliphant. Jack, what did you have for lunch, Jack? Tell me about it.
I had a lovely cheeseburger, but then a very disappointing amount of chips. They asked if I wanted ketchup. They only put it on the cheeseburger. No salt, no pepper, no ketchup. What's it going on here? But it has lulled me into a nice full stomach now, but I'm waiting for some racing to wake me back up, to be honest. And I'm very much exciting, and you're absolutely right, the most confusing grid is probably the race we've got coming up, class 7, 8 and 13, but that doesn't mean it's not the best.
No, definitely not the best indeed. Here's a look at the grid then. Tyler Wannington starting on pole position. He is in class 13 on his own in that single class. Then it's Julian Sanders and Samuel Forbes on the second row. Ben Johnson, Samantha Seward, Matthew Mather on row number 3. Rounding out the grid, it's Bethany Levacy. Then it's Molly, Nicholas Biles, Alexander Arnold and Jake Bastable. They are going to be rounding out the grid here at Fulbeck for our first race after lunch. It's Heat 2 for this class. And there are the live pictures now in the pit lane. You can see there Mr. Arnold. Well, it's Arnold's helmet. It is Alexander Arnold, the 93 for class 7. Quick pre-fire up the engine and, of course, running the TKM engines there. There's a little other look there as well. I'm going to have a shot in the dark and say that's the number 3 plate of Molly Nicholas Miles, because it says Molly on the back of the helmet. Could I be right in saying that? Do you reckon that's a shot in the dark, the right choice to go for?
I reckon you probably hit that nail on the head, and that it's the number 3, so I imagine... Are you right?
Yeah, I am right, yeah.
I wasn't looking at that particular page at that point, so yeah, lucky, otherwise that would have been very embarrassing. Yeah, but there is one good way of telling. Obviously, we mentioned this in the first race that these guys were out there for, but if you're looking for the Class 7, that's the Junior TKM category. That's blue plate, white numbers that you can see on the front row of the grid. If you're looking for Class 8, there's only 2 participants, but you're looking for a yellow plate and a black number. And then finally, you're looking for the one that's solo Class 13 runner of Tyler Warnerton, who's pretty much guaranteed to win this class. He's black plate and white number, and he'll be right at the back of the grid in the sort of high-powered 4-stroke. So, yeah, if you want to keep an eye out who you want to keep an eye out on, well, have a look at the numbers.
Yep, spot on. There's the number 2 then on your screen. Started on earlier on as well. So Samantha Seward there at the front. But there is the 36 as well. Ben Johnson, Bexley is supporting Cosmic chassis there. Looking at the background of that, you can see the braces, the brake disc, now vented brake disc as well. Proper performance on that one. Now, what do you reckon those things are on the front? I know what they are on the pedals, as we look at Signage Media UK. The pedals, you can see they're just pedal extendors. That's all they are. They're a classic sort of style. They just kind of twist on.
Yeah, exactly.
You can make it less or more. Very basic. They kind of look like oil drums.
They do look like
mini
oil drums.
drums.
I like to think that back when they first came up with the idea of pedal extenders, they had bean cans that they just stuck onto the end of it, and they have never lost the design either. They've just gotten a little bit more sophisticated and a little bit more sure-footed.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. Well, we'll be getting underway for our first race after lunch imminently. You can see there the starter at the side of the car. You don't want to stall these TKMs, because if you stall them, you've got to do the dreaded bump start,
which you're not allowed to do.
Which you're not allowed to do in this.
Exactly. If you've already stopped out on circuit, you're not allowed to bump start them again. And here you'll see, I don't know about high level stuff, but you'll see a lot of people, a lot of dads with the sort of push trolley as well, so they'll lift the carts up and run along, because they are quite hard work, aren't they?
I mean, I've failed many a time push starting it. I've either failed jumping into the cart and fallen, and it's gone, or I've pushed it and I've tripped over and it's gone.
The hardest ones are between Rowra and GYG, Glenny Gores as well, because Rowra, you just fall down the hill after letting go of the car, or Glenny Gores is uphill.
Yes.
And somebody thought that would be a good idea to push a car uphill and try and get it going, which is not the easiest task in the world. No. You can get push start ones, but I've heard they're not quite as quick, so they're not very used.
Yeah. I wouldn't recommend them.
No, not exactly.
That's where you go for a rotax push.
Exactly, that's the lazy man's version of cars, rotax. That's probably why it's the most popular grid here today.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, just turn it on, turn it off. Job's done. Being lazy. That's what I do. That's how I do it. Yeah, exactly that. But these drivers very much not so. So, earlier on, of course, in this grid, the 93 won for the junior TKM, the blue and white number, 93, Alexander Arnold. In the Class 8, it was the number 51 of Julian Sanders who won. And in Class 13, I'll have an educated guess with only the one driver. It was Tyler Wallington. Now, you may be thinking why I'm not excited about this race getting on, because I could already see the Cowboy single coming along, because the grid is definitely not set at the moment, because you can just see there everyone kind of closing in. So, yeah, false start this time around, our first false start of the weekend. Yeah,
it's pretty well going, to be honest. And, well, it's just after lunch. People are just waking up. And look at that. They're already pinching the fuel pipe so the cart doesn't seize. So there's something you need to do in a TKM, isn't it? You don't want it to... Well, it's not seizing. You don't want it to stop. You're choking it, basically, isn't it? Aren't you? And you're just making sure that the engine doesn't flood effectively. And which will stop the engine, because they don't like to go slowly. And there is no clutch. So you do have to make sure you're treating the carts right.
Which is why you see the blue sort of mist out in it as well. It's very oily fuel as well, isn't it?
Very oily.
The mix oil in the fuel, and that's why you get the blue smoke, the TKM mist. And the worst corner to start a racetrack at is most definitely Wilton Mill, going into oblivion behind all the blue mist. But we're not at Wilton Mill, we're at Fulbeck, and green lights out, and away we go. And it's a 3 wide in towards turn 1. The number 2 streaks round the outside. Samantha Stewart takes the lead on that one. Good start. Gets through it. The 19 follows through as well. So Bethany following suit as well. The 93 side by side with the number 3 and 36 as well. They all start into position there. Good start then from the entirety of the field. Everyone getting through cleanly. Yeah,
I thought there was going to be a bit of a mix-up, to be honest, because it looked like they were going through 2 wide into the first chicane, but they managed to get away with it, and get away with it pretty well as well, because they're all slotted nicely in. And as you said, the timing tire will appear on the left-hand side of the screen as soon as they go over the timing line for the first time around. But Samantha Seward is in the race lead. The number 93 car of Alexander Arnold is dropped down to, I think, about 5th place. It looked like he was right in the front, but he's just overtaken a driver who's gone very wide, and that's the number 19 of Bethany Livesey.
Yep, it was. That was a very touch-and-go moment there for Bethany, because, like you say, you went wide and then came back onto the circuit. Albeit there was another kart there, and there's a nice dive down the inside. The 93 of Alexander Arnold. He won the first race. He's planning on winning this one as well. Gets out of the chicane and takes the lead of the race. So good start there for Alexander Arnold. And now pulling away, because now Samantha Stewart is going to have to work hard alongside with Molly as well here to try and gain that momentum. Just slot in, try not to battle each other, work together, close that gap up. Don't let Alexander break away. That's going to be the key for this one. 8 minutes to go of the race. They exit turn 10 and they start lap number 3. Alexander Arnold, fastest lap of the race, 48.53. Pulling out of the slipstream, though, goes Molly Nichols side by side into the chicane. Oh, it's a risky move, but there we go. Can't quite do it. Slots back into position. That's going to put a big smile on Bethany's face in the 19. She'll be like, oh, yes, thank you very much. I'll close that gap up now. Thank you very much. But yeah, slots back out, and away they go, but gets the move done in the hairpin.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like Molly up to P2, the number 3 kart, overtaking the number 2 kart, who's relegated to P3. A little bit confusing there, but we're just going to roll with it. Alexander Arnold has got a gap now, you know. It was 9/10 pretty much over the start line, but since those two have now had a little bit of a ding-dong between each other, I reckon it's going to be well over a second, as the number 19 of Bethany Livesey is going to try and come back at it and get a little bit of a force to be reckoned with, obviously after going wide, and indeed the gap is well up to 1.77 seconds, the gap between Molly and Alexander now, so there's got a lot of work to be done for Molly to be able to in contention for the race win.
Yeah, hit the nail on the head there, the physical nail on the head, yes, we saw the 51 diving to the inside of Bethany. Bethany running very wide. Julian Sanders taking that position, moving up into P number 4, and the 53 trying to follow suit as well. Couldn't quite do it. Tried to go for that move down the inside of that left-hand 90 degree, but again, it's a very tough corner to do. You can't really lunge that corner because they expect someone to close that gap. Yes, they may leave a gap on the entry, but trust me, it's not going to be there in about 0.2 seconds. It will be gone in the wind. It will be that gap. But out of the final corner, you can see now the 51 of Julian Sanders trying to get past the number 2, and does so successfully. And of course, these karts are in the more highly strung, the more temperamental 100cc.
Yeah, that's exactly it, isn't it? And they are supposedly the quicker karts as well, which is I don't know why they're not starting at the front, to be honest, but they do make their way through the order because they do have that extra lap time in them. Not entirely sure. I think they run on very similar tyres, maybe even Rotax Max tyres, actually, rather than the Maxis, I believe, of the TKMs. They could have changed since my day, but that's certainly what they were on. So maybe they've got a little bit more grip. They've certainly got a little bit more top end, which is why you see them get easily past on the straights.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, there's been a collision there, and 2 karts have gone awry. It's the 19 and the 55. Bethany and Jake have gone off at the final boot section, right in front of the pit exit, I will say. So Livesey and Bastable have come together, and a contact warning straight away by the stewards for the number 55, Jake Bastable there. So maybe they're not happy with something that happened.
Yeah, maybe something that we couldn't quite see, but I tell you what, Bethany's having a bit of a mare race here today, isn't she? Because gone wide a couple of times, which is, allowed people to overtake her, and then ends up obviously being a bit turned around potentially. We didn't see it, we can't quite speculate that accurately, but we got that warning up in the bottom right hand side of the screen. It sort of points to one direction, shall we say. So, Alexander Arnold still leading the way from Molly Nichols-Biles, and the gap is actually increasing. So, Alexander Arnold is actually increasing the gap. It's now 2.5 seconds. Julian Sanders, who I believe is actually in the Class 8, currently 3rd on the road. So, I think that means that Samuel Ford or Samantha Seward, 53 potentially, is in 3rd place in Class 7.
Yes, I believe you are correct in saying that. Yeah, Samantha Seward in 5th place. Yeah, she is in 3rd place technically.
Yes, on the road.
Yeah, 3rd place on the road. Or 3rd place.
Third place in class.
Yes.
5th on the road.
Yeah,
My bad.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I'm trying to prove myself in this job as well, it's not going well.
Hey, it's going great. There we go. It's going great. There we go. 3 minutes to go then, and there it is. There's the move. Julian Sanders down the outside, pulling alongside and getting past the number 3 of Molly Nichols-Biles. Gets that job done. Now this. Oh, there's the 13 as well. There's Jake Bassett there. The 55 is all getting a bit close for comfort there, as you saw Molly tried to go back down the inside and almost collected the rear bumper of Julian Sanders, and there she comes, tries to go down again. I think she was like, he looked over the shoulder and said, no, don't worry, I'm not going to go for it.
I was going to say, it's not actually for any kind of real position, is it? And she's about to be overtaken by the Class 8 behind the 53 of Samuel Forbes at the inside. Oh, huge contact there. I think both drivers are okay, luckily, but there was huge and potentially slightly unnecessary contact. But obviously, Samuel Forbes will want to try and get past Julian Sanders, and it's not going to be quite as easy anymore.
Oh dear me, yeah, that was a very well. I don't think she was expecting it.
No,
such a late lunge sort of thing. But yeah, now that's a disaster for both drivers because of course now Samuel's also 53 getting the contact warning from that one. The stewards are making that decision. So you know as they go through because. You would have think as soon as he got past, you'd want her to just slot into position, and hopefully you would have thought for Molly there, she could latch onto the back of them and help pull her along and hopefully close up the gap to Alexander. But after that one, that doesn't look like that's going to be happening because Alexander is 4 seconds in front of Julian Sanders in the 51. So, yeah, it's absolutely incredible stuff in these races so far, but they're slightly spread out at the moment. It's all again in the limbo mode with 90 seconds left on the timer.
Yeah, exactly. And we focused a lot on Class 7 and 8. And do you know who's winning the Class 13, Anthony?
Is it the number 13 by any chance?
You know it is. It's Tyler Wannerton.
Yeah.
It's doing a good race. And to be fair, actually, we saw him before, didn't we? He was getting out of the way. And
yeah.
I mean, I don't know whether he's using it as practice. Maybe he's going to move up into restricted TKM next year or something like that. But hopefully he's enjoying himself out there with the big boys.
Nah, exactly. He's dedicated to his class and he's doing a sterling job out there at the moment. 9th on track out there for the Barclay team, and you know, still doing a sterling job. Less than a minute to go, and there is your race leader, Alexander Arnold, in the junior TKM class as he goes through the chicane. That's just kind of like a visual representation of the gap that you can see just behind that he's got to Julian Sanders. You know, that gap is coming down now. It's less than 4 seconds. But with the time that is remaining, don't expect that gap to close in. There's the 50 of Matthew Mather. There, he's just about to get caught up by our race leader, Alexander Arnold.
And really, it doesn't matter if Alexander Arnold is overtaken by Julian Sanders.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter at all. But are you going to tell him that?
No, I mean, he wants to win overall, doesn't he?
Exactly.
And that's why he's pushing that hard. I was thinking, you know, why are you hunkering yourself up so much, pushing so hard? It's because he wants to win. Exactly.
Crosses the line there with 4 seconds to go. So last lap will be outside, kicking the back out under braking there. Nice to see. And then exits out of that corner there. Hunkered down, getting as much aerodynamic efficiency out of that kart as humanly possible. Slotting in. It may only gain a schmickel of a tenth, but a schmickel of the 10th is better than no schmickel of a 10th.
Well, it could be the difference. I don't think it will be in this race, but it could be. He's even tucking the arms in. I think he's giving a little bit of a show for the cameras, isn't he? He knows he's getting filmed. He wants to be looking back at this race and being proud of that he's tried his best all the way through. And why not? I suppose if you're going to out there and you've got this race lead that he has, you might as well practice just putting in qualifying times, because at some race he'll need to do that through an entire race, but qualifying times in and catch up. And he's clearly doing well here. The last lap board is out for Alexander Arnold as he still kicks the back end out. That's a little bit of a drift into the corner, which is always quite nice to see, and to be honest, it sets him up nicely to get the apex, doesn't it? If you sort of step the back end out a little bit, give it a boot full of power, and then you can sort of straighten the kart up, straighten the wheel up as much as possible, because at the end of the day you go quickest if you have the steering wheel as straight for as long as possible.
Yes, yeah, you are correct in saying that. Yeah, the more you turn, it's another way of sort of slowing the kart down as well. And again, you say these karts don't have suspension. Yes, you're correct. They don't have physical suspension springs, but the suspension is in the chassis.
It absolutely is.
That's where it is. So you're going to have to really work it, and working it is Alexander Arnold as he exits the final corner, takes the checker flag, and that's another race win for him. The 93, the 51 crosses the line, takes another race win in Class 8 as well. Have a guess who took the class win for 13. I know we like to make that joke. There we go. I'm continuing to make that joke all the way through the weekend, so get ready for it. But there we go. Julian Sanders crosses the road in second place, but first in class. Samuel Forbes crosses the line in third overall. Second in class. Molly Nichols crosses the line in fourth overall, but second in class. And Samantha Stewart crosses the line in fifth. Third in class. Then it's Bethany Loversey, then Ben Johnson, Matthew Mather, Tyler Wannerton, and Jake Bastable, who unfortunately doesn't look like he made the race because he's 9 laps down, or he retired during that race. And there that is the 93, your race winner, who was stopped at the side of the track. So what has happened to that car after that race?
I'm not entirely sure because it's very well parked. Now, obviously, he's dragged that over there, but he doesn't look particularly happy about it, does he?
Some would say his demeanour would suggest that there is a mechanical issue with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit of a worry because obviously he won the race, but is that a seize? We're not entirely sure, I suppose. We are completely speculating.
I really hoped he'd pull that down. No, he has put it down. It's still rolling, so
okay,
it's not
that's
seized.
fine. Yeah,
there you go.
I was going to say because that is the worry.
Issue.
Yeah, that is the worry if the wheels won't rotate. And there we go. He's pushing it back down the long way. But anyway, we've got another race to be looking forward to.
We do indeed. It's race 11, Class 11, and Class 10. Indeed, Class 11 and Class 10 are about to make their way out onto the circuit, and it's a busy old grid, this one. It's a big Class 11 and only 2 karts in Class 10, so yeah.
Yeah, it's the most popular grid, or most populated grid on the that we've got today, actually. I do feel a bit sorry for Alexander Arnold. I can see him all the way down the front straight trying to push his cart, but hopefully get some help. Anyway, I'll let you run through the order, Anthony.
Indeed, yes. Here is a look at the grid then for our next race. James Hunting starting on pole position with Abby Mills alongside Oliver Livesey and Matthew Perret in 4th place. Alex Favreau and Nathan Tyler on row number 3. Row number 4 is Thomas Ratcliffe, then Lachlan Bott, Alfie Atmore, James Thompson, Noah Webb and Leah Rowland. Peter Nuns-Randall, Ethan Bradley on row 13 and 14th, or 13th and 14th on grid, not row 13 and 14th. They'd be way back to the order, wouldn't they? 15th is Oliver Costello and Thomas Forbes on 16th spot. So then it's Joshua Ben and Harry Hurst, Andrew Willman and Tom Stretford. Round out the grid with Warren Kiss at the back on 21st place and that number 1 kart. There they are on the dummy grid, getting themselves ready. And again, 4 strokes. Honda engines are going to be the kind of main grid on this one. Essentially, they are like a detuned Honda Cadet engine type deal, but they're on a junior chassis.
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated, isn't it, about how it all works. But essentially, I think Class 11 is, if we just call it the 4-stroke junior or junior 4-stroke sort of thing.
Junior 4-stroke.
Class 12 is probably the senior 4-stroke.
Yes.
It's just how we're going to roll with it for the sake of the commentary, I think.
Yeah.
And the Class 10 is the Coma Cadet.
Yes.
So that's fairly easy. The Coma Cadet is the green plate, white numbers, which will be very distinct. There we go. Just panning through
whiz past.
Exactly. So yeah, an awfully big grid for the Class 11s. It has to be said. Class 10 is obviously not so high, but yeah, a fantastically populated grid where all the drivers are learning their racecraft. They're learning how to go a little bit quicker. They're pushing each other to the edge, and hopefully enjoying it as well and catching the racing bug, which is what all NatSKA is about, obviously, to try and push them forward, and so they can excel in whatever they want to do in motorsport, which is obviously this is the grassroots, and hopefully we'll keep a track on them through the years.
Yeah, I'm sure we will indeed. So they enter the last couple of corners here, side by side. The 4-stroke rumble.
Rumble's probably a good word rather than pitter-patter or whatever I was saying before.
The 4-stroke rumble. There it is. Shaking the dentures out of your mouth, these cars will, with their rumble, as they go round the last couple of corners out of the boot section here at Fulbeck. Round turns number 10. And back onto the start-finish straight. Is it green flag this time? It is green flag. Out it goes and in towards turn number 1. Everyone careful. Is everyone going side by side? Oh, there is a bit of contact there. 2 karts off into the barrier. 3, 4 karts off. 5, 6 karts off. Oh, dear me. It's absolute pandemonium at turn 1. And the rest of the field slot through. But my goodness me, there's plenty to talk about there. As many karts were involved. I can't quite see who is there. I think maybe was the 95 one of them. A Battenberg flag does swiftly come out.
Leah Rowland is the number 95, so there is a high potential. We'll keep an eye out of our window and see if we can see anybody, but they're going to have to repair a tyre barrier, which is why we are under first full course yellows, and by the looks of it, the tyre barrier is taking a bit of a hit, so there is still a driver in their kart at turn number 1 trying to wheel themselves backwards, so they're going to try and carry on this race.
No, so they are stepping out of the kart now as well, because I think it's got quite a bit of damage to the front of it. So, yeah, it's going to be retirements all the way throughout in that pack there. So it looks like we lost about 4 or 5 karts from the race. But we'll try and relay who that was. I suspect they're probably going to send these karts straight through, not let them go through the chicane. We'll see. So, right, now they cross the line, we'll get to see who doesn't cross the line. So, looking like we've got Noah Webb hasn't crossed the line, Peter Nuns Randall hasn't crossed the line, Harry Hurst hasn't crossed the line. Oh, Harry Hurst has now just crossed the line, so Harry's still out. Warren is still out. So it looks like out of all of that, we have only lost 2 karts. One is Noah Webb, the number 9, and Peter Nuns Randall, the number 20. Now, there was a contact warning that did go out to the 95 of Leah Rowland, so there is still in the race, but did receive a contact warning, maybe due to the result of that incident at turn 1, possibly.
Yeah, it's just such a vast amount of cars, isn't there, heading towards that braking zone. And the karts aren't necessarily the quickest that we've got here today. But that doesn't mean that it means any less to any of the drivers. And they all want to be the last of the late breakers. And they obviously want to try and get their noses ahead if possible. But you don't win the race on the first corner. You don't tend to anyway, do you, Anthony? If you watch Formula 1, you could argue they do. But here at karting, it doesn't tend to happen.
Have you seen me sim race? I just absolutely gun it. I always try to win the race turn 1. In fact, actually, that reminds me of a story when I was racing in Simply Race 24-hour kart race. I lunged down the inside of Burst Esports and took the lead for half a corner. There we go. But green flag's out. We're racing again here at Fulbeck, and good start then. All single file this time around. Hopefully they've learnt their lesson and they're not going to go 4 wide. No, they didn't learn their lesson. They're going to go 4 wide again in towards the first braking zone. Is everyone going to get round cleanly? Yes, it does. Oh, no, I saw a yellow flag. A hint of a yellow flag again. Did someone go right? Yeah, I think someone has gone straight on again out there. So, yellow flag's clear, and they all get around again. Nice and clean. There we go. Good time. Good start second time around.
Yeah, and Oliver Livesey has certainly had a good start, hasn't he? Alex Favreau and Matthew Pepe is really sort of going at each other, but Oliver seems to be pulling away here, and he'll be enjoying the little fight behind him because it will give the opportunity to potentially get a little bit further up the road before one of them gets past and sort of breaks the cork in the bottle, shall we say. But if you have a look at the 96 car, those side pods have seen better days, haven't they? But they're still in commission because that's just how NatSKA works. And in fact, I know that I was speaking to a couple of the old boys down when I was getting my burger earlier on. Some of the people that used to race and mechanic when I was here, they still have my engine from 10 years ago in circulation here for Junior TKM, apparently.
Oh, you definitely didn't race it hard enough then,
I definitely
if they're still
didn't.
using it.
I only used it for about a year and a half. Apparently, it was a very good engine, so they kept it. They still have my brother's from about 20 years ago, which is ridiculous.
God blimey, there we go. You must have looked after them well then, hadn't you?
Plenty of rebuilds since then.
Ah, right. Yeah, no, definitely. There we go then. 4.5 minutes to go then of this second heat for Class 11 and Class 10. And you can see there the 45 still of Oliver Livesey leading the way from Alfie Atmore, very close behind. And that number 5 plate, Lachlan Bott, is moved up into 3rd place in that 85. And again, defensive driving now goes Oliver Livesey as he exits out of the boot section in towards turn 10. You can see Alfie Atmore is trying to do anything he can to try and get past, but you've got to be careful now because you leave yourself under pressure from Lachlan Bott there as well. Across the line, has got the pace, gets the job done, and I have to say, so does Lachlan Bott. So has Oliver Livesey got an issue because he's just lost 2 positions on the straight alone, and he's going to lose another one here from the 66 of Thomas Forbes as well, straight past. So is Oliver Livesey nursing an issue here?
Well, he's certainly going to have to get his rhythm back if he's got any hope in getting this race lead. But Alfie Atmore won't mind one bit, will he? He's got a very quick car under him by the looks of it. And number 85 of Lachlan is not letting him have it because he's gone wide slightly to just have a little look if there was an inside move on into the hairpin. There wasn't. Lachlan Bott is very sort of a racy at the moment, shall we say. Definitely trying to get his nose into the mix as they both all run wide over that sort of rumble strip. That must really sort of shatter your spine as you go over that.
Oh, yeah.
It must really hurt for the drivers, but they clearly don't care.
Yeah, I mean, if you're racing at Fulbeck, what you do is you book an appointment at your chiropractor the day after you come finish racing at Fulbeck, so you can sort
Absolutely,
out.
But not because of the curbs, because the curbs are FIA approved height.
They are indeed.
They are.
They are indeed. There we go.
Not too big at all.
No, they are perfectly sized. There we go. 3 minutes to go then, and in towards the second of the chicanes here. As they exit through, defensive driving again. Here comes, though, Thomas Forbes on Lachlan Bott. Can't get the move done there. Lachlan holding on to that second place spot out to the hairpin. Looks over his shoulder. He's not close enough for a lunge yet. Well, I think he's not close enough for a bottom. Oh, we don't know if he's close enough for a lunge, but he might go for a cheeky one down the inside. Who knows? Who knows? 2.5 minutes. They exit turn 10, and it's still Alfie Atmore leading the way. Keeps looking over his shoulder, does Alfie. So pay attention. Look in front. Yes, okay, you're on a straight line, but still, pay attention.
Yeah, absolutely. And look who's in third place as well. It's Thomas Forbes. Now, he took a race victory earlier in the day. So don't count him out for this one because he seemed very quick and he has put a purple lap time in. However, having said that, it's been taken away because Lachlan Bott has got the purple time in, a 57.21. That's 3 tenths quicker than Alfie Atmore. And he goes through on Alfie Atmore as well as the cameras. He just go out of sight, come back in, and Alfie has lost the lead to Lachlan Bott.
Yeah, good overtake there from Lachlan. It was a fine opportunity to just send one down the inside there. We have seen those moves before. They are easily done, but they can easily make a mistake through there as well. But it was very well executed, and it moves up into the lead. Now Alfie Atmore is under pressure from Thomas Forbes. Now we saw Thomas Forbes who tried to go for a move at the hairpin, couldn't quite do it, and has now fallen slightly behind. Oh, here comes Alfie Atmore again. He may have lost the lead, but he's still going to fight for it. Oh, that's tight through there. There we go. Now he's going to try the outside. Now he suffered his exit speed. Now he's going to have to defend hard here from Thomas Forbes. Thomas Forbes holds on to that one. Oh, the good old switcho movo, and moves alongside again. And Lachlan holds on to that inside line once more. And, oh, good racing from these drivers.
What was that one called again? Switcho Movo.
Yeah, Switcho Movo.
Switcho Movo. I'm going to use that one now. Where's Thomas Forbes disappeared to? He was, as we were discussing that one, he seems to have just disappeared off the face of the earth. I don't know if we've had a spin or not. We'll have to keep an eye out on him. Anthony's just looking out the window to see if he can spot him. No, he's there.
He did spin. No. Where is he? He's in the lead.
He's still in third. He's still in third, but he's about 7 seconds back from where he was. So he spun. So he must have had a bit of a spin, but luckily they had such a gap between third and fourth that he's managed to keep into third.
Well, there you go. Correct commentary team here. We can't even spot when third place spins. There we go. Sort it out. There we go. 10 seconds to go then. Last lap board will be out this time then to either Lachlan Bott or Alfie Atmore because they are still nose to tail. There is the third place man, Thomas Forbes, in the 66. Unfortunately, he's now going to have to redo all that work again, but there is not going to be enough time to get that job done. So a huge shame for Thomas Forbes, but he's still there in third place. Are we going to see Alfie Atmore? He looks over his shoulder. Don't worry, Alfie, he's not there anymore. You've got clear route to try and close that gap up again because it's opened up slightly there as Lachlan Bott has opened up a clear advantage into the final couple of corners. Last lap board will come out this time to Lachlan Bott. There it is, out of turn 10, and last lap board is out.
Tell you what, Lachlan Bott as well, not on the lap he's just completed, but I think the one before that, he set the quickest time of the race as well. The only driver to delve into the depths of the 56.9, and that was, tell you what, that's a full tenth and a bit quicker than Tom Forbes' quickest lap time of 57 dead. So clearly, Lachlan's got the pace, and even though he's got a little bit of a gap to Alfie Atmore, 2 seconds now, he's still pushing it, still getting his head down.
Yep, still doing strong out there. Rest of the field as well. Leah Rowland, great drive from her at the moment. Got into 4th place of that 95. Oliver Livesey as well. 5th place, Joshua Bean in 6th place. Evan Bradley in 7th. Harry Hurst in 8th. James Hunting in 9th. And Matthew Pepe, they're your top 10 at the moment. But all eyes are on the race leader at the moment because out of the last couple of corners now in towards turn 10, it's the 85. It's a race win for Heat 2 for Lachlan Bott there as he crosses the line there. You can see the hand up in the air, very happy with that one there. Side by side across the line because Thomas Forbes, whoa, what happened to Alfie Atmore? Thomas Forbes closed the gap up and took second with the fastest lap of the race as well at the end. So where did Thomas Forbes get that speed from? takes second place. Alfie Atmore crosses third. Leah Rowland, great result, crosses in fourth place. Oliver Livesey in fifth place. Joshua Bean in sixth. Harry Hurst in seventh. Evan Bradley in eighth place. James Hunting in ninth. Tom Stretford is your top 10. Matthew Pepe unfortunately lost a position on that last lap. Moved down into 11th place. Tom Ratcliffe in 12th place. Alex Favreau in 13th. James Thompson, Warren Kiss, Andrew Willman, Oliver Costello, Nathan Tyler, Abby Mills and Noah Webb round out the grid of 20 karts. So, an excellent race from the Class 11 and Class 10 for their Heat 2. It's now time for Class 1 and Class 4 for their Heat 2 coming up next. So the next race about to make their way out on track in just a moment. They'll be lining themselves up in the dummy grid, and this is how they'll be lining up for their Heat 2 for Class 1 and 4. Casey Warrington starting on the front row with Archie Robinson alongside. Took the race win earlier on today. Joseph Smith and Robbie Smith round out row number 2. John Stewart and Ethan Grundy on row number 3. Rounding out the grid on row number 4, Ganata Dearuzzi on 7th spot on the grid in the number 22. There are the live pictures from the pit lane again. And you can see their drivers, they can't hear us. Hopefully they'll give us a wave. Give us a wave. You can't hear us, I know.
Hey!
Hey!
Karting Dak is a wave.
That's what we like to see. Good thumbs up there from the number 5 plate, Casey Warrington there, working strong. There's Archie Robinson as well on the front row. Good thumbs up from Archie. Had his race win earlier on today. Looking strong here. I'm guessing that's Dad in the background.
I'm going to guess so. Yeah, I hope so.
Put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's Archie Robinson and Casey Winnerton.
There's the number 11, Joseph Smith. The number 3 there of Robbie Smith as well. Smithy had a good race earlier on as well. The number 2, John Stewart there. The bright yellow helmet. Nice thumbs up there from John. So I can see the 22 in the background. There is the 19 of Ethan Grundy. AMS and the 22 of Caetano de Ruiz. Rounding out the grid here for Class 1 and Class 4. Now, these are definitely look like Honda Cadet cards.
Yeah, I think...
I'm going to keep referring to that because I'm so used to them.
Yeah, I think the Class 1 is 2-stroke cadet, so I think that is the standard cadet. Yeah, and the Class 4 is 4-stroke cadet.
Honda Cadet.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to give you that one. It's just what I've written down on my notes here. So I think you're absolutely right. And yeah, only 2 drivers in the Class 1, Archie Robinson and Casey Warrington, obviously. So not that difficult to distinguish who they are. But what we did see from Class 4 was that although the Class 1s may be a little bit quicker, they may have the slightly quicker engine, especially top end, the Class 4s aren't afraid to get racy with them either.
No.
They enjoy getting their hands dirty, as we see. Number 5, that is Casey Warrington, one of the only Class 1s, struggling to get the kart ready. And you see a furiously working karting dad.
There we go.
With the piston, trying to get that off and see what's happening before the karts come round on the green flag lap.
New spark plug going in there. And you're going to see working furiously to get that kart going again.
Yes, of course, I said piston. It's a spark plug, isn't it? The piston's a bit further into the engine.
I say, if we change the piston, if the piston is there, the engine's definitely broken.
Yeah, they've got more of a problem, haven't they? But they look like securing it in, and they try and fire it up again. I can tell you that the grid may well get one more false start, so they might get one opportunity.
That doesn't sound good to me. There's no bite from it at the moment, is there? That's a huge shame there for Casey Warrington, the number 5 for Barclay in Class 1. Now, the rest of the karts are just making their way past that sort of area now. Hopefully, if they can get it going, they can probably just latch onto the back of this group. We'll be starting at the back, but at least we'll be in the race. May have been the issue that they were nursing earlier on, but yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to fire up. So may have missed the start then. That is hugely unfortunate, but back with the main pack and across the line. Green flag is out and we are underway. Underway? There we go.
One of those.
Good England, Anthony. Well done. 9 minutes to go and out to the final corner. Everyone getting through cleanly. And, yeah, good start then from the number 3 of Robbie Smith for AMS as pulling away at the front there. You can just see all there. The 19 going slightly wide there. Ethan Grundy. That allowed the 11 of Joseph Smith to just slide down the inside and get that job done. Through the second chicane, you can see there Archie Robinson in the background. Archie won the overall race earlier on, I believe, and of course won in class. So he's going to be wanting to close back on that one as well. Again, as we was thinking, the 2 strokes should rev a little bit higher on that one, but there is definitely one 2-stroke out there that's not revving high at all.
Yes, it's not even out there, to be honest, either. It's unfortunately, it's still stuck in the grid, I believe, which is a real shame, really. Very disappointed for both Racer and Racing Dad as well. I'm sure he was furiously trying to get the kart ready, but it just didn't seem to want to fire it right at the last minute as it looks on the inside there. The number 19 of Ethan Grundy, but Joseph Smith wasn't having any of it, fending off the 2 young drivers there, going nicely at it with the number 2 of John Seward. Is probably going to be knocking on the door if he sees a little bit more action like that ahead of him.
Don't come knocking on the door. No, singing in the commentary box is forbidden.
Especially that one.
Yeah, singing is forbidden in the commentary box. Yeah, we won't start that train. I'm sure Ian Roberts from Motorsport Timing will be furious at me because he hates people singing in his timing box and dancing in his timing box, even though he plays songs in his timing box.
When have you ever danced in the timing box while commentating? That would be an interesting story.
All the time.
Why wouldn't you?
Well, every opportunity I'll strut some moves out there, and strutting some moves out on track are the drivers here. Robbie Smith still leading the way, Archie Robinson in second place, but here we're watching the battle for third place between Joseph Smith and Ethan Grundy in class. They are line astern, closely followed by the number 2 of John Seward there, just behind. As soon as these two, if they do start scrapping, I do hope they do at some point, that's going to be a big smile on John's face, because it'll be like, close it, I say big smile on his face. He doesn't need to wait for them to attack, because he's closing that gap up himself. He's got sheer pace out there. What is his lap times looking like over that one? Oh, I say, yeah, that last lap around, it was about 6/10 a lap faster than the 2 in front of him. So, yeah, definitely closing in on these 2 and hopefully gaining a couple of positions in the next couple of minutes' time. We'll have to keep a very close eye on this one. So, Joseph Smith in 3rd place with Ethan Grundy there in 4th place, under pressure from John Seward. So, keep a close eye on this one as well. What are your predictions?
Well, we've seen the number 11 of Joseph Smith having a few snap corrections through the chicane, so I think he's feeling the pressure. I think that Ethan Grundy, he's looking aggressive. He's fancying this second place in class, you know, and he's hoping to make it work for him. John Seward, obviously the number 2 kart, maybe more proven in previous races past. But look at that, Ethan Grundy already looking up the inside. It was a long way back. It was not quite said it's delivered there, well, was it, unfortunately. I have to say as well, Robbie Smith and Archie Robinson have gotten very close to each other at the lead of the race. In fact, there we go. Now, obviously, this isn't for any kind of class lead because Robbie Smith is in the lead of the class and so is Archie Robinson, and if they swatch positions, it wouldn't make any difference. But it's about the pride. It's about that track position, isn't it? It's about Robbie Smith wanting to prove that just because they've got maybe a slightly quicker kart doesn't mean they're going to be quicker than him.
Yeah, exactly that. Smithy wants this. Smithy needs this. Smithy's going to get this at the end. That's what's going through his head at the moment.
Oh, no!
That's the 22 of Canato Diaruzzi, and he is off the track and in the barriers, and that unfortunately does mean the end of his race because he has had to get out of the kart. Where is that? That's the exit, the hairpin, I believe.
Yeah, I hope someone comes over and helps him a little bit there because he looked a little bit stranded and lost, and there's plenty of karts flying around that area of the track as well. There will be a yellow flag to try and encourage them to slow down. It's still not somewhere you want somebody to be stranded.
No, exactly that. It's a horrible little spot there, but yellow flag's out and they slot through. Yeah, huge shame for Gaetano there. That is not the way you want to end your Heat 2 of the weekend. Plenty more opportunities to get this done. Here is that battle for third place, though, back on your screens between Joseph Smith, Ethan Grundy, and John Seward. They are nose to tail still. Oh, I remember in the first heat, the number 2 with John Seward, he was the driver that was kind of weaving all over the plot, trying to find that gap through.
Yes, he was.
Got it done in the end. filling that kart in the
pretend mirrors.
Pretend mirrors. That was the word I was looking for. Thank you. And then at the end of the race, it suddenly broke down. But the team has worked well. They've got that kart repaired. They've got it back out on track, and he's racing here. And it looks like he's got good pace out of this kart as well, because again, he caught up to the back of these two very, very quickly and closed that gap up, and is working well to try and get past. But with 4 minutes to go, he has still got to get past, because this is all 4 class position as well. These are all in the same class, so that, you know, he's wanted to get past it. He wants to move up into 2nd place in class, 3rd overall.
Well, yeah, that's exactly it, isn't it? Because at the moment, Robbie Smith is leading the Class 11. I completely forgot. No, it's not Class 11, it's not Class 1. Class 4, if Robbie Smith is leading. Archie Robinson is leading Class 1. So 2nd is Joseph Smith. Ethan Grundy currently 3rd, so still podium sitters. And John Seward is the only driver at the moment not on the podium, and he won't want that. No. He will want to be on that podium come the end of this race. And I tell you what, just like you said, he's got good pace, but these guys are slowing each other up. If you look at the lap times, Robbie Smith, who is in the same kart, 55.4 is his best lap time, whereas Joseph Smith is a 57.5, nearly a full 2 seconds slower, because they are fighting with each other. There may well be, I mean, Robbie Smith may be a very good driver as well, I'm sure he is, but this traffic won't be helping them.
No, definitely not, definitely not. Fighting is definitely not the quickest way. You need that nice clear air. It's all action, though, at the front, because Robbie Smith and Archie Robinson have closed that gap right up, and they are nose to tail across the start-finish line. Seconds, many seconds ahead, about 16 seconds ahead of this battle as they're going into turn 1. This battle for 3rd place overall still heating up between these 3 as they exit out of turn 10. 2.5 minutes to go, and they cross the line. And they go through. No lunges there, but you can see there Ethan Grundy looking down the inside, but not making the move done. And that's what is slowing them up, I think, because now he's taking the complete wrong racing line going in to look at a move, but doesn't go with it. So he doesn't stick back to his normal racing line, and that then pulls everyone back. And yeah, which is why that gap is opening up as much as possible. But 2.5 minutes to go. I suspect we're going to see, they're like an elastic band, this group of 3. You're stretching, and then soon it'll twang and release, and then there'll be a huge overtake.
Yeah, I think Ethan Grundy, he's put the letter in the envelope. He's thinking about the stamp, but he hasn't quite sent it yet. And he's potentially thinking about it as it gets a little bit more desperate. 90 seconds to go, plus a lap, of course. Yeah. So he's got another couple of laps to go. Is he going to be thinking about it? He's clearly shown that he's aggressive enough to look at it very far back. He might actually dive out to have a little gander here. No, in fact, he chooses the racing line. Maybe a smart move. Try and get through the first chicane as quickly as he can. Get a nice tight exit. Maybe secure it under the hairpin. He's got a good run on him by the looks of it, but it's not going to be the case just yet. 50-odd seconds to go, and I can tell you that Robbie Smith is about to start another lap. So actually, we're going to get 2 more laps of this, I think.
Oh yeah, well, we've got quite a few more laps in this one because they're lapping fairly quickly. Again, less than a minute to go. I suspect. Yeah, we're going to get at least 3 or 4 more laps in. I suspect, and they cross the line. So 30 seconds left on the timing board. There's some grass. 20 seconds left on the board, and yeah, like you say, Robbie Smith leading the way. Archie Robinson still holding on to that one. There is still the second group in for 3rd place. Joseph Smith still at the front of that. No position changes thus far, but they will see that timer slowly ticking down and know that, okay, this is my last opportunity to kind of make this move, get this move done. That is what kind of we need to do in this one. So we'll see what it is. That clear visor, look into their eyes there as they go through. And yeah, great running from these guys. Good racing from them because, again, they're just, yeah, they may not be gaining anything, but their track position is good.
They're learning a lot.
Yeah.
I think that's to be said as well. They will be learning an awful lot. They might not be leading the race, but Joseph Smith is being chased. And you've got to absorb that pressure. You've got to know when to defend. And to be honest, he hasn't unnecessarily defended. And that is quite a skill in itself. A lot of drivers, they go overly defensive as soon as they get a kart breathing down their neck. And they ruin their lap times, and therefore they get overtaken really easily. Because of it, actually, it goes the wrong way, but by the looks of it, Joseph is just absorbing it. Robbie Smith, we haven't really given enough credit to either. He's kept Archie Robinson ahead. This is the last lap that these guys are going on to, but Robbie Smith is 25 seconds ahead of these drivers. In fact, he's already going towards the back section of the track, I believe. So big respect to Robbie, because he's holding off Archie Robinson as well in the number 1 Class 1 kart. And yeah, it's been fantastic racing, especially for that overall 3rd place, but up here at the front as well.
Yeah, indeed. It's been close all the way through the entirety of the pack, but the race win is going to go to Robbie Smith, the number 3 in class. And again, Archie Robinson will take the win in his class as well. Crosses the line in 2nd place. You saw a shake of the head there. You won his class, but he wanted to win the race as well. It's one of those things, isn't it?
I think big props, as I said, has got to go to Robbie Smith. But here's the battle that we've been following all race long, and it looks like Joseph Smith is going to come away with the overall 3rd, but the in-class 2nd. And I tell you what, I would say that's a fully well-deserved 2nd place, isn't it, for Joseph Smith there. Ethan Grundy was sending everything at him. Couldn't quite do it. John Seward, not really ever close enough to really make any headaches for either of the drivers, but still a great race all round. Yeah,
no, exactly that. Great running. Obviously, huge shame to Canato de Aruz. So, you know, retired after colliding with the wall at turns number 2, the hairpin at the top of the corner. So, huge shame. But, yeah, great finish and great result there for the rest of the field. So, that was Class 1 and Class 4 for their Heat 2. Up next, it's Heat 2, race 13 of the weekend for Class 15. Well then, Class 15 about to make their way onto the track. 1 grid for this one, and it's all rotax karts who will be heading out to the circuit. Joe Webb starting on the front row with Cameron Bott alongside Dan Jones, and Max Humphrey Cooper will not be here on 4th place because, of course, he'll be here tomorrow. Matthew Lewin and Josh Neve round out row number 3. Ewan Syme and Andrew King alongside on row number 4. Tom Rayner and Joseph Wardle on row number 5. Hayden Abrams and Henry Wardle on row number 6. Row number 7, Caden Bott, Harry Parr. Row number 8 is James Havisham and Daniel Andrews. Kate Hodgson also not here, with Alex Biles in 18th place. There they are on the dummy grid. And so for their first race earlier on, we saw the number 33, James Havisham. He took the race win for Barclay. He started 10th on the grid and got that race win. There is the number 14 on your screen. That's Joe Webb. He's got the 29 of Cameron Bott alongside there. You can see again the concentration. There's the number 1 plate. We saw retirement from Dan Jones in the first race. Of course, again, collisions that we saw at the turn 1 chicane. It was a very busy one. We saw again, I think, half the grid, got caught up in that one, wasn't it, when, in this race. Again, alongside, you see the 35 there. And there's the number 3. That's Josh Neve, lined up again, very prime. It's one of the old, it's quite a old Tony Kart livery that he's got on that one. It's quite a nice sort of.
That's what I used to have.
Yeah.
It's the last kart I owned was that livery.
Oh, is it? There you go. There it is. There's the rest of the field. There's the 18 on your screen, Andrew King. Looking strong in that one. Again, alongside. You can just see. Couldn't quite catch the number on that one. There's the number 10 on your screen, Joseph Wardle. And there's the number 8. There's Hayden Abrams looking comfortable, looking poised, ready. There's the 7, Henry Wardle. Nice thumbs up there on the Gillard chassis. There's 32, Caden Bott. Again, he's on a Fernando Alonso chassis. Look at that. There you go. The blue.
We're getting all the liveries out here. All the manufacturers.
Yeah. There's the number 9, Harry Parr. You can see he's got personalised. Look at that, personalised stickers on that one. He's got his name on the front of it. 33. James Havisham there for Barclay as well. Cosmic chassis. 34 there. Daniel Andrews. Now that to me looked like a Dan Holland Racing chassis, but it's not Dan Holland Racing one. Here's an SBR chassis though. 73.
Those nose cones are very interesting, aren't they?
They are, yeah. Well, you see that again. They're for aerodynamic efficiency.
Wow. I mean, it's an interesting way to go, but as I said, it's just never seen them before, unfortunately. But we'll see how well it works. But Alex Biles, obviously back of the field, absolutely smashed it in the last race.
Yeah, and it's Sam Pollock Racing is that car. I called it XL earlier on today, and I said chassis a moment ago, and it's clearly not the chassis, it's just the team. So there we go, me getting all my words mixed up tremendously there. Now, the reason why you may be thinking, oh, what are we waiting for? There's a couple of karts being recovered from the previous couple of races. Of course, very tight-knit schedule here for the National Schools Karting Association, that they don't have much time to recover karts. So they put the karts in a safe spot, and they use this time to now, they thought, we're accumulating quite a few karts out on track. I think we've probably tidied it up a little bit. So you can see there, mechanics going out with the dollies and taking the long walk back with the kart on, and I suspect the chat going, so what happened?
Yeah.
Why did it happen?
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
Yeah, all the racer going, well, it just exploded. It just didn't work. It's like, well, why didn't it work? Why didn't it work? Explain to me. So hopefully we'll get them out on circuit. But yeah, just a bit of a mention. Obviously, at Class 15 being the highest powered kart, we do have a few drivers who are retiring at the end of this season. And well, if you haven't accessed the NatSKA magazine that they've put together for the Nationals, then by all means scroll down on their Facebook page and download it, because it's absolutely fascinating. It's full of interesting tidbits, including a lot of the drivers have given slightly sort of small interviews and answered questions about what maybe they're doing after NatSKA and maybe what NatSKA meant to them and everything like that. But we can say that Dan Jones, who's actually kart number 1 there, just on the second row of the grid actually, apparently he's off to do a motorsport engineering degree. Hasn't actually mentioned which university he wants to go to, but he is hoping to still attend as many NatSKA race days as possible to support Chris Brown, the team leader of AMS, and all the AMS young drivers as well. So trying to be a bit of a legacy, shall we say, for the AMS team, and hoping to come back and do his bit, give back to a community that have obviously helped him and that he's thoroughly enjoyed over the years.
I know, it's excellent to see, and yeah, it's always good to know that, you know, when drivers retire from the racing and then go off and learn it and then come back and bring it up. It's always a nice touch, and it keeps the family vibe in the paddock, doesn't it? And it's you know, the NatSKA family here, it does feel like one big family. All the marshals they're all either parents from the teams there, or they're old. They've been in NatSKA for years and years. And they're very nice as well. I mean, they came in and offered us cake.
Well,
they offered me cake.
They offered you cake. You gave them a shout out. I didn't get cake.
I basically, it's Nikki who's waving the green flag on the start-finish line. She makes the cakes. She does a sterling job. So it's all good. I'm saying nice things about you, Nikki. It's fine. She's staring at me with a blank face. There we go.
What earth is that guy on about?
What about oh, so that's Nikki down there. So
that's Nikki. Yes, apologies.
Right. I'm getting anything. That's Liv, is it, on the start-finish line?
Liz.
Okay, it's Liz on the start finish line. So it's Liz. Well, saying nice things to Nikki. Nikki's down in the middle of the track. So there we go.
So you're getting them mixed up now. They're not going to offer you cake tomorrow, are they?
We'll pretend that didn't happen. There we go. That's what we'll do.
Well, as the Class 15 are now out, they've given a lazy start. They've pushed the button to turn their engines on, unlike the Class 7 where it takes a little bit of elbow grease to get it going, but they are all sort of petering now at the back end of the circuit, so we will be ready to get going and get some racing on your screens. Now all the karts are recovered, Anthony.
They are indeed. Karts are recovered, and we're going to get this first race, or the Heat 2 for Class 15 underway. It was a win for the 33 of James Habersham earlier on today. Who's going to take the win this time around? Green flag out in towards turn 1. It was a disaster first race. Are we going to get another one this time around, or have they all learnt their lesson? They've all learnt their lesson. Look at that. Nicely done. Well done. All side by side. Oh, perfect. I liked that a lot as they go through in towards the hairpin. And everyone, again, nice and clean through there. There it is, the 33. You can see in the mid-pack there, James Habersham. Who is, again, going strong at the moment. But leading the way is the 35 of Matthew Lewin, steaming ahead, doing a sterling job. Oh, who's that running wide there? It's the 71. That's not the racing line for Tom Rayner, but he gets back on track. And he gets that car back on the straight and narrow there. The number 1, you can just see Dan Jones there fighting third place at the moment. Out they go. Track limit warning for Tom Raider. I don't think he gained anything from that, but rules are rules.
Well, rules are rules at the end of the day. You've got to respect it, haven't you, as they go through the first corner for the second time now. We can see Matthew Lewin in the race lead, Joe Webb in second place. Dan Jones is at one position into third, and by the looks of it, that's slotting up the inside for number 33 of James Havisham and Andrew King. So Havisham already, he's climbed 6 positions. That was his 7th that we caught on screen.
There we go. So 7.5 minutes to go there, side by side for third place as well between Dan Jones. Or no, it's not Dan Jones. There we go. You're on your screen. There we go. And get my people mixed up as well. He's fighting for second place. He is side by side though in towards the boot section. You can just see there Matthew Lewin trying to fight off. He took the defensive line that struggled him on the exit. Is he going to hold the inside line through turn 10? Yes, of course he is. Is that going to affect his exit speed? Yes, it has. And he's retaken the lead. So Dan Jones now takes the lead of this race. Matthew Lewin slots back into second place. Ewan Syme as well is holding on into third place, and that number 5. Joe Webb as well in fourth place. I want to keep an eye on where Alex Biles is as well, the 73, because obviously he came second place very close. He's up into 12th place at the moment. So fighting through. Keep an eye on that one because he likes to shimmy through this grid quite quickly. Out they go. There is the number 5 of Ewan Syme slotting into place there. He's got very close company from Joe Webb and Josh Neve just behind, as well as the rest of the field slotting his position. It's side by side for Neve and Webb as they go through. Oh, a little bit of contact there further back. The 33 getting involved. That's James Havisham there, your previous race winner. He's trying to get through this pack as well and is forcing his way past. You can see Joe Webb not going defensive into the chicane, holds on to it. Rest of the field holding on to it as well. Good racing all the way through the pack.
Yeah, it is. It's wherever you look, it's action-packed, isn't it? It's pretty much 2x2. Hurrah, hurrah, some might say. Although I don't think the number 14 driver is going to be thinking that. Joe Webb, he gets muscled out of it somewhat, and that's really scuppered his plan into the chicane. He gets overtaken by Henry Wardle as well as James Havisham, Andrew King, and Hayden Abrams as well. So I think the number 14 of Joe Webb is going to fall down the order on the timing screen as soon as we cross the start-finish line. Again, there's Biles from the 73 car. He's up to 10th. I believe that was him advancing up to 9th place with a novice plate on the back of your car. The car going that quickly. It just doesn't seem right, but he's absolutely flying.
Oh, yes, he is indeed. 5.5 minutes to go then on that timing screen. And 4 laps completed. Here is the number 8 of Hayden Abrams there out on track. He's got Henry Wardle just behind. Close company on that Gillard chassis. Working well, trying to get it through, and again, not making any lunges there. Just behind is Alex Biles, now up into P8, working well. There's a lunge down the inside. Was that Cameron Bott on that Andrew King there? I think it may have been out of the corner, as you can just see there. Henry Wardle lifting up that radiator cover just to cool the engine down slightly. You can put it down for about half a lap or so just to heat that engine up to gain that extra bit of revs, and then you lift it up. If you left it down the whole race, it would just go up.
Yeah, it would explode rather dramatically, I imagine, as well. And, oh, look at this down the order now. This is between the... Well, it's not down the order, actually. This is a fight for around about the podium positions, because that's the number 33 of James Havisham. He's gone through on Ewan Syme. There's contact there. There's Alex Biles and the number 7 of Henry Wardle.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting Hayden to slow down as much as he did out of that corner. And that meant that Alex Biles went in. Now, in other championships, that would be potential for a potential nose cone penalty. But again, I don't know if you do get those in this one's here. But again, side by side, look to the inside. And as they go through, no positions gained or lost through this section. 4 minutes to go. Action-packed all the way through this field.
I thought Havisham was going to actually have 2 people in the same move there, but wasn't quite the way. He's up to 4th place, so obviously our race 1 winner, or heat 1 winner, I should say. Dan Jones has got nearly a 5-second gap. He's got 4.5 seconds anyway. To the next driver as Alex Biles goes through on Hayden Abrams. And he makes this look easy, doesn't he? It makes us look like they're in a different class. He's so quick, this Alex Biles. But I'm sure it's going to get a little bit harder now that he's trying to fight for those top 10, those top 5 positions. But it is scary to think, as soon as he's not put on the back of the grid regularly, how he's going to fare.
We'll keep a close eye on that one. But yeah, like you say, Dan Jones is leading this race. Crosses the line, sets a new fastest lap of the race as well, 46.55. Matthew Lewin is still holding on, 5.5 seconds a little further down the road in second place in that 35. Josh Neve in third place. James Habersham, Alex Biles now, who's on your screen, has moved up into fifth place. Track limit warning for Caden Bott in the 32. Not sure where that was for on track, but stewards are keeping a very close eye all the way around the track. They're doing a much better job at us keeping an eye on the racing, aren't they? Henry Warder there in 7th place, with Hayden Abrams there in 6th as well. Andrew King in 8th. Daniel Andrews in 9th place. Joe Webb in 10th. That's the top 10. Harry Parr in 11th. Cameron Bott, who's just got the track limits warning, in 12th. Caden Bott, guessing there's a relation, in 13th place. Ewan Syme in 14th place. Now, he was up the pecking order a little further on, so I'm not sure what's happened to Ewan, the number 5. Maybe come a cropper.
Well, he's about 12 seconds slow on that last lap, so I think he's had a bit of a spin.
I think he's had a bit of a moment. Tom Rayner in 15th place, and Joseph Walder rounding out the grid. 16 karts in the number 10 in 16th place. So, Dan Jones at the front of the pack, comfortably leading as it stands, as he goes through. Left-hander there. Nice, comfortable, calm, good pace on him at the moment as they go through. Matty Lewin there, 6.4 seconds a little further down the road. He's going to have the company of Josh Neve probably in a moment. And there is actually a very close battle for third place between the number 3 and 33, Josh Neve and James Habersham, because there is nothing between those two for the battle for third place. That is probably something we want to keep an eye on. There is second place. Now there's third, the 33. Now it was close in the last lap. Now that would be why it's not close anymore, because Alex Biles, the 73, has managed to get into between the two of them and have opened that up. So again, there may have been again, look at that, 90% of that front bumper's duct tape there. Yeah, a mechanic needs 3 tools, sorry. Duct tape, if it's moving and it shouldn't. Cable ties, if it's moving and it shouldn't move. And WD-40, if it isn't moving and it should move.
No, you forgot the hammer for if all 3 things go wrong to take some frustration out of there.
Well, there you go. 4 tools is all a karting mechanic needs in his toolbox.
Absolutely. Dan Jones absolutely flying, by the way, isn't he? Because look at that. He had a 46 in the previous lap. He's just set another fastest lap time, and he's the only driver to delve into the 46s. He's done that 2 or 3 laps in a row now. We're on to the 10th lap. The next quickest driver, realistically, having said that, Alex Biles has set a 46. My apologies, Alex. And so is Daniel Andrews on that last lap as well, so just forget what I'm saying, basically.
Okay, 40 seconds to go, and on your screen is Alex Biles. No, I'm kidding.
It only just happened on that last lap.
Exactly, there you go. There is the 33, James Habersham. He's closing up on that gap as well. Only 20 seconds left on the timer, so I suspect the drivers are going to get past the start-finish line. We are, yes. So race leader has crossed the line now. And so last lap board's not going to come out this time around. So we've still got a couple more laps to go. Not going to be enough time, but yeah, it's definitely been a close race. We saw it in, well, we didn't see it in Heat 1 because Dan Jones unfortunately did retire. But Josh Lewin and James Habersham, again, they've just been no sell as well with Alex Biles. So it's been those, well, they're your main culprits in this class, really, haven't they? Yeah,
they've been fantastic in this race as well, carving through the field on the most part. Obviously, Dan Jones doesn't really need to carve anything out, has he? Because he sort of started towards the front. He got towards the front very quickly, and from there on hasn't really worried about it too much. The last lap is about to be held out by Liz on the sort of gantry board there. Gator's nodding ahead, so I've got it right this time. To start lap 12, and what, as I said, will be the final lap of the race. By the looks of it, Habersham in third place. We'll have to settle for that at the moment. The gaps are all about a second, but Hayden Abrams has had a bit of a problem. He's slotted down to 8th position. And Harry Parr has now crossed the line in 10th. So, in fact, Hayden's in 9th now, actually.
I think you could be right indeed. So, like I say, last lap board is out and has been out for a fair while because your race leader, Dan Jones, is about to enter the penultimate corner. One more corner to go then for Dan Jones in Heat 2. It went all wrong in Heat 1. It's redemption time in Heat 2 as Dan Jones takes the checkered flag and crosses the line, takes a race win. Matthew Lewin crosses the line. Well, that's not Matthew Lewin. Who's that? That's the number 10. That's Joseph Wardle in 16th place. There is Matthew Lewin of the Tony Kart, the green striking helmet. Takes second place, so he's had a first and a second. It was James Havisham who won earlier on, wasn't it? So he's had a good result in this one. James Havisham crosses the line third, so a first and a third. Alex Biles, great result, second and fourth for him out of track so far in the 2 heats. Josh Neve in fifth place, Henry Wardle. Then it's Daniel Andrews, Andrew King, Hayden Abrams and Harry Parr. They're your top 10 out on track. Joe Webb, Caden Bott, Cameron Bott, Ewan Syme, Tom Rayner, and Joseph Wardle round out the grid with 16 karts.
Yeah, fantastic race for Class 15 there, and it'll be all jumbled up again for the next grid and the next race for them in, well, the next one will actually be today. But we do have another race to be cracking on with, because we've got the next race is the Class 14, Class 11 Novice class, which we will be explaining to you as soon as you see the sting.
So the disembodied voice in my ear was, I'll let you guys just explain. What I'm trying to explain, I have no idea.
Well, do you want me to have a go at it?
Go on.
So, obviously, we've seen a few novices. We saw Alex Bile in the Class 15 novice just then, but these are what we probably call true novices, brand new to the sport.
I know what I'm supposed to be explaining now. Yeah, thank you.
Brand new to the sport. This isn't going to be a race. There's no grid coming up on your screen at the moment, because we're getting ready just for these guys to get out there, get in the karts, and have a bit of a practice, basically. So it's also an opportunity for us to explain a little bit more about the Nationals, about NatSKA and the days ahead, and obviously plug the sponsors and everything like that. So if you're wondering why we're sort of not commentating on people overtaking each other, or they're going for race wins or anything, it's because there is no race wins to be had here for the novices, although they are in 2 different classes.
Yes, they're 2 different classes, but like I say, yeah, they're a practice, they're not racing. And they're making their way out on track as well. There we go. So the air fills with the smoke of pure power here at Fulbeck. And practice is underway. Now, like we were saying earlier on, the rule in practice is don't spin.
I thought on cue they were going to go through there and spin, when you said that. Yeah. I was sort of, obviously don't want it to happen. But yeah, no, don't spin, don't make contact with anybody else, just get out there, improve your times, show that you're learning as well, show that you're improving, because, I mean, we obviously have trophies for first, second and third in every other class, but in this one, it's more of a driver of the day sort of gig that they're going for here. It's it's not necessarily who was the fastest. It's not necessarily who pulled off the most moves, most overtakes, or anything like that. It's about someone who's improved the most, is brilliantly consistent. Obviously, it is racing respect. That won't help either of their causes, unfortunately, but has good racing respect, shows good sportsmanship, and all in all sort of just shows a fantastic improvement. So you can go for driver of the day, and they call that the novice of the day, as we see the 68 car try to wiggle his way using the tyres to try and get off the curb.
That's a proper technique.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I've used that before in the past. You do the old wiggle of the wheel.
Now it's also important that they can get back going. So if a marshal helps them in the practice, they can get back going. There we go, which is unusual for the rest of the field.
Yes, yeah. They're not allowed to do that in the rest of the field, are they? They don't have that. They don't have that perk, do they? No. Now, something that I want to take a look at as well while we're out here, we've got this group here, is Adriel Nicholas Cut, the 35. I would like to see if they've repaired that side pod.
Oh yeah, because obviously it had a big dent in the side, didn't they? And I suppose
big dent is an understatement.
It had the chasm in the side of the car, and well, thank you very much to Gaynor, who just handed us 2 bottles of water. Well,
far too much. This is the most hydration I've ever had in a competition.
I was going to say, how many? You've got about 2 massive bottles of water, plus everything that Gaynor's handing over, which is fantastic. I've got about 6
litres of water next to me, and I've not drunk any of it.
You've got to love the hospitality, though, haven't you? It's everything that NatSKA is about, really. And to be honest, as I said before, if you haven't before, well, now is a great opportunity to go and download the fantastic magazine that Gaynor and the team have put together. And brilliantly, it's got a great amount of history about the NatSKA in general, about how it started. And I won't bore you too much, Anthony, but on some of my commentary on sim racing, I like to bring up a section when it gets a little bit quiet called Oliphant.
Okay.
So we're going to bring in some Olifacts now.
I'm going to fact check everything what you've said here, because I'm not going to believe anything you say. So I've got my
He's actually got his notepad out. This is all of a sudden I've started sweating. No, that's all awkward. That's a horrible thing to picture. But no, amazingly, the biggest thing that I found is because it started in about 1962 with Jim McGregor in Northumberland, apparently, and basically he just wanted an extracurricular activity to engage some of the students who weren't engaging in normal curriculum. Okay. So he started to build karts with them. So he started to build karts, and these karts were not what you see today, shall we say?
No.
A handful of them have been sort of listed in the magazine, so you can go and check, and they actually have photos of them. It's fantastic. But it's basically, there was the Hertz car, which I'm guessing it's Hertz car, H-E-R-T, SCART, 1976. Apparently it's a rectangular tube chassis with a 50cc aerial engine. I think that's pretty close to what we've got at the moment, compared to the others that I'm about to read out. The ply carts. Would you like to guess what the ply cart is?
Is it covered in plywood?
It is! It's made out of plywood. Plywood flat chassis with square tube subframes. And it had the 100cc still engine in it.
No, I suspect the frame was still metal.
Yeah, but still it's made out of plywood.
The floor had plywood on it.
It had a flammable liquid coursing through on the top of a plywood floor, which is fantastic. Monocart, that was a ply cart with a plywood monocoque, upper body and steel subframes. Also had 100cc. And it also had expanding foam, which sounds quite flammable to me, as well as the plywood. So there was quite a lot of sort of... They actually presented prizes for the most innovative and different design of a kart. Yeah. So you come to the Nationals, you present different styles of kart, and you won prizes for it back in the 70s in the Nationals. So yeah, it's come a long way since then.
A question for you, without looking at your booklet that you've got, what year was NatSKA founded?
1968.
1971.
Either way, I'm wrong, actually. It's 1962, isn't it?
well, 1962 was when
the
first school-built kart.
Yes,
but
you're absolutely
NatSKA
right.
was formed in 1971.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. At Alfley Place in Hertfordshire, with Northumberland, Hampshire, Essex, Yorkshire, Lincolnshire and Hertfordshire all being the teams represented. And it's not like I looked at that. The ladies and gentlemen at home don't know I looked at my thing for that.
No, exactly. I was keeping you on your toes in that one, keeping you on your toes. You seemed far too confident and comfortable reading all of that. But no, excellent. No, but of course it is a fantastic thing for this one. Of course, 50-year anniversary this Nationals.
It absolutely is, which is why it's so special to obviously have it streamed and everything like that. Because I know there'll be a lot of people from past generations as well who have been really engaged with this Nationals in particular. Because obviously it's the 50th year, it's getting sponsored, it's getting streamed, there's a big deal made of it, and obviously everybody wants something to smile about at the end of what has been, quite frankly, horrible 18 months. And you know, it's not everybody is necessarily into football, so they can't even watch and enjoy that at the moment. So you know, if anything, it's probably quite annoying if you don't enjoy football. So they might as well smile about this.
Well, I can't stress enough how much I dislike football.
It's glad I haven't made any puns then, isn't it?
Everyone knows that I don't like football, but I have to say I've been thoroughly enjoying the Euros.
Oh, there we go then. At least you've been enjoying that, haven't you?
I've been enjoying it, well, because, you know, you've got to support your country, haven't you?
You get swept along.
Yeah, exactly. You get swept along with it. I still hate... It's not. People might hate. If you're a football fan on this one, I apologise on that. But again, it's personal opinion on my one. It's just I like the game. I just don't like the people who currently play it.
I can't argue with that, to be honest. Sometimes the worst thing about football is the people that play it. I can understand that. I quite like playing it myself, but with my friends, sort of thing.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Like a five-a-side league is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, it's proper. When you see like the Euros tournaments like that, it's just dive central. They should be in the Olympics diving team, not football pitch.
So essentially what you're saying is grassroots is probably the way to go for you.
That's what they eat.
Yeah.
Is grassroots in football.
But yeah, interesting. Just go back to the karting a little bit. Karting. Obviously, because we are looking at the definition of grassroots motorsport. We've said it a couple of times over the course of the stream so far, but it's quite right, I'd say, to be at Fulbeck for this one as well, because realistically, right next door is PFI, and I think most people in karting know PFI is the sort of the ultimate British circuit in terms of the facilities and the hosting capabilities and everything like that. It certainly was back when I was around.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's the only European registered circuit as well in the UK.
So realistically, karting has got very expensive over the last couple of years, as I'm sure you'll be keeping up with. You can spend more in karting than you can in car racing these days by quite some way. So it's quite really relevant, I suppose, that PFI, just the field over there, is one end of the spectrum. Fulbeck over here hosting the Nationals, NatSKA Nationals, is sort of the other end. And to be honest, it's quite heartwarming to be watching the smiles and the faces and the guys going out there enjoying it, because I don't reckon you see many of the people that race at PFI coming and just doing practicing for an entire weekend like these guys are here now. And that's fantastic to see, and they're loving it.
There you go, yellow flag in the first sector there. Oh, 3 karts. There you go. So that what you just see there, again, that's sort of a novice thing that you would see. So you see someone spin in front of you, your first reaction, hit the brakes.
Spin in sympathy.
Really hard, and you spin in sympathy. And then another person did it as well. Synchronized spinning.
It is. It happens quite a lot, but that's the sort of thing you need to get out of your system, sort of thing, is the fact that you don't panic as soon as you see someone spin. And when I started car racing, I was quite a big sympathy spinner, shall we say. I was also quite a big non-sympathy spinner. I just span a lot, to be honest. But it's something that is very common.
When I race, I like to award other people in the race with I Let You Win awards.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I let you win because you ended up spinning off, I'm guessing.
No, I allowed them to win.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah,
so you were just being chilled out.
Yeah,
just being polite.
I'm just so fast.
It's one of them, isn't it, really? It's,
yeah.
No. I'll get you next time. It's fine. You can have it.
I'll let you win, all right?
Yeah, you need the points. It's okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll let you win. That's what keeps me going at night.
Yeah, that's how you get to sleep, isn't it? Another shout out, because the novices are just about finishing up, so we do have races to be cracking on with. But a bit of a shout out for our sponsors, I would say as well, because we probably haven't mentioned them enough, because they are what has allowed this live stream to happen and allowed the Nationals to happen in the way that it has as well. So Next Level Motorsport, Next Karting, and Sign Media. I have got this written down. signmedia.uk. Fantastic to have you guys along, and a big thank you to everybody who also, because there was a GoFundMe page for this as well. A big thank you to everybody who is watching this and donated in the GoFundMe page as well, because it's, without you guys we couldn't be here streaming it, and it's been an absolute pleasure. I know, Anthony, you've enjoyed learning about NatSKA, because it's not something that you actually knew anything about before.
Honestly, I'll put my hand up to it, and I apologise to anyone, but I had no idea NatSKA existed until a few weeks ago, and I've been learning about it furiously over this past time, and it's I've been asking questions thick and fast all the way through this morning, and learning, because again, it's all the classes, they've got engines that I know what it is, but it's not what I think it is. It's something that's completely different.
Yeah, they're slightly restricted, slightly edited, aren't they? Yeah, all that sort of thing.
Yeah, the edited engines that I'm trying to get my head around. But say a huge thank you to the sponsors, Signage UK, or Signage Media UK. Next Karting and Next Level, of course, because again, without them, again, this stream, as you rightly said, could not happen without them. So we do thank them dearly for that one. But we have finished the practice for this. It's now time for the start of the third heats. It's now this is the important one for the drivers. This is what means the most. And up first, it's Class 14. Indeed, Class 14 will be taken to the track in just a moment. They've had their first 2 heats earlier on today, and this is how they line up on the grid. Scott Hayward will be starting on the front row with Jack Welch alongside Charlie Phillips and Oliver Kirk-Rowe on row number 2. Harrison Hine and Jamie Ledbetter on row number 3. Cyril Smith, Will Wood, Ben Hurrell and Harry Welch will be starting on the 5th row. Green flag is out and karts making their way onto the circuit. Now, a look back previously for today. Heat 1 was won by the 31 of Scott Hayward for Bexley. Heat 2 was run by the 31 of Scott Hayward from Bexley. Is it going to happen in Heat 3? Well, he's starting on first place. He's starting on the front row, so there's a high chance he's got he's got the best right, because he started 5th in his first heat, he started 9th in his second heat, now he's right at the front.
I think Jack Welch has got an important job, I would say, in trying to get ahead early doors, and it's always that you can't win the race on the first corner. We've said that once already, another one of the commentating cliches we've come out with, but it's absolutely true normally. However, Jack Welch can assist in it being a sort of fair race, shall we say, and you want it to be making sure that you can sort of challenge the race leader. Hayward has been absolutely flying so far.
Yeah. Support on the stream for Ben Hurrell. Grace Hurrell joins us saying, go on, Ben. So plenty of support out for Quinton House, and green flag is out, and away we go. Are we? Is it green flag? It is. No, it's a false start. It's a false start. They go through. Oh, and a spin for good measure. So a false start and a spin for the 29. That is Charlie Phillips. I'm glad I questioned that as well, because I saw, do you know what it was? I saw someone turn around, and I was just like, was that good? Was that good? Was that good? And then I saw a false start appeared on the screen. So no, it wasn't good, and they'll get themselves lined up again.
I fear we may actually have another false start, because all of a sudden everybody, half the people, we do, we've got confirmation nodding to my right. We will have another false start, because obviously some people took the first chicane, some people didn't, and they spaced themselves out. Now we're getting a sort of hand sign that makes it seem like maybe we aren't getting a false start. I think we will. I'm pretty sure that we will probably end up having another rolling lap. And in fact, yeah, we are. We've got another rolling lap coming our way.
You spin me right. No, again, we can't sing songs again. We're not allowed to sing songs in the commentary box, but yeah, we are going round again. The old cowboy signal to signal that we are going round again. So, technically, this will be take 3. I'll go with take 3. Third time's a charm.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, the Class 14, they've been rather exciting over the last couple of, the morning's racing, afternoon's racing as well. And by the looks of it, they're already trying to slot themselves into where they should be. Obviously, trying to sort out where they remembered they were in the grid order, because obviously been a bit mixed up. And remember that the drivers do have an actual, it's pretty much random grid order as well. You are supposed to get a few at the front, a few at the back, a few in the middle over the course of the weekend, but they didn't qualify. So it's down to, you basically turn up and you find out what grid you've been put in, and you've got to deal with it.
Exactly that. There we go. Right. Like I said, third time's a charm then for Class 14. It looks like they finally got themselves back into a order. And out to the final corner we go. Is it green flag this time? It is. Green flag is out, and we are off and racing in towards turn 1. Side by side again, the 31, Scott Hayward, holding on to that lead as they enter. Will he be holding on to it as they exit? Yes, he will. The 58 of Jack Welch slots in behind. The 29 has moved up. Charlie Phillips has moved up and pushed Oliver Kirkrow back 1 and has moved up into 3rd. Ben Hurrell with a contact warning, the 67. So he'll have to watch out for that one. Currently 9th place at the moment on track. I suspect he's moved up a couple more. Rest of the field slotting through. Good start then for Class 14.
Yeah, absolutely. Scott Hayward, crucially, has got the lead that he was hoping for, hasn't he? Jack Welch not really been able to trouble him too much. In fact, Oliver Kirkrow and Charlie Phillips look like the closest lot to having a bit of a battle. Jamie Ledbetter and Harrison Hine. Harrison, obviously, one of the drivers that have stood out for us so far, has been one of the sort of closer racers at the moment. And look at this, they're going number 5 of Oliver Kirkrow has been overtaken by Charlie Phillips, I believe, and there's a big hit at the backside.
Oh, dear
me. And that's not what you want to see. Nose cones be flying. And I think, full course yellow, naturally, as the 67 car is having to try and get himself off there. Luckily, I think both drivers are okay on the main because, they're both getting out the kart.
Yeah, looks like drivers are okay. Who was it, the 2 that gone off there? Do you know, I paid attention to the crash, but not the numbers.
I think it was Ben Hurrell was in the 67 car.
Yeah,
I can't quite see who else was there.
Yeah, so, well, I'll update when they next cross the line. But yeah, huge shame. Lots of front end damage. The NASCAR panels come off one of the karts, so that's.
I think it's Oliver Kirkrow actually.
Could be right. So it was the number 5 in the 67. That's who it was. So yeah, it was Ben Hurrell and Oliver Kirkrow. Yes, yeah, it was indeed. Cool. So that is unfortunate for those 2 coming a cropper. And that first chicane again. It's a wide track, and then it closes in quite tight, doesn't it?
It does look like a good overtaking opportunity, and on the paper, it is a good overtaking opportunity. That doesn't mean it's easy or that you can sort of go gung-ho at it straight away, is it? You need to sort of be very measured. You need to be very sure, because it is obviously multiple apexes very quickly, and drivers can fight back at you. They can close the door at any one time, and I think what we saw there was just a missed brake.
Harrison Hine there, you can see furiously checking his steering.
I thought you got a warning for that.
No, because you get a warning for warming your tyres up.
I think he was just aggressively trying to say hello to
not
us.
checking your steering.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Game shaking her head again.
That's what he was doing. Merely steering check. That's all he was doing.
I think drivers use it as a way of psyching themselves up more than anything, don't they? I think it's just a case of sort of getting riled up a little bit. But I mean, the number 5 kart is just coming past us now, being pushed along, and to be honest, I'm hoping it just looks like superficial damage. So very much hoping that they'll be out tomorrow, because this is, of course, the last heat of the day, isn't it? Last round of races.
Yeah, last round of races, so this is the last time we'll see Class 14 take to the track. Hopefully the last time we see a full course yellow, because full course yellow goes away. Green flag flutters. We're back racing again for Heat 3 of Class 14, and again, it's a good start off the line from Scott Hayward. Defensive goes the 58 of Jack Welch into the first corner. Everyone slotting through, staying in that same spot. No last-minute lunges. Warning for Harrison Line. There he goes. Should have kept quiet and not saying that he was weaving. There we go. Sorry, Harrison.
Gainer's looking very cheeky there. She's looking, thank you for bringing that to my attention.
There we go. I'll say it off mic next time. There we go. 5 minutes to go then. This race, 3 laps completed, and Scott Hayward again slowly starting to pull away at the front of this one. Jack Welch, look over the shoulder there. Harrison Hine is closely there behind you, but he's not going for any lunges, so chill out, relax. Don't need to worry about it just yet. You'll need to worry about it when it's about 1 minute to go and he's still there. That's when it starts to be a bit, ooh.
I don't know, he's looking for the move now, actually, isn't he, Harrison? The 58 car, Jack Welch, he thought about defending, then he was like, I don't know what you're doing, I don't need to defend, you're far too far back. And luckily, Harrison didn't just chuck it up the inside there. But I tell you what, Scott Hayward, he had a fantastic start. He obviously got riled back in with the full course yellow. Well, it doesn't affect him at all, has it? He's got a 7/10 lead already.
Yeah, he's a cool, calm and collected is Scott Hayward. Charlie Phillips just behind in 4th place as well. You can just see the white helmet coming into shot in the background, with Will Wood closely behind. And of course, Charlie Phillips has got that aerodynamic efficiency of the duct tape on that front nose coat. So it's working well at the moment in 4th place. So as I go through, 4 minutes, 20 seconds to go, out of the final corner, we still watch this battle for 2nd place. Looking over the shoulder, going defensive is Jack Welch, and this is all this is allowing Scott Hayward to increase that lead.
Yeah, I mean, 51.53 is Scott Hayward's last lap. The only driver in the 51s, Jack Welch and Harrison Hine. To be fair, pretty much dead set on each other's lap times. That one, 52.06, 52.05. Between Welch and Harrison Hine. So it's incredibly close racing between these two, and to be honest, I think it's going to keep brewing for as long as this race goes on, which unfortunately is only just over 3 minutes to go, because obviously we don't get the extended time for being under the caution flag, shall we say, the full course yellow, so they've lost a lot of racing.
Who does get the extra time out
Touring car drivers, and they take it away from the support series. I know that because I was in the damn support series.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, you don't get that in karting. There you go. No, you crashed. It's your own fault.
Yep.
I don't know why the steward's Australian. I apologise for that. But under 3 minutes to go. And they are still side by side. Tries to go the long way round. Switch over move. Oh, nicely done. That was well positioned by Harrison Hine there. Now is alongside. Inside for the little kink. Gets the job done. Look at that. A well-timed, well-executed move. Now Harrison Hine has got to try and catch up to Scott Hayward. Has he got enough time to do it? 2.5 minutes to go? Could be.
Well, you never know. Jack Welch is actually part of the Quinton House team. So I think that's QKT, Quinton Kart team. And actually, the reason why I bring it up, is because they're actually run. I just saw them then, ran by one of my old adversaries. Apparently, it's Adam Syrett, and he's got his dad here as well, Tall Paul, as he's affectionately named in the NatSKA community. He's helping out Quinton as well, but apparently Adam's the one calling the shots. So, although Paul used to run him back when he was at NatSKA 10 years ago, or whenever it was, it's now Adam calling the shots on Paul, so it's quite interesting. And there's an awful lot of Quinton House drivers here in the Class 14, and I reckon that's because the TKM engine is exactly what Adam and Paul used to specialise in.
There you go. Yeah,
a little bit of background knowledge is why you bring me along, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know anything. I forgot what I had for breakfast this morning, so there we go.
It's Harry Rotax Classics, wasn't it?
No, that's been lunch, and that'll be dinner tonight as well. Although I'm heard there's potential hog roast here tonight.
I've heard hog roast as well. I've heard rumours. And cake.
Yeah. I'm saying it quite quietly because I don't want Gaynor to hear. Because if Gaynor hears, it means that she'll be. No, she's staring at me again. She's staring at me again. I'm in trouble. There we go. I'm being told off again. 1 minute to go then. Scott Hayward leading the way, 2.57 seconds at the moment, and is pulling away more and more with new fastest laps every lap. With a 51.14 out on circuit at the moment. There is your race leader on screen, and I've got a hitchhiker on a... Sweet, there you go. Do you want that one?
Not even slightly, no. Why would I want that?
There we go. But Scott Hayward comfortably at the front, I would say.
Yeah, 2.5 seconds the gap, isn't it? And he's just never necessarily been out of touch. Look at this, there's 24 and 28 car. Now this is for the top 5 positions. Cyril Smith and Will Wood going nicely at each other here. Attempting, I would say there's an aggressive sort of stance from the 28 car of Cyril Smith. We saw Cyril, unfortunately, have a bit of an upset in turn number 1 in the first race. But since then, I think 4th place in the second, and looks like fighting for the top 5 here again. Charlie Phillips probably not worrying too much about Will Wood and Cyril Smith here. But you never know. If they do start falling over each other, what Charlie doesn't need to do is make any mistakes.
How can they fall over each other? They're not standing up.
I'm just looking at you with such disgust, Anthony.
There we go. Well, the timer is running out. Last lap board is out, and Scott Hayward will be hopefully taking that checker flag in just a hot second. But yeah, we're looking back here at the 28 Cyril Smith and Jamie
How can you be looking back? The screen's in front of you.
Oh,
hey.
Oh, very good.
Right, I'm happy now.
Very good. You got me back. You got me back. Well done. Well done.
But Cyril Smith actually has got past Will Wood now, hasn't they? And Charlie Phillips all of a sudden looks slightly less comfortable because that is a very small margin now between the two of them.
Yeah, he's closed that gap up fairly quickly, I would say. But back here with your race leader, because you're coming into the final couple of corners now for Scott Hayward. Is it going to be a clean sweep of races? Heat 1, Heat 2, Heat 3. I think it will be as the checker flag goes out. Scott Hayward takes it, and it is 3 for 3. Second place goes to the number 7 of Harrison Hine, and the 58 of Jack Wilch crosses the line for 3rd place. 5 seconds separating the top 3. Then the rest of the field comes through, because as the 29 held on to 4th place, all weaving all over the circuit. Yes, they do. Charlie Phillips crosses the line, holds on to 4th. Cyril Smith crosses and holds on to 5th place. Will Wood crossing in 6th place. Jamie Ledbetter, Harry Wilch, Oliver Kirkrow, and Ben Hurrell is who we lost in that first race, but Harry Wilch crossing the line in 8th. Good race!
Yeah, fantastic win by Scott Hayward. Harrison Hine obviously doing well in 2nd place, overtaking Jack Wilch, and then a fantastic little battle for the top 4 as well. So wherever you look here, a great little battle. But up next is Class 12 and their final race of the day.
Indeed, you are correct. It is Class 12 up next for their final heat of the day, and they start like this. Nathan Walker on the front row with Dougal Hamilton-Smith alongside Ethan Handley, and Alfie Heaps on row number 2, Harley Grayling and Faith Hunting on row number 3. Arthur Hagland, Francesca Beretta, Alex Fallart and Harry Ledbetter on row number 5, David Otero and Joshua Potts on row number 6. Rounding out the grid with 13 karts is Molly Heaps in the 84. Well, there they are, lined up, primed, ready on the grid, and at the front of it is Nathan Walker, the 91. Now, in the first race of the day, the 38 took the win, David Otero for Barnwell. Heat 2 was taken by the number 3 of Alfie Heaps as well, so keep a close eye on them because they were 2 drivers that had nose to tail, but yes, there is Nathan Walker on the front row for this one. He had he had a bit of a hiccup in the first race, of course, or in the second heat. You got to remember, he forgot to do his helmet strap up.
Oh, he did, yes. No, of course. I was thinking, I don't remember him being in the wall or being involved in an incident, but you're absolutely right. Hopefully he won't have made that mistake again, because he got called in for it, didn't he, which is a bit of a shame. Another lovely little shot of some of the stickers and Signage Media UK and Next Level out on the front of the karts as well, and the cameramen doing a brilliant job at capturing all the sponsors and the stickers all over the karts, and obviously some of the drivers trying to get focused, get in the mindset of what is to come, as we see the number 7 of Arthur Hagland as well, just panning back through the field, obviously giving everyone their sort of due, giving everyone an opportunity to look mean and intimidate the drivers when they look at that back. A classic Tony Kart livery. I have to say, I think that's 2 different kinds of Tony Kart livery, actually, the side pods and the nose cone. A bit more of a classic NatSKA look. There we go, with the sort of plain black and the plain blue side things, side pods even, side things, you know what I mean. As the cars now get underway, we can start thinking about what we're looking at. So senior 4-stroke is essentially and affectionately what we're naming it as, the Class 12. We have a Class 11. That's probably the biggest grid that we've got here today, the Class 11 and 10. But Class 12 is probably what people would go into if they want to stay in 4-stroke, but a bit too much experience in the Class 11.
I tell you what, I am such a good commentator, I forgot to unmute my microphone. There we go. Oh, another pink notepad. What does it say?
Arthur Hagland is Barclay team leader and NatSKA legend. Apparently it's Colin Fenwick's grandson, and we haven't mentioned Colin Fenwick a lot, but he is in the history. So maybe we'll mention him next time the novices are out there.
There you go. There you go.
I'll put that along with all my other pink slips on the side here.
There you go. Pink slips are good because it means you win someone's car. Does that mean you get Gainer's car?
Potentially, yeah. She'll be walking home.
Not too sure there, but again, looks like we're ready to race. Are we? We are. Green flag. 9 minutes plus that 1 additional lap in towards turn 1. Ooh, bit of contact, bit of jostling. Someone goes around. Now facing the wrong way on the exit. Oh, but stays just off the racing line. That was the 90 that went round. That was Harry Ledbetter. Disaster there for Harry, for St Michael's. But recovers and gets back on circuit without any assistance, without putting his feet on the ground, so he can stay in the race. But at the front leading is Nathan Walker for St Michael's, at the front leading the way comfortably, with the 19 very close behind as well. Dougal Hamilton-Smith there holding on to that one. Got the number 7 in there as well. Is that Arthur Hagland, who's moved up for a fair chunk of positions? I think he has indeed. There's the number 3, Alfie Heaps there. Took the race win in Heat 2. Looking to replicate that, hopefully, in heat number 3. Under pressure, though, from the 27 of Faith Hunting, who had an excellent race earlier on today, leading for the majority of it, and then unfortunately had to concede the lead, but had a great result, 2nd place earlier on. Again, hopefully trying to replicate that as well as they go through the first chicane. All nice and clean this time around into the braking zone, but yeah, nice clean start once more.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on Dougal Hamilton-Smith, actually, in the number 19 machine. I think Faith Hunting's just overtaken Dougal, but as I've mentioned a couple of times, if you've tuned into the 4 strokes before, Dougal's actually leading the championship for the Class 12, but not having such a fantastic weekend here so far. He's slipped down, I think, out of the podium positions, with Nathan Walker still leading. But Alfie Heaps absolutely loving the prospect of trying to get a race win here. And I think, in fact, it'll actually be his second race win as well. Faith Hunting's not having that line down. Faith obviously came second in the second race behind Alfie and is not fancying repeating such a feat. Nathan Walker still leading the way. They're not even worrying about defending, not needing to think about it at all. Just casually going, executing a line. Now looking to the inside, forcing Alfie to the outside. I tell you what, good kart placement there by Nathan Walker. He's giving Alfie just enough room on the outside to make him go that way, and then sort of inching towards it into the braking zone. Alfie can't really get alongside the driver and keeps him behind, but I think Alfie's got the ultimate pace, and in fact, here we go, here's a lunge on the inside, and it's a done, dusted move. It's up to Faith Hunting now to take that fight towards Nathan.
Yeah, indeed, you are correct there. So good moves there, changed for the lead. And Alfie Heaps now leading the way. Nathan Walker now under increasing pressure from Faith Hunting as they exit round turn number 9 in towards turn 10 and back onto the start-finish straight. Again, good running from these drivers. Now, who's that in the background? That's still Dougal Hamilton-Smith in 4th place. Again, it's kind of wanting these drivers to start scrapping because now you can close that gap up quite quickly. Now, what has happened to Evan Handley in the number 80, because he has dropped down the order and has now lost 7 positions and is in 12th place, and he has not crossed the line and he's dropped down to last place. So where has Evan Handley gone out on track? I'm not too sure. We'll find that information out for you as and when we receive it.
Yeah, not entirely sure on that one. David Otero up 1 position. He's in 9th. Obviously a race winner from this morning, David. We are still currently looking for Evan, but no marshals are running about frantically. So
I saw a kart in the pits.
Yeah, there we go. If no marshals are running about frantically and a kart has slipped all the way down to last place, tends to mean they've gone into the pit lane.
Yeah.
So I assume that's where Evan is.
I saw his helmet.
Ah, there we go then.
There we go. 5 minutes then on the timer. 4 minutes have elapsed so far, and 4 laps have elapsed so far. There we go. And again, under exceeding pressure is Nathan Walker. Big look over the shoulder there, and it's all full of Faith Hunting's kart. And contact warning going out to the 90 of Harry Ledbetter. So, not sure where that contact took place, but again, Stuart's keeping a very close eye on it. Oh, here comes Faith Hunting down the inside. Gets the job done. Good exit out of the second chicane. Gets it done through the left-hand, right-hander. So, makes it that move up into second place. And now we've got a repeat of what happened in race number 2. Can Faith Hunting close that gap up to Alfie Heaps? So Alfie Heaps' last lap set the fastest lap of the race, 56.91. compared to a 57.56. Crosses the line this time, it's a 57.9 for Alfie Heaps, 57.5 from Faith Hunting. So, struggling at the pace, there, and we saw Nathan Walker trying to go for a late lunge down the inside of Faith Hunting into the first chicane. Couldn't get it done, locked up to avoid the contact, and fortunately for Faith Hunting, didn't get collected. So she is still in second place, but that is a nightmare for Nathan Walker, who has now got pressure from the 12 of Harley Grayling just behind.
Yeah, I think Harley's actually had to slow up a little bit, and that's allowed Francesca Beretta to come and just have a little nibble, potentially. But you're right, Faith Hunting up into second place, and this is a repeat of what we saw last time. Now, the difference was, in the last race, we saw them in the 56s. They were the only 2 in the 56s. Well, Alfie Heaps has managed to put in a 56.91, but Faith Hunting is still firmly in the 57s at the moment. So maybe, just maybe, she hasn't quite got the pace when not following another driver like Alfie. Obviously, it does help to chase a quick driver, doesn't it? It sort of ups your game. It gives you an opportunity to see where they're braking, see the lines they take, carrying the speed, and seeing where you can maybe inch out another mile an hour or 2 here and there.
Yeah, exactly that. Here is the battle for 5th place. This is Harley Grayling that we're looking at here, and then number 12. It's got the close company of Francesca Beretta just behind, and that's 17. So it's 2 having a fierce little scrap out on circuit as they go through, and into the braking zone of the second chicane. Some of the drivers not actually braking through there, maybe a little lift sort of thing through it, and chuck it in and hope for the best. Sometimes that doesn't work out, because sometimes they just use the kart as the brake sort of thing and
chuck it in, hope for the best. That was my motto. It didn't always work out. I hope for the best. The best didn't always come to me. Contact there between the 12 and 11 and the 90 as well. That's Harry Ledbetter coming off probably the worst out of those three, unfortunately, and falling a little bit further down. But Harry Grayling, Francesco Beretta, David Otero has now overtaken Harry Ledbetter, which means that David is now up to 7th place. It's a half-decent weekend for him so far. And his 7th place is his drop round, which is high potential because he started right at the back of the field. Then that's a pretty good drop round to have in your pocket.
Yeah, potentially so. 90 seconds left on the timer then, and Alfie Heap still leading the way. 1.9 seconds is that gap at the front. As last lap, Faith Hunting was slightly faster, but eyes on this battle here for 5th place still between Harley Grayling and Francesca Beretta as they go through, under increasing pressure now from the 38 of David Otero, who has closed that gap up as they go through. And 1 minute left on the timing board. There they are into the boot section. No positions gained or lost at the moment as they exit. And onto the start-finish straight once more. Now, last lap board probably won't be out this time because, well, actually it might be. Who knows? They could get a cheeky extra one, and they'll cross the line at about like 1 second to go. So whether or not
extra
they'll do
cheeky.
It would
be putting some Nando's with how cheeky that is.
Yeah. Oh, there's the number 7 going off the track. That is Arthur Hagland, and we saw as well David Otero tried to go down the inside of Francesca Beretta and Harley Grayling as they go through. Couldn't get past Grayling, but has got past Beretta. So Beretta going down a spot, Otero moving up, and Grayling under pressure now. Alfie Heaps, new fastest lap of the race, 56.6 as he crosses the line. So last lap board will be out this time for Alfie Heaps. As they go through, side by side, there's Otero, gets past Grayling as well. So moving up the positions now is David Otero, 2 positions in 1 lap. Good stuff by him, and he's going to try and break away from this one as well. The 90 is recovering now and getting past. Managed to get past both of them as well. So that's allowing Harry Ledbetter to close that gap up also.
Last lap board is coming out in front of Alfie Heaps by the looks of it, so I'm going to get another lap. Oh, it's the number 12 of Harley Grayling just squeezes wide, and that's allowed Francesca Beretta to squeeze through on Harley yet again. And tell you what, this class 12 is providing some thrilling action all the way down the field, isn't it? It's not just Alfie Heaps leading the way. Faith Hunting in 2nd place by 3.5 seconds actually. I tell you what, Alfie is absolutely flying out there with a 57.12, with nearly 0.8 of a second quicker than Faith is at the moment. Dougal Hamilton-Smith getting his weekend back on track potentially. Nathan Walker still in 4th, David Otero in 5th place, and in fact here we go, here is Alfie Heaps, he's on his last lap.
He is indeed, yeah. Last lap board went out and he's managed to make his way halfway around the lap already. With that comfortable lead, 3.4 seconds at the moment. And he's going to exit out of the hairpin here. Faith Hunting just at the back of the shot there, you can see. Just coming through, that is the visual gap that they have got. Out of the boot section through turns 9 and 10. And it's going to be another race win for Alfie Heaps. He took it in race 2 and now in race number 3. Well done to Alfie. Faith Hunting again, good result, finishing P2. Who's going to come across the line in 3rd? It is going to be Dougal Hamilton-Smith, who crosses the line, gets that 3rd place spot. Nathan Walker, the 91, I think has held on to that one. You know, he had that spin at the chicane, but has managed to hold on to 4th place, gets that job done. David Otero closes that gap up dramatically as well, finishes in 5th place. Harry Ledbetter in 6th place. Francesca Beretta and Harley Grayling finished 7th and 8th. Alex Fallart in 9th. Molly Heaps in 10th place. Arthur Hagland in 11th. 11th. There we go. And Joshua Potts and Evan Handley crossing in 12th and 13th place, albeit 2 and 7 laps down.
Yeah, well, I just saw Joshua Potts, actually. His kart was pulled up on the inside of the circuit, so that's why he was 2 laps down, unfortunately. But he's wheeling it back now to the pit, so hopefully he'll get back out. Well, it'll be tomorrow now, because that is the last race for Class 12 today. So we're going to have a quick sting to Class 7, 8 and 13.
Indeed we are. Class 7, 8 and 13 are about to make their way to the circuits. The Junior TKMs, the 100cc, high-powered extra little karts out there, and the 113 Tyler Wannington with the high-powered 4-stroke rumbled engine out there. Tyler Wannington starting on the front row. It's Samuel Forbes alongside Julian Sanders and Alexander Arnold. Ben Johnson and Samantha Seward are on the third row of the grid. Matthew Mather, Jake Baswell, and Bethany Levisay and Molly Nicholas Biles round out the 10-car grid. There they are, lined themselves up better. It's not the first thing you wanted to see when you look to the grid. There we go. But the drivers lined up ready there. The heat, it's getting a little hotter today, isn't it? Now, the weather said there was going to be a chance of rain or anything like that, but the sun came out and it delivered some heat here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can see that rare occasion over a kart circuit of blue sky every so often. It's quite impressive, to be honest. It does mean that we won't have to get the covers on the cameras and everything like that. In fact, we've actually got the weather on the screen for you now. It's currently 21 degrees, very low wind, doesn't it? And to be honest, it is getting a bit warm. It's getting a bit warm in the commentary box, isn't it? I've started to just perspirate just a touch, but I think that was the exciting racing as well as the heat that's beating down on us.
Oh, I mean, I wasn't going to say anything, but
I smell.
No, I'm better kidding. There we go. Well, that said, a 10% chance of rain in the air. Now, with it being so flat here, you can see for miles, and I can't actually see any significant clouds anywhere, apart from maybe that one in front of us.
We're hoping that we're going to be safe. It's a slow wind, isn't it? It's going to be a long time until that comes our way.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
He says, like famous last words.
Yeah, famous last words, that is. That is indeed. So, Kate Hodgson joins the stream saying, let's go Fran. There we go. So Kate is not here. Will be here tomorrow, because it's isolating at the moment, and their isolation runs out at midnight tonight.
Yeah, that is an interesting logistical nightmare, isn't it? Because as we say, we really hope that they don't live too far away. They don't have to get up that early. I remember because my dad didn't want to stay in a hotel or anything like that the day before, we used to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning for the likes of Rower to make sure we're getting up there, get the cart set up and awning set up and everything like that. It used to be a real adventure, to be honest. It used to be one of the highlights of the calendar for NatSKA. Whenever we were going to Rower, but we're at Fulbeck at the moment, and we have karts out on circuit.
We do, yes. They have just left the pit lane.
Well, we have some karts out on circuit.
We do have some, yes. So something tells me we're going to be going round many, many more times.
Yeah, we've just got another one coming in now, and just looking towards the pit lane, and they're sort of bleeding out slowly, but I fear normally when you've got an interruption like that, it means that one driver hasn't been able to start.
Yeah.
And has clogged the rest up. Hopefully everybody's got going.
Well, let's hope so. You can see we got the majority out there. Oh, there's another one grinding to a halt. It's the 93. Now, you see, what he's doing there is he's blowing the fuel through. So it's looking like there's a lack of fuel, and he's putting that little pipe that you can see, blow into that, and it forces the fuel.
Is that advisable to do on a live race circuit?
I mean, probably not, but...
Oh, he's having to get out, and he's not very particularly happy about it, as you wouldn't be, to be honest. And that is number 93.
Well, it's Alexander Arnold. Basically, he's won Heat 1 and he's won Heat 2, and unfortunately, he's not going to be winning Heat 3 by the looks of it with that one. That is a huge shame. Now, we did see his kart come to a halt at the end of Heat 2, and it doesn't look like the gremlins have been kicked out of that kart as of yet, because that kart has come to a grinding halt, and that is a huge shame for Alexander Arnold, who was looking like he was going to take 3 wins on this one, and unfortunately that's not going to be the case. That's
a bit worrying, really, though. But he will tomorrow. He has the entire evening to get it right, and he will tomorrow have the carb check as well. So they get 3 laps to just quickly get out there and make sure the cart's working smoothly. So with any luck, fingers crossed, we'll have him back for the last 3 heats.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Are we going to be going this time around? Again, it looks like we potentially are going to be. As they go through, we have got everyone in the roughly the right spots. And it looks like we're going to get this race underway. Heat 3 then for Class 7, 8 and 13. And there you can see 93 Alexander Arnold at the side of the track. Green flags out and off we go in towards the first chicane. Everyone slotting into position. The 2 of Samantha Seward there holding on to the lead as they go in and exit. The 3 there, Molly Nicholas-Biles holding on to second place. You can see that 53 of Samuel Forbes diving to the inside of the 36. Gets that job done. So Ben Johnson struggling at the start there as moving down the order quite rapidly, I will say. The 55 of Jake Bestival there is holding on there in 3rd place. And now we've got to see what the 51 of Julian Sanders and the 53 of Samuel Forbes can do, because of course they're in those quicker sort of style of kart, and you know they're right there now at the back of these 3 and are going to want to close in on that one as much as possible, quick as possible. Out of the start-finish straight and down the inside goes Molly Nicholas-Biles to take the lead in towards the first chicane. Gets that job done. Good move.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we go, the number 55 of Jake Bestival. Jake, you're going to have to tell me how to pronounce your name properly, because there's about 3 different ways of saying it, I would say. Just letting the Class 8 driver through is a huge hit of the backside for the curb. That was by the number 3 of Molly Nicholas-Biles and Samantha Seward. At the moment, it's showing up as Samantha Seward ahead. It's actually Molly, because they obviously overtook each other.
It will update as they cross the line.
Exactly
yes.
That, yeah. So, but the Class 8, to tell you what, they're quicker than they ever have been before. They're further up than they've ever been before, haven't they? Because normally they make their way through the order slowly as they get through, but Molly Nicholas-Biles actually with a bit of a contact warning there. Not sure what that's for. Through goes the Class 8 drivers, and actually, I mean, you might think Class 8 is a bit of an odd sort of class, to be honest, but if you have a look in the back of our handy manual here, that's, you can actually see Class 7, it's got history raining back to 1994. Class 8 goes back to 1972. So that is how long the Class 8 has been going for. It only missed 1987, which is quite a historic attachment to NatSKA.
Oh, no, they missed a year. That's outrageous.
I know.
How dare they?
It's not acceptable, is it? Yeah. But it just shows how embedded it is in NatSKA folklore, this Class 8. And actually, you can see a familiar name in there in my brother. So, yeah, he actually really loved the Class 8. In fact, my dad still has the Energy kart, the chassis that he won it with, hung up on the wall.
Ah, there you go.
He can't let go of the past. He wanted to remember when he was successful.
Now, Alexander Arnold just received a warning, but he's not in the race at the moment, so I don't know how he managed to get one of those. Maybe he's broken a rule at the side of the track that he shouldn't supposed to do. But, yeah, not too sure. 6 minutes to go, though. And Molly Nicholas-Biles leading the way from Samuel Forbes in 2nd place, has managed to get that job done. Samantha Seward moving back a couple of positions, as well as Julian Sanders has got that position as well. Now you can see here Samantha Seward is under pressure now from Jake Bestival. Is it Bastable? Bastable? Bastable. I'm going to go with Bastable. There we go.
We're going to go with Bastable, aren't we?
Yeah, Bastable. Yeah, Jake Bastable. Let us know if we're getting it wrong, though. Please do. Down the inside, though, looking for the move into the hairpin. No, stays behind. Can't quite do it there. So Bastable there holding on to 5th place. Seward there holding on to 4th as they go through. 5 minutes left on the timer. Good running from these drivers at the moment. Taylor Wannerton setting a new personal time for him, and 13 in 8th place. 55.25 for him. Good running at the moment as they go through. Out of turn number 9 through turn 10. Very quick corner turn 10, which is why like the track kind of, it looks like it opens out wide, but no, it's the same length. It's just it's out there to make the corner faster, so you can get a better exit speed, and then it comes back onto the main straight. Yeah,
exactly, and it's got that horrible rumble strip on the outside as well, which you can take if you're really desperate, potentially on the last lap, but it's probably ill-advised for any other time in the race.
Definitely.
Especially if you want to keep your spine in all working order and one leg's still the same length as the other. Otherwise, it will jolt it around, I imagine. This is a fantastic little battle here, though, between Samantha Stewart and Samantha Seward and Jake Bass Stable, even. Again, still getting it wrong, even though we agreed how we were going to pronounce it. Molly absolutely flying, though, in the lead of this race, and a couple of tenths ahead of Sam Forbes. But considering they're in fundamentally quicker cars, it's still very impressive. Up the inside of the 55 is Jake, and it's a good move on Samantha Seward, who just was sort of held out there. It sort of slowed down quite substantially as well, wasn't he, by that move? But he runs very wide, does Jake. That's allowing Samantha maybe to catch back up, but to be honest, I think the move is done and dusted. He's got it pretty safe for now.
Yeah, I think that is job done for that one. So Jake Bass Stable moves up into 4th place. Samantha Stewart dropping back. Eyes on the front, though. Molly Nicholas-Biles, the number 3, still leading the way, but only by 0.2 of a second. There it is on your screen, because down the inside is going to go Samuel Forbes in the other car. Oh, I say he was going to go down the inside. Oh, no, he thought against it. Oh, where's he gone? Has he missed the chicane? I think he did.
No, he's there.
No, he's not. He's pulled over.
I'm really not sure what happened there. The rear wheel's going to move. It didn't look like a seize. Just looked like the engine gave up. Very odd. He's got the energy sticker in his car.
I will say, I thought I saw a puff of smoke out the back of that midway through the race. More so than what you'd expect.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure whether or not that is a pop or a bang. I'm not sure, but yeah, not pushing it out of the way. Huge shame then for Samuel Forbes and the 53. So Julian Sanders will obviously take the win for that one in Class 8, if he finishes the race, that is. But there we go, 2.5 minutes to go.
In fact, no, you've given the commentator's curse.
Oh, I have, haven't I?
51 has ended up off the circuit as well, right about the same place. So both Class 8s failing right at the end of that start-finish straight.
Oh, I proper cursed that one, didn't I?
Yeah, no, they can blame you for that one.
I'm going to stop talking.
It's an awkward thing for a commentator, isn't it, to potentially stop talking? But yeah, that's really gutting. Both Class 8s finishing. I mean, it's a bit like that Verstappen and Hamilton sort of tug of war at Baku, isn't it? Sort of one gets the advantage and then the other one unfortunately fails as well. But hopefully, as I said, they'll get back out for tomorrow. But if it is a seized engine, that is a bit of a worry.
That is a worry. We'll have to find out later. We'll have to get detective hats
during a hog roast.
During a hog roast, we'll have yeah, we'll have to find out. Nose is on. 90 seconds then left of the race, and Molly Nichols-Biles, despite all odds, was looking like she was being hunted down by the Class 8 karts, but now has managed to hold on to that lead. So Class 7 leading the way. We're down to 2 classes in this one. We've got Class 7 and Class 13 in this race alone. There we go. This one. We're currently watching the 55 of Jake Bass, who's now in 2nd place overall and 2nd in class. You can still see Samantha Seward there behind, and there's a bug on the screen. There we go.
Molly Nichols-Biles are absolutely smashing it. I mean, obviously, we couldn't quite see the gap realistically before because there were some Class 8s in the way, but now a full 8-second gap for Molly. Absolutely smashing it out of the park, and really pleased to see it as well. This is the 50. I think this is being lapped by Molly, isn't it?
Yeah, this is Matthew Mather.
This is actually, I mean, Matthew is 5th, so Molly's actually lapped half the field now.
Yeah.
Which is quite impressive.
A very impressive drive, I will say, yeah. So Molly working well out there. 30 seconds left on the timer. I suspect we're going to get another couple of laps in. I don't think last lap board will be coming out this time. Let's go through again, just watching the sort of racing lines that she's got out there. Again, swinging it all the way out to the right-hand side there for the left-hander. Not holding in too much speed. Did run a little bit deep into that one there, but again, you've got to watch out wide, so then you can get the optimal line as you go through turns 9 and then 10. Good exit out of there. Getting over the start-finish line. 2 seconds to go. So last lap board will be coming out this time around for Molly Nichols-Biles. So goes round the top hairpin there. Nice controlled drive. Good stuff from her all the way.
I was going to say, I mean, it looks fairly smooth. We see a lot of drivers. I mean, we saw a lot of correction there through the second corner, but we see a lot of drivers flick the karts in very aggressively, whereas Molly seems to be doing a good job of just driving smoothly through the corners. No melodramatics here, there, and everywhere. You know, just the karts on rails for this race, and maybe they've done a setup change or something throughout the day, because it's absolutely flying at the moment. We are about to start the last lap of the race, so it's not going to be the checkered flag. We can see the last lap board being held out just in front of our commentary perspective. So Molly Nichols-Biles, again, just has to do another couple of smooth laps, and she's absolutely doing it with a plum as well, because she actually gained a second on the last 2 laps on Jake in second place, the 55 car. The last lap, yeah, it's now an 8.8 second gap over... Well, that's quite a long time, and the next closest battle that we've actually got on circuit is Jake to Samantha Seward, which, as we know, has pretty much died down.
Yes, you will be correct in saying that. From the back of the grid to the front, the number 3 has had a storming race all the way through and is going to take the final corner with ease. It was 93 for 1 and 2. Take the 9 off. What do you get? You get a 3, and it's going to be number 3, Molly Nichols-Biles, who takes heat 3. There we go, lots of 3s in this for that race win, and a great result from there. Second place crosses the line of the 55 of Jake Bassable. Then it is Samantha Seward who crosses in third place in that number 2. Ben Johnson has not come around yet, the 36. Matthew Mather has crossed the line in the number 50. Where is Ben Johnson, who was 35 seconds further down the road? And the 36 in fourth place. There is the 13 of Tyler Wannington. There is the 36 of Ben Johnson, who crosses the line. The last cut to take checker flag. We lost 2. We lost the 51. We lost the 53. Julian Sanders and Samuel Forbes. We'll have to find out what's happened to those carts. So an excellent end to Class 7, 8 and 13. Now it's time for race 18 of the weekend. It's Class 11 and Class 10 for Heat 3. So Class 11 and 10 will be taken to the circuit in just a moment. Another busy old grid for this one. Lots of drivers to get through. Abby Mills starting on the front row with James Hunting alongside Noah Webb, and Joshua Bean on the second row of the grid. Peter Nuns-Randall and Alfie Atmore alongside. Matthew Pepe and Thomas Forbes on row number 4. And it's Oliver Costello, Nathan Tyler, Evan Bradley and Lachlan Bott. The next row. 13th and 14th is Oliver Livesey and Tom Ratcliffe. Then it's Harry Hurst, Leah Rowland, James Thompson and Alex Favreau. Warren Kiss and Tom Stretford, or Strefford I should say, rounding out the top 10 rows. And then on row 11 is Andrew Willman in the 77. There they are lined up on the dummy grid area. You can see there the number 9 of Noah Webb for Barnwell at the front, just giving it a slight rev. Of course, with these being the 4 strokes, you'd expect the 4 strokes, the idles will be turned right up. The clutch is screaming at you as they're trying to pull away. Your foot's on the brake to stop them from getting away. That's a proper...
I was going to say, that's a proper meaty engine, isn't it, really? It's a proper low-down style engine as well. But, yeah, it's quite easily... The biggest grid that we've got here today. There's plenty of drivers involved with it, including Class 10, obviously James Hunting and Abby Mills, and the back end. And obviously, if you're wondering who on earth are each driver, well, the likelihood is the Class 10s are going to be towards the back of the field. And I'm just trying to remember what kind of cars. They're green plate with white numbers. So we haven't got to them quite yet because there are that many Class 11s, aren't there, to fill it up.
Do you want to know a hack? You were looking through your book for that. Class 10 is green with white numbers, red with white numbers, yellow with red, yellow with black. It's on your main pages there.
I can't believe I've been looking through different notes all this time. Gator's already had me off. I mean, she's already done it for me, and I'm here trying to look through mountains of notes.
Sorry, what did you just say? There we go. Okay, it's getting hot in this commentary box, isn't it? It's only
you need to hydrate. You need some of the 6 litres that you got next to you. That's what
no, I've got many bottles of drink here. Gainer has kept me hydrated all the way through the day.
Yeah, exactly. It's getting towards the end of the day. It's been a good day of racing, hasn't it? And I think everybody's hopefully enjoyed it. I'm quite pleased with Tyler Wannerton. He's just beaten 2 Class 8s for the Class 13 car. I mean, hopefully the Class 8s get back racing, but I fear we may need some kind of engine experts. Luckily, I know there are quite a few engine experts around the paddock here that are used to building Class 8 machines, so hopefully they'll get back out tomorrow.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. Let's hope so indeed. There's a good look down the entirety of the grid on this one. There's a busy grid of karts, so I'm expecting some good things in this race. Lots of action all the way through the field.
They'll be quite warm, won't they? Sat right next to the engine as well. If we're quite warm in here, they'll be very warm, I imagine. Sat next to that 4-stroke engine, puttering away, I imagine, with all that gear on as well. I mean, they don't have the fireproofs underneath, because karting, you're not legally bound to have to do it. I mean, some of them may have it on, they're not legally bound, but they're still going to be very warm.
Yeah, exactly that. There's also the difference between car suits and karting suits. Of course, kart suits are more an abrasive resistant material because, of course, the likelihood of you... Yeah.
Well, yeah, you'll be able to get out is the hope, wouldn't you?
Exactly.
If things go slightly wrong, and whereas in a car, it's always a little bit more difficult.
Exactly that. But busy old grid of karts making their way round the track, and we are about to get this one underway. Support on the stream for Nathan Tyler, for Warren Kiss as well, and for Harry. So get your support in on the stream. We'd love to hear from you of who you are supporting out there, and it is always good to see fans watching at home, of course, because you can't be here at the circuit. There's pictures here from Alpha Live, and of course, a huge thanks to Signage Media, Next Level, and Next Karting as well for providing the fundage for the live stream coverage. So we do thank them dearly. And out to the final corner, it's time now for Heat 3 for Class 11 and 10. Out they go, green flag is out and in towards the first chicane. 4 wide again, are we? I don't think they learned the lesson for the first time, but are they going to get through cleanly this time? It looks like it. No yellow flags to report. Good stuff. The whole field gets through, albeit they've closed up a bit now at the back of the field. Oh, one car pulling off in the background. Who's that? Who's stopping? It is the 93. That is a huge shame. Tom Stretford, or Stretford, I should say, one of the novice drivers. And there you go. Shows you the disappointment that these drivers go through, even in this grassroots racing.
Oh, I mean, it means everything to them. I mean, I won one race in NatSKA in my entire time of driving it. I was always a bit of a big boy. And we ended up, I still have the trophy, which is quite something. I mean, it shows how much it means to you, sort of thing. And I know full well Tom still has some of his trophies from NatSKA. It means a lot to these drivers. I have to say as well, Thomas Forbes, he's made a monumental step forward in this race so far. He started in 6th, and look, as the timing tower pops up on your screen, he's already up to 3rd place. And he's going to be right in the mix for another race win here, because Josh Beam and Alfie Atmore are fighting already for the race lead. Tom Forbes will be rubbing his hands at this one. Lachlan Bott moved up 2 positions as well. He's another protagonist to be keeping an eye out on. He's in 6th place.
He is indeed, yeah. Lachlan took the Heat 2 race win for Class 11, so he's definitely one to keep a very close eye on. And I think Richard Bott is joining us on the stream, saying thumbs up to Lachlan Bott there as well. So again, good support coming in for everyone. Again, go Warren from Nicky Kearse as well. We've got support for Thomas as well, and lots of more support coming in as well. So please do keep getting your comments in. 7.5 minutes then on that timer. This is a look at the lead, because it is Joshua Bean who's leading the way, but Alfie Atmore is right on the tail, and that's allowed Thomas Forbes, like you say as well, to close up. 1, 2, 3 on your screens here in towards turn number 1, and it was at Thomas Forbes who got the fastest lap of the race that last lap around, so that slipstream working well here at Fulbeck, and you can really tuck in behind your opponent and really gain some momentum down these straights, but in towards the second of the 2 chicanes. No moves here. Everyone getting around nice and cleanly, but down the inside looks Thomas Forb into the left-hander. No, all yellow flags are out there, so there we go. Didn't overtake, so keeping an eye on that one as there is a kart stationary. It's the 18 that's gone awry, and that's Matthew Pepe. That's a disaster for Matthew.
It is indeed, but look at this defensive. Well, they don't need to technically be defensive because I think they were going through a yellow flag. So actually, no, it would have been the previous corner. So he did need to be defensive.
Yeah.
There, Josh Bean, who has only turned up to, well, this will be the 5th out of the 9 rounds that Josh has turned up to. So he's doing very well considering maybe arguably slightly out of practice. Alfie Atmore, I think, is 2nd in the championship overall. Thomas Forbes is 4th in the championship, but you wouldn't know it by the pace he's been showing so far. He's been absolutely flying. I could say Lachlan Bott, actually, I think is on pole position in the championship. So those 4 drivers that we've really seen highlighted here today are highlighting themselves throughout the entire championship as well. So brilliant to see them carry that on.
Yeah, no, exactly that, exactly that. 5.5 minutes to go then, and eyes on this one, because who is that catching up there in 4th place? It is Lachlan Bott, yes, it is indeed. So that battle for 3 has now become 4 into the yellow flag section, as that kart is still stricken at the side of the track of Matthew Pepe, so he's having to push that one in. So that now, I think, has cleared, so yellow flags will get pulled away in just a moment. But down the inside, Lachlan Bott moves up into P3. Nicely done, well timed. And again, good opportunity that because, you know, everyone slows down for those yellow flags and had jumped on that. As soon as it was past the incident, you know, you can get back on it and get that position done. So good thinking, good driving there.
Yeah, it's not necessarily something that people would encourage, but it is a little bit of racecraft. You start to learn a little bit more of that. You know, he didn't do anything wrong in the yellow flag zone, but he was keen to get on with the job at hand as soon as it was available to him. And look at this, he's already looking to the outside against Alfie Atmore. He's blended back in, but Alfie gave a big look to the right-hand side then, so he's certainly aware that Lachlan is fighting for him. But look at the inside here for Thomas Forbes. Through the left-hander, nope, not having it just yet, but again, filling the virtually pretend mirrors of these drivers.
There we go, yeah, so defensive driving from Lachlan. That's allowed these top 2 to break away now. They've just got to remember, they've just got to, none of them have got to battle. Basically, they're in the limbo mode. You've got to wait, you've got to stay together, just work together until the last lap, and that's where you go. In a battle of 4 like this, the worst place to be is in 3rd place. Because you don't want to go for lunch. You've got to wait for 2nd to make the move, and then you capitalise on that. That's how you get past, and without losing much time. Because if you start to make that move, then you'll make that. It's one of those.
But then you're also hoping that the person behind you doesn't bother making any moves either.
You, yes, yeah.
So because then you both lose out.
But last place is in the, or 4th place is in that position of he just wants to know. And speaking of 4th place, where's he gone? Where's Thomas Forbes gone? Have we missed something again?
I can't see him. I honestly can't. I'm looking out the windows now as well, and so are a few of our other people who are here as well. Darren on the cameras, and he can't quite see him either. So not entirely sure what happened there. But at the moment, Joshua Bean is leading Alfie Atmore and Lachlan, but we don't know where Thomas Forbes is.
There we go. So driving that one, has he just dropped back slightly? We'll see if it updates. He has crossed the line, so yeah, he is still out there. So he's just fallen back slightly. Oh dear, not sure what happened. Maybe a spin. Who knows?
Well, he lost 4 seconds, so maybe not big enough, or 5 seconds actually. Maybe not big enough to be a spin, but certainly something went wrong.
Yeah. There we go. Defensive driving again, Joshua Bean, because Lachlan is trying to get past as much as possible. Has not failed to do so. He's managed to get past actually Alfie Atmore, so he's moved up now into P2. Has Lachlan Bott. Great running from that one. It's just one more driver to go in the shape of Joshua Bean, and goes right round the outside here as they get past the 73 of Abby Mills, who moves out of the way. And as they go round the final corner, they'll cross the line. 2 minutes to go, and it's going to be side by side. No, slots back into position. Joshua Bean still leading the way. Pulls out of the slipstream now. Lachlan Bott down the inside. No, can't quite do it. Thomas Forbes, though, recovering well, because now he's just setting new fastest lap of the race, 56.73. So as wanting to fight back again, you can just see him there in the background. Very wide entry line there, trying to get the switchback move there. Nicely done. Look at that.
That is bang on the money, that is, from Lachlan, and really smart driving as well. That is fantastic racecraft from Lachlan, because it did look like he just overshot it. It was almost over-dramatised, but it worked a treat. So who are we to criticise if he's just taken the race lead?
No, exactly that. So 90 seconds left on the timer, and the 85 of Lachlan Bott takes the race lead into the penultimate corner. So there they go through the last couple of corners now. And the number 2 of being now under pressure from Alfie Atmore once more, but albeit this time for second place. Keep an eye on Thomas Forbes. There he is just behind. Not another new personal best or a fastest lap. He said that last time around, but he is closing the gap. It's 3.9 seconds, is it now? But with 1 minute left on the timer, that's going to be a tall order to try and close that gap up.
It absolutely is, isn't it? And he's not exactly going a second and a half quicker than the drivers ahead of him either, so it is going to be a bit difficult. But Lachlan Bott with that lead of the Joshua Behan is in second place, the number 2 car. Alfie Atmore in third, Thomas Forbes in fourth, and rounding out the top 5 is a 20 of Peter Newnan's Randall. Who is this? That's Harry Hurst.
Harry Hurst. That is an absolute disaster. Harry was having an absolutely fantastic race there, and he was in 8th place when he last crossed the line, and that's an absolute disaster for Harry. He's had a great performance this week, or this day so far, this weekend, and yeah, huge shame for the last heat of the day.
It is indeed, and just having a look, the gap under 4 seconds now, but this will be the penultimate lap of the race. It's not quite the last lap. They crossed the line with about 15 seconds to go, did Lachlan, who is desperately trying to pull away from Josh Behan. Not quite being able to really pull the gap more than half a second at the moment. Josh is still putting in some quick lap times, so not really been able to pull away. Alfie Atmore again in the 56s as well, which means Tom Forbes hasn't really been able to pull in any closer, but I think that's Tom Forbes' 3rd fastest lap in a row, so he's absolutely trying his best, but the top 3 have also upped their game.
Yes, incorrect you are. So, last lap board out this time. And these top 3 still very, very close. Lachlan Bott's got that slight advantage now of half a second. Last lap board goes out. But Joshua is under immense pressure now from Alfie Atmore. Alfie tried to go down the inside. Behan covers that door, covers that line. It's correct thing to do. He can do it. He's allowed to do it. And I think the rule on that is you can only come off the racing line once and rejoin it once. I think that's the rule on it, really. Yeah, otherwise it's then weaving.
Yeah, you got to make sure that you only move your you make yourself a definite line sort of once, and then you can change it sort of once. And you can't do it under braking either. You can't move under braking, of course. Yeah. And here we go, though. It's a fantastic run out by Alfie Atmore, and well, there was no defending that one from Josh Behan, but he is going to try and go around the outside. Oh, huge clump at the curve there. It's not going to help him, and I'm certain that Lachlan Bott, though, will be very happy with this race, though. It looks like he's in the race lead. It's the last lap board coming in. That means one flag is coming out. It is Lachlan Bott to take the victory for the 3rd heat in the Class 11. At the Nationals, with Alfie Atmore in the end coming across the line to take second place. On the last lap, he's pumping his fist. He's pumped about it. Josh Behan still on the podium, but has to settle for 3rd place. Thomas Forbes has recovered well, but he ended up in 4th place.
There we go, and of course in Class 10 as well, we've not really spoken to him much about this because 2 drivers hidden away in this big group of Class 11, but the 71 of James Hunting is where is he at the moment? 13th place out there at the moment, and the 73 of Abby Mills 18th. So James Hunting will take the class win in Class 10. So good running from them at the moment. They'll appear in the shots. Of course, they're denoted with the green and white number plates there. They'll cross the line in a moment. But a good running then from Class 11 and Class 10. That was race 18 of the weekend. Only a couple more races to go. I say 3 more races to go, because up next it's time for Class 1 and Class 4. Indeed, Class 1 and Class 4 will be coming up onto the track in just a moment, and only a few karts in this one as well. But here's how they're going to be lining up on the grid. Archie Robinson, the number 1, starting on pole position with Casey Wannington. as well alongside Ethan Grundy and John Seward. And then it is Robbie Smith, Joseph Smith on row number 3. Row number 4 is, of course, our had an issue in the first race, but it is going to be Ganato now, Der Ruiz. So there we go. On the dummy grid now, you can see Archie Robinson from Stoke on the front there, ready to get this race underway. Is that a googly eye I can see on that camera as well? Looks like it. Thumbs up there. Now, Casey Wannerton. Now, this kart didn't get going in the first race, did it? They struggled to get that kart started, and looks like with it being on the grid and everything, and everyone looking comfortable and cozy behind it, looks like they've got that repaired and is going to get this race underway. So that was unfortunate that they weren't allowed to get that kart going for the first race. That was a shame. Then we come to class number 4. This is the number 19 on your screen, Ethan Grundy. Thumbs up there from Ethan. Had a good race earlier on as well. The number 2, John Seward there from Kingham Hill. Thumbs up there. Also the number 3, Robbie Smith. Race win earlier on, Smithy. Good running there. Number 11, Joseph Smith whizzing out of shots, and the 22. Hopefully a better race as well for Gaetano. Out there. Oh no! Oh, I've seriously got to stop talking about karts, because every time I do, something breaks.
Casey, this is it's heartbreaking, really, isn't it? Because obviously they missed the second heat. You can have a drop round, but 2 DNFs really does hurt in a sprint championship and a weekend championship like it is this weekend. So that's absolutely good. And what a weekend to have it happen as well. There's mechanical issues on. I'm sure the car probably went absolutely hunky-dory for the rest of the season. Unfortunately, it's not playing ball today.
Well, that shows you the kind of sort of family vibe you get here, because there was 3 more mechanics that came out of nowhere and dived to assist on the karts as well. So
exactly,
again, that just shows the support that these drivers get down there. But apparently we're getting the go around again signal, so we are going to give this driver the opportunity. There you go, that's a nice thing. The cowboy hands come out and you spin me right round.
Stop it.
Okay, sorry. Started singing again. I'm not allowed to start singing. There we go. Well, let's hope we can salvage the number 5 and we can get it back out on track. And I guarantee that kart was in the awning, in the pit lane, and it'll be fired up straight away.
Absolutely.
Yeah, look at that, it's all working. Give it the good revs, and yeah, it's all working. Excellent, it's all good. Put it back down on the ground. Here we go.
Yeah, it's as if it's allergic to tarmac, isn't it? It's a bit of a shame, and we haven't seen it come out yet. So unfortunately, I think we're going to go green with 1 less Class 1 to be contending. Unfortunately, Archie Robinson obviously took the victory in the last one, and not on the road though, because I believe that went the way of Robbie Smith. Let's see what they crack on with this time.
Indeed, so they got the go around first time around. I don't think we can go around again. It is green flag is out, and away we go for the 19th race of the weekend, and straight away the race lead has been taken by the 19 of Ethan Grundy in towards the first chicane. Also as well, the number 2 of John Stewart is followed through, and the number 1 is slowly falling backwards there. Oh, eye of a needle there as they slot through. The 11 round the outside, Joseph Smith, good kart control. The 3 tried to go down the inside, Robbie Smith couldn't quite do it. So Archie Robinson holding on, but has dropped down significantly into 4th place.
Yeah, it's as if the kart was bogging down there a little bit, which is a bit of a shame. Obviously, it is a 2-stroke. Maybe it had a little bit of fuel coming through it that I had to burn off before I got going. I don't know. It's a very strange one, to be honest. But he's gotten back going now. He'll have a fun time. He knows that he's winning his class at least, and he'll have a fun time trying to carve through the order, and all of a sudden the Class 4s are fighting for overall race lead. Ethan Grundy, I think. Yeah, there we go. Ethan Grundy coming through to take that race lead ahead of John Seward and Joseph Smith. Robbie Smith is being turned around, as I was mentioning him, and that's collected another driver. I'm not sure who that is. I hope it's not Gaetano Der Ruiz. unfortunately. But Robbie Smith, turned around our race 2 winner. Oh, and round goes Joseph Smith. Both of the Smiths having a bit of a problem.
There we go. So, God blimey. All action in the second lap. They said all the action happens in the first lap. You're doing it backwards. There you go. Get it all out in the first lap, and then second lap, everything calms down. There we go. I wasn't prepared. Wasn't prepared for that. So, at the end, or near the end of lap number 2, Ethan Grundy is still leading the way by John Seward. They're kind of broken away by quite a way now. Joseph Smith had the spin, of course, at the hairpin that we just saw. Archie Robinson is falling back. He's having a slight issue with the kart on that one. But whizzes into shots. There is the number 11 of Joseph Smith as well. Number 3, Robbie Smith. Smithy holding on to third place at the moment. 6.5 minutes to go. With that clear visor again, looking into the eyes of the driver, seeing what they're seeing.
Staring into their soul, ready to see what the drivers to try and win this race. Ethan Grundy actually leading the race, as we know. He's 4th in the championship. He's only turned up for 3 out of the, this will be the 4th out of 9 rounds for Ethan Grundy, which is, not been around as much as some of the other drivers. Robbie Smith has been here every round apart from round 8, which currently is acting as his drop round. It's quite impressive, the consistency, but Ethan Grundy, with a lack of practice and lack of experience, you could argue, doing well.
Indeed, indeed. Just for a moment, guess I was going to say a note that potentially was happening, but something tells me it's not happening anymore. Oh, okay, so it is happening. I was given a pink post-it note. They are going to be switching races. No, they're not. Okay, they're not. I've just had in my ear the news flash. It's not happening. So basically, what I've just said there in that whole segment of 30 seconds, just ignore. Let's continue with this race.
I mean, let's just look at the racing. Yeah, it's probably what we should probably get on with.
I'll get rid of that post-it. That didn't exist. What are we talking about?
It floated out the window, I think. Robbie Smith, fastest time of the race on that previous lap. He's got a good 5.5 seconds though to catch up to John Seward. They've all spaced themselves out rather substantially, haven't they? Here we're used to these guys obviously going at it a little bit closer. We've had some fantastic races in the Class 1 and the Class 4. But I have to say, it is going, because we've been talking about how it's a sort of family atmosphere. It's all about getting kids in karts. It's not as competitive. There is a competitive nature, but it's not as competitive as the higher echelons of karting. So it is heartbreaking to see Casey Wannerton have 2 DNSs due to mechanical failures, isn't it? It's not ideal, and the young driver, I'm sure, will be absolutely heartbroken. But they will have the evening and night to sort of try and rectify it and get that back out tomorrow. Yeah, we do hope so. And of course, that's the beautiful thing about a lot of the drivers here are camping here. There's a lot of tents and everything like that working into the night now. Now, I'll say this. Again, a lot of people may dislike me for this one, but while I was in my hotel and enjoying life in the hotel, fancy, yeah, it was. I did think about all the poor people that were in the tents working away at night, and I'll be honest.
I thought of you while I was having my steak dinner.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll be honest, I was in my hotel room and I didn't think of them.
I looked out the window, I said, oh, look at the rain. Oh, no, everyone who's in a tent, I hope they've got it on high ground.
Yeah, well,
because there are a lot of puddles here.
I'll tell you what, all of a sudden, since we've been chatting about how we were in hotels, John Seward and Robbie Smith proving that you don't need hotels to be a competitive racing driver, because Smith has gone through to Seward. And I'll tell you what, he must have caught that up in the space of about a lap and a half, because it wasn't that long ago. We said they were all spaced out rather nicely. But I did say Robbie Smith, he was looking quick. He's delved into the 55s, and it's about a second and a half quicker than Ethan Grundy. Don't write him off for a race win.
No, definitely so. He's closing that gap up, because the gap between these two, around 3 seconds to Ethan Grundy at the moment. I say that, it's now 2.3. So I think we've got a race on our hands, because with 3 minutes to go, I reckon Robbie Smith is a man or a mission.
I think he is, yes. I think his mission, if he chooses to accept it, is to try and get this race victory. And I think he's got every right and opportunity to do so as well. Ethan Grundy has done a particularly good job, it has to be said. He is quickest of the rest of the drivers, but Robbie Smith at the moment is pulling something different right now. Having a look, I'm trying to find Archie Robinson. He's moved up from 5th place to 4th, the Class 1 driver, but apart from that, stagnated slightly. Lap times are around the same as the drivers in the Class 4, so don't expect him to fly through the field in the next 2.5 minutes, which, by the way, is all we've got left, unfortunately. And after this, we've only got the Class 15 road taxes and then the novice practice, and that's the end of the day, which is a bit sad.
It is, but it does mean a hog roasting afterwards.
Oh, well, I mean, it's your favourite time. Lunch and then dinner.
Oh, yeah. Food is the way to my heart. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have, like any sort of proposal if you came out, I don't want jewellery, give me a hot dog or something like that.
A packet of Dairy Lee Dunkers.
Oh, that key to my heart, that is.
Yeah, well, at the moment, I'll tell you what, look at this. As we've been chatting about food and other things again, Ethan Grundy has been caught by Robbie Smith. This time we're actually keeping an eye on the monitors a little bit more accurately than we were before. We've managed to catch it before it happens. 8/10 the gap over the line, but take a look at this. It's definitely not 8/10 anymore, is it? It's a matter of 1 or 2.
Oh, yeah, no, I'd say that's 8 milliseconds it is now, is that gap, with 90 seconds left on the timer. Just over. They head round the final corner, out onto the start-finish straight, into that slipstream now. Tuck right in, a little further in. There we go. He's listening. There we go, and then comes around into the chicane there. Good exit out of there. Tuck in, slipstream. You're not going for the move there. Well done. He's got the live stream on in his ears.
It potentially has. I reckon that Alfano, it doesn't have times, it just has your commentary.
Oh,
you can
no.
hear it.
Oh,
It's just got the live stream.
That'd be awful.
It would be awful.
Oh, that's so mean. There we go. Less than a minute to go then as they go through the left-hander into the hairpin. Oh, is that a lunge down the inside? Oh, he thought about it there. He thought about it, but then hit the anchors a little early.
He's got another lap there, potentially 2. It's not going to take them 40 seconds to get around the boot section, so I reckon they've got 2 more laps here.
I reckon you could be correct.
Ethan Grundy won't be happy about.
And no, he will not be happy about that. So out of the final corner, back onto the start-finish straight again, back into that slipstream mode. And again, no, it doesn't look like close enough for a lunge move here, does it? So stays behind as they go in. Again, key, don't go in too quick. It does look like Ethan Grundy is going in a little deep, because every time we come out, Robbie Smith is always much closer than he was in the exit. Oh, a little wide through the hairpin as well. I think it's getting to him. He's pushing it. He's thinking, oh, how has he gained on me? I need to go faster. It's not about the corner entry, though. It's slow in, fast out, not fast in, slow out. That's the key to this.
I think Ethan Grundy is tasting the sparkling water at the end of the top step of the podium here. Obviously, no champagne allowed. Oh, number 2. We got John Seward. He's parked off the side. I know it's off camera at the moment, but I can just confirm that one for you, which is why you might see John falling down the order a little bit. So, as Grundy is still fending off, I think this is going to be the last lap board, which is absolutely good, and it is the last lap board. Look at the inside here. Robbie Smith is smelling a race victory, isn't he? He's already got 1. Oh, Grundy cutting across his front nose cone. He's closing the door. He's not just closed it, he's absolutely slammed the door closed, doesn't he? As I think Robbie Smith probably saw that one coming. Ethan Grundy's taking no prisoners today.
Indeed, indeed. They rang the dinner bell for the start of this lap, and it's time for dinner now, because Robbie Smith is hunting down Ethan Grundy. What can happen as they go through? You can see you'll be yellow flags out in this sector, so no chance for an overtake here. They clear it. Now it's free game. What can he do? Only a couple more corners to go. Are we going to see a lunge down the inside of the hairpin here? No, we're not. Stays behind. You can just see them running a little bit wide on exit, but Grundy holding on to it nicely as they enter the boot section through turn 7, 8, and 9. Runs a little wide on the exit here, but again, Smith can't get alongside enough. Grundy through the final corner now has got the line in the entry. He's got the line on the exit, and it's a race win for Ethan Grundy for the 19 in Heat 3 for Class 1 and 4. Great result from him. Robbie Smith crosses in 2nd place. Archie Robinson wins in Class 3rd overall in Class number 1. And the rest of the field come through as well. Joseph Smith in 4th place. Then it is Cayetano Diaruz crossing in 5th place. And John Seward again, the number 2, not finishing the race because he's parked up at the side of the track like you spotted. So, interesting final heat for the day for Class 1 and 4. Mechanical issues starting to arise here.
Yeah, really gutting, as I said, for Casey, unfortunately, and obviously some other drivers potentially falling victim. John Seward, we didn't actually see what happened to him, but he is parked on the side of a straight, which quite often means there was a mechanical issue. We have got one last race, actual proper race of the day, and that is the Class 15 Junior Rotax Max, so keep it tuned to Alpha Live.
Indeed. Class 15, the penultimate, well, it's actually the last race of the day, because the race after this is the practice race as well. So, Rotax time. Starting on pole position. Now, I've been saying this name wrong all day, and I'd like to apologise to the person, and I'd like to say thank you to the person who was tuning in. It's Tom Raya, and I've been calling it Tom Raider. I've been adding an N, which doesn't exist, so thank you for spotting that one out. It's Tom Raya starting on pole position with Daniel Andrews alongside Hayden Abrams and Henry Wardle as well on row number 2. Ewan Syme and Cameron Bott on row number 3. James Havisham and Harry Parr, Max Humphrey Cooper and Caden Bott on row number 5. Josh Neve and Joe Webb on row number 6. Row number 7, Matthew Lewin, Kate Hodgkinson, who's not here, she'll be here tomorrow hopefully, Joseph Warden and Andrew King on row number 6. So then it's Dan Jones and Alex Biles on 17th and 18th place.
Can I just interrupt you there, Anthony?
Go on.
Everything you said there is not for this race, unfortunately. We have got the novices coming up for this one.
So, you know when I had that piece of paper and I was reading it out that...
Effectively, we were being told that the races were being switched over, but they didn't want to announce it to the world because the scrutineering were gathering a sneak attack on the road taxis to check that they're all up to standard and up to legal race spec,
right.
Which means that's what they're currently doing. So we've got the novices coming up actually, and then the last race of the day will be the Class 15 after this one.
Right.
Okay. There we go. There's some novices for us.
There it is. so the stewards, the stewards threw a sneak attack at the commentary team and the class as well. You can see them all in the background there. They're all checking their cars to make sure that they're all good. I'm guessing what they're doing is they're checking the needles.
Potentially. You know more than me on this one.
Well, in a Rotax carburetor, you have a needle and a kind of pin that goes on top of the needle, and that allows how much throttle it can open up.
I see.
So, depending on how long the straights are, it can have it like on the 3rd notch, the 2nd notch, the 4th notch, or the 1st notch. So, if it's a big track, it's like, I don't know if it's on like the 1st notch or if it's 4th or whatever, but it can open up the max, or it's so it just allows a higher top end, slower blur, but a higher top end.
So blur. So not acceleration, not torque, just blur.
A slower blur.
You can tell we're technical, aren't you? I bet NatSKA really pleased they got us two on.
Oh yeah, exactly. So yeah, slow acceleration out of the corner, but they get a higher top end. So at a track with a long straight like this, you would want a higher top end.
I imagine so, because there are quite a lot of sort of longer straights and places like Rower potentially as well. And
Rower, I think you'd want it coupled down.
I don't know, it's pretty long straights at the back end there. But
yeah, but it's twisty.
Very twisty, windy sector 3 and 4, I'll give you that.
Got uphill as well. You don't want a big...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's very true. And GYG as well.
And GYG, yeah. GYG, well, yeah, GYG I'd expect because it's quite a long run. PFI definitely be long.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Anyway, we're at Fulbeck now, aren't we? So,
we are
if anybody's wondering what on earth is going on, because obviously the road taxis aren't out at the moment, it is the novices. Now, if you've been watching all day, you're about to hear us repeat ourselves, basically, but the novices aren't racing.
No.
They're just out here practicing, getting some good lines, getting some good experience in the race car. And to be honest, we've seen some sort of some spins in sympathy. We've seen some spins in just getting the throttle application or brake application and steering wrong, and it can just rotate. You can just rotate the car. And then if you're in a full grid of 30 karts or something, it can go very badly wrong, which you don't want to happen. So these guys are allowed to overtake each other. It's not exactly like a track day situation where they can only overtake in the straights and on the left-hand side or anything like that. In fact, they're actively encouraged to try and practice their overtaking maneuvers, because that will put them in good stead as soon as they get into the live grid when they're sort of old enough or more as experienced enough. They are split into 2 categories. We have got the Class 14 novice, which you're currently having a look at right now, is Millie Howard. And then you've got the Class 11 novices, so 4 strokes and restricted TKM 2 strokes out on the same grid, which may look a little bit weird. I mean, as I said, the rackets used to be Class 14, and that's used to be the novice grid along with the 4 strokes, but they've obviously restricted the TKMs down to a similar level, and that just keeps that many engines, one less engine that they have to worry about here in NatSKA.
Yes, definitely.
Which also why I think is why we don't run X130s, because that's obviously a very popular engine at the moment, which is something you don't see here at NatSKA.
No.
Yeah.
Carry on.
I was going to say, I thought you were going to bring in something there.
No, not at all, because that would be professional.
Yeah,
bring
exactly.
something in and carry on the conversation, and I'm not professional at all. And I completely forgot what I was going to say and lost train of thought. So
essentially, yeah, obviously NatSKA is very bare bones, isn't it? Motorsport and karting. So you want to keep it as straight down the line and as easy to follow as possible. And if you have the Class 14 being a TKM restricted and then Class 7 as being the normal TKM, rather than having multiple different engines that are here, there and everywhere, it gives the opportunity that there will be spare parts, there will be people who know the engines a little bit better, and just basically it's just a bit easier for everyone. And plus all the scrutineers have to learn one less engine as well.
Matthew Hawkins there, going through. One of the single Honda engines again. Oh, there's the 35 who's off the track and in the barriers. That looks like the fast corner, got it beached. So needs a little hand pushing it there. So he's pushing that kart this weekend, isn't he? We saw him run wide, slightly out of the hairpin. And again, he's come a cropper at turns 7 and 8. So he's pushing that kart definitely, and that's the only way you learn how to race.
Well, at
if
the
you
end
push
of the day,
it past the limit, how do you learn where the limit is?
Well, exactly that, yeah. And then obviously you maybe improve your driving skills and driving knowledge as well. And then all of a sudden the limit changes, and you can push that little bit harder yet again. And maybe lap times you were doing previously end up being your warm-up lap times.
Yeah,
to warm the tyres up and stuff like that. And you can see a few little battered and bruised side pods here. I think that the number 4 is about to show us one. Not as battered as we've seen previously, but a little bit of a tyre mark and a little bit of an angle there that probably isn't normal.
It's definitely been involved in some podding.
It's been touched. It could do with a touch-up is probably what we could say about it. But still, I mean, look, carrying good speed. You have to say through it, and there's a little bit of snapping here and there of the steering wheel, trying to turn it in 2 or 3 times, not using all the road, but that's what they're here to learn. All of a sudden, sometimes you learn by mistakes as well, don't you? Like you said, if you don't push the kart to the very limit, how do you know where the limit is? And all of a sudden, you'll make a mistake, and you'll go, oh, well, it was fine. And all of a sudden, you'll do it again.
Right, okay. Okay, right. So apparently the session's been extended by 5 minutes because carbs are being checked.
Yeah, there's a lot of Class
thoroughly.
15. Oh, well, there's a lot of them, isn't there? There's only a certain amount of scrutineers, I suppose.
There is. So a bit of extra practice time for them.
Oh, well, exactly. And if you're going to give it to anyone, you might as well give it to the novices.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's always good to have an extra bit of practice, isn't it? So time gets re-extended back to 9 minutes that they've got out there. So a little bit more time to strut their stuff, show us how it's done.
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you what, we can bring it back to a little bit of history of the NatSKA event. Since we got that a little extra time, 9 minutes ago.
Got that buffer. Go on then, give us the history.
I suppose just a little, one of the fun facts that I found in this magazine, which is fantastic. Again, you guys can download it and have a flick through it.
I've got it in my on my laptop right here.
In fact, you have. I mean, we did get sent that, so I'm not sure that entirely counts.
Well, yeah, I mean, I still had to download the attachment.
You did indeed, yeah. But if anybody is wondering where it is, it's on the NatSKA Facebook page. You can scroll down and have a quick read of it after all. And one of the most interesting facts I found of it is that the 3-time Formula One world champion Jackie Stewart actually came down. He drove a school car around Rye House, apparently very quickly, which is unsurprising, and was also the NatSKA president as well. Not sure if that was a honorary role he held, or whether he was actually actively that involved in it. I'm not entirely sure, but it is fantastic to see. So, and also, if you wanted a little bit of background on the Nationals and how big a deal that was, between 1979 and 1988, the Nationals were actually sponsored by ESSO. So a big organisation getting involved with it as well, which was fantastic. And obviously the sponsorship led to increase in funding for the championship and the Nationals themselves, which led to improved safety, organisation and overall presentation. They did, interestingly as well, and they used to have an endurance series called the Enduro, and that actually carried on up until when I started karting, and it used to be one of the highlights of the season, to be honest. It wasn't necessarily a whole sort of meeting unto itself designated to it. It was sort of the end of the 2-dayers, so it may have been a Wilton Mill, and at the end of the day, on the Saturday night, they would have an enduro, which anybody could actually join in as well. So the dads got involved, the mums got involved, they were jumping in the karts as well, and doing a 45-minute race sort of thing. It's fantastic, and fortunately we don't get to do it anymore, but you never know, it may come back one day.
Yeah, it could. Well, indeed. So I'm just looking through this history side of things as well. I'm loving this picture that's in here as well that I'm seeing from Breeze Hill School, which was a regular in the NatSKA meetings, with Brian Lord going on to be a regular clerk of the course as well. But the engines used at the time in that time were taken from motorbikes. So the Yamaha FS1E 50cc, the Honda H100, or the Yamaha RS 100cc, with the gearbox sawn off.
Yes.
Right, so they saw the gearbox off and then put it on a cart. And the picture just below it is, with a little bit of ingenuity, costs can be kept down to a minimum, and it's 2 people nicking an engine off a bike.
Yeah, absolutely is. And I suppose that's maybe one, as you say, one way to keep costs down, and potentially something that happened. I mean, we've got a full course yellow out there. I think that may be just a practice. Don't worry, no one needs to worry too much. It's just to make sure that the drivers know exactly what you need to do if it does happen in an actual race. So they're putting them through their paces here today. You've got the extra 5 minutes. Why don't you use it to test out the driver's knowledge and get them reacting to real-world situations as well? You know, I forgot, actually. I said that the plywood cart was probably my favourite. I forgot one. They made a tri-cart.
Yeah,
one wheel at the back.
That looks cool.
It looks cool. It looks deadly.
It looks stable. If it was one wheel at the front and 2 at the back, I definitely wouldn't race it.
I think that would be understeer city, but I can imagine the oversteer on this was quite impressive as well.
I suspect that could do donuts like nothing else.
I reckon it could only do donuts and nothing else.
I'm getting a nod. Oh yes, it could do donuts like nothing else.
Really? I'm just getting a chat in the ear as well. Apparently, the driver was sat so far back that there was no weight at the front, which means you just didn't turn the front wheels. They just couldn't get any direction change. So it's
wheelie central too.
It's wheelie central. Yeah, you stick a high-powered engine on that, and you got a wheelie machine. That's basically what that is. So it's fantastic, really. So yeah, do please go and download it, because they've put a lot of time and effort into creating this. It was written by Colin Fenwick and Jim Hardy. That whole history of NatSKA, and it really is brilliant to see. And it's got a sort of review of all the different race meetings that I've had throughout the season, as well as a few words from other drivers and sponsors along the way as well. So yeah, fully worth the download. Still in full course yellow conditions, just to make sure that the novices know exactly what they need to do in case it happens.
And what the stewards expect from them.
Yes, exactly that. Because at the end of the day, these guys will come in and they'll be given some notes. They'll be given some prep. You know, oh, you didn't do this. You need to do that a little bit better. You know, no shouting. No, oh, you're never going to race again.
This
sort
is
of thing.
A learning opportunity.
Learning opportunity. Exactly that. So yeah, brilliant to have along. We're actually gone green, so it's almost replicating a race start. It's about close to a race start that novices get, to be honest, until they actually go into fully fledged racing.
Indeed. So, green flag conditions back out on circuit. Adrian Nigra there, but still at the fastest time. Neely Howard there in the number 3, who's currently on your screen. Second fastest at the moment. Impressive time, 54.
It's going to be
54.2.
Going to be a rivalry to look out for, I reckon, going forward. I mean, they're separated by what, 600ths of a second. That's pretty darn close, I would say.
Yeah, definitely so. Just looking at some more pictures here, and I can see Jackie Stewart at Rye House with NatSKA.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I was saying before. You know, the fact that he was, I think it was maybe an honorary position as the NatSKA president, but still, you know, it was attracting some big names back in the day, and it probably got a lot of people in motorsport that you wouldn't really know started in NatSKA. Obviously, don't have any in my head sort of thing, but you know, they come from all walks of life, really. So it is awesome to have along.
Exactly that.
And to be showing it off. It's never been shown off before. Like you said, you've been karting commentating for a long time and never heard of it.
I'd never heard of NatSKA. Yeah, I have to say, I hang my head in shame at that fact. So, yeah.
Well, I suppose we could have probably a quick look at what the race is to come with Class 15. Because realistically, Dan Jones, he didn't start the first race. He won the second race, I believe. James Habershon as well, another driver to be looking out for the Class 15s. I think Ewan Syme, he had an unfortunate incident which ended his race early in race number 2, but there's been some great racing in the Class 15, hasn't there, this evening, as well as all across the board. But it's nice to see the high-powered karts behaving themselves for the most part.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And it's also... It's a test red flag is going out as well, just to test these drivers about how they respond to it. Now, there we go. So, seen it. So, I'm guessing in these sort of situations, they would get to a position and they would be stopped at a designated point on circuit, which I'm guessing is out of the hairpin just before the pit entry, which is obviously where they'll obviously either make the call of sending them back into the pit lane and going through. It's a cheeky grin. I like waving the red flag. This is fun.
I've forgotten where we put this one. We haven't used it all day.
Well, so we rarely use this one. It's good to get it out now and then. There we go.
I suppose that is the one you want to use the least, though.
Well, yeah, definitely. It's not the flag you want to see.
No, exactly. No, and luckily this is only a test today, so hopefully we won't see any more. But obviously a few drivers pulling up there, and as you say, a few more drivers to join them in the queue, and this is just before the boot section, which is also just before the pit lane entry as well. So they will be blended back in, but a good use of the time, I'd say, to put the full course yellow out there and test them, and then obviously to throw the red flag out there as well to, again, just test to make sure they know what they're doing.
Excellent. I'm really glad you cut over to me as I put
as you put Harrow in your mouth, yeah.
Again, professional commentator as always.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite interesting though, but these drivers, normally you meet sort of, so I know Tarpley, they met every Wednesday. Whether it's before a meeting or not, you always had a meeting every Wednesday, and they would hold little lessons for the novices as well to make sure that the novices sort of were up to date with the flags, and you had to pass a theory test almost to even be allowed out, which is quite interesting. And I reckon, even though COVID's still been a thing and everything like that, and they haven't been allowed to meet up physically, apparently they have been training online. Apparently there have been sort of online Zoom meetings, and apparently the NatSKA board have basically put together a team for each kind of each team, basically.
Zoom meetings.
So, yes. Oh, God's sake.
Zoom meetings.
Yes, I imagine they would have been Zoom meetings.
Dear me. Oh, yeah.
You can tell it's a long day.
It's been a long day. It's hot in this car. We're getting delirious. That's what it is, getting delirious. But we have now finished the practice session for Class 14 and 11, the novice groups. There is Class 15 that I was called out the grid for earlier. That was completely the wrong time. The carburetors have been checked.
I wonder, I'm just going to have a look at our director and see if we're going to run the grid again, or... Yeah, apparently we are going to run the grid again.
Why not? Just a refresher for everyone, isn't it? So
yeah, well, they're just wandering around with their race suits half on, clearly not getting ready at all. Come on, boys.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we played the Sting for it earlier. It was the wrong time to play it. I think it's time to play the Sting for this race again, and hopefully it's the correct time to play it. Hey, look at that, it worked.
It's as if you got the director sitting right behind you, Darren.
Well, no, Darren has done a fantastic job all the way through today. We're blaming Gaynor on that one. Gaynor's fault for that mistake.
Shh, you won't get the hog roast.
Here we go then. Here's the grid then for the final race of the day. It's Heat 3 for Class 15, and it's race 20 of the day. Tom Raya, again, make sure I get it right this time again, is starting on pole position. Daniel Andrews alongside on that front row. Hayden Abrams alongside on row number 2 with Henry Wardle with him alongside. And then it is Ewan Syme and Cameron Bott rounding out row number 3. James Haberson and Harry Parr round out row number 4. Then it's Max Humphrey Cooper, who is not here today. He will be here tomorrow on row number 5 with Caden Bott alongside Josh Neve and Joe Webb rounding out row number 6. Row number 7, Matthew Lewin. Kate Hodgson, also not here, will be here tomorrow. Joseph Wardle, Andrew King, Dan Jones, and Alex Biles rounding out the top 18. Yeah, hands up, get that cool picture, keep them there. He can't take a picture that quick, keep them there and hold them there. Hold them, hold. Well done, there we go. You can hear me as well?
Oh, it's all down to you, Anthony, that's what that is, yeah, getting the fantastic photos.
There you go, they can hear that. There we go, so you can see them there lined up ready at the front, the 34 there, Daniel Andrews, top order there, he's got the 71 alongside Tom Raya. There we go, get the name right, I've got to keep saying it correctly.
You'll be saying it in your sleep tonight, won't
I
you?
will be, yeah. Practicing in front of the mirror. Strong statement in the disembodied voice in my head. Apparently I snore at night. That's a lie. That is a stone cold lie, that is. There's the number 5, Ewan Syme as well. Good race from him earlier on. The 29 as well, Cameron Bott. Tarpoli as well. The 33 of James Habersham had a race win earlier on. The number 1, Dan Jones, had a race win as well, so keep an eye on that one. There is the number 9 of Harry Parr. Again, Harry, his dad, Justin, one of the sponsors, Signage Media UK, providing stream coverage here again. Fantastic for them to be a part of that one, and mind the rag. There is Alex Biles starting at the back once more. Tell you what, it's been good practice for him starting at the back, because you know, he's had all that practice of getting past everyone. Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, it's rare to have a novice start right at the back and be as quick as he is. So, you know, not often do you see someone as a novice carve through it and have that much overtaking practice, to be honest. But he seems to be right at home with this Rotax Max. So, with any luck, we'll see some more spectacular action from him, as well as Dan Jones, I'm sure. And the other protagonist in this race, do we say, is James Habersham as well. He's always making moves up the order. And as we're rounding out the boot now, I don't think there's going to be any false start here. I think we're going to. No, there is. I was almost jumping the gun as they were jumping the gun. What does simping mean? I think it's dangerous for us to talk about since we don't know what it is. Fine. Where have you seen that? I don't know what it means. Apparently I'm doing it a lot. Yeah, well, I think we should, before we look it up, I don't think we should talk about it. Should I dare Google it? Not while we're racing, I don't think. Oh, it could be dangerous. That's the problem, isn't it? Yeah, no. Thank you to the people in the YouTube chat though for getting involved. It's not been distracting at all, that chat. I've been looking at it all day and I regret looking at it just then. There we go. Here we go then. Final race of the day. Green flags out. It's time for Class 15 in towards that first chicane. Are they going to get through it? Ooh, steady, steady, steady. I think we're going to. Good stuff from the field. Nicely done, albeit the number 1 kicking the back end out as they exit. Dan Jones there at the back of the field, sliding through those orders. But a good start from the entirety of the field. Into the chicane we go. You can see there the number 7 of Henry Wardle holding on to that one in second place. I think he's moved up to now. But good start. Yeah, it was. And, it's sort of lining itself up to be a good race as well, I would say.
bit of action towards the background, but a good start at the front of the order, has to be said. Obviously, timing tower will appear on your screen in a minute. Ewan Simon's done a good job. Tom Ray has fallen right back down the order, really badly down the order. Joseph Wardle has fallen to the last place, unfortunately, as well. But this is Ewan Simon. This is for the 4th place, just trying to hold off James Havisham, who doesn't like to be held up. He likes to just get on with it.
Yeah, that was a nice move there, down the inside at the hairpin. Gets that job done, moves up now into P4. Next person on his list will be Hayden Abrams, the number 8 on his screen, and there he is on your screen. You just see him going through that shot there. The number 9 closing in as well. That's Harry Parr. Good running from him so far this weekend. You see the number 8 trying to get the inside. Oh, it looked like it was going to go straight into the back of Henry Wardle there. Didn't do it, but it just looked like it brakes a little bit later there, wasn't it?
Yeah, you can be quite aggressive on the brakes, obviously, but that might hurt the exit. You know, quick in, slow out. You'd rather be slow in, quick out. At the end of the day, it's Henry Wardle setting the purple lap time there, the 48.1 in second place. Currently on your screens, actually, as well as Hayden Abrams, who has been forced out a couple of times this meeting so far in the previous heats. And who is that? That is number 10. Can't quite see his screen, but you'll have to trust me. It's Joseph Wardle. So that's the reason why he dropped down to last place.
Just Googled simping. I don't like it.
No, I was going to say, I Googled it. That's why I missed the starting lap, to be honest.
There we go. Under 7 minutes to go. And like I say, yeah, Daniel Andrews leading the way. Good running at the moment at the front of this pack, and the rest of the order slotting in. Again, just line astern, holding on to it. Sort of no lunges in this one. Again, it's just the loo mode, isn't it? Everyone is just waiting for the race to get on. It's the first, every kart race that you see, it's really busy for the first lap. Then it all quietens down. They all get into a position that they're comfortable in, and then at the end of the race, that's when it all kicks off again. It's like, oh, I say that. Who was that running wide there? Was that Daniel Andrews going wide out of the left-hander? Was it? I think it was it? I don't know. I can't see the numbers.
Oh, contact with Hayden Abrams.
It was. So it was Daniel Andrews. Sorry, yeah, I say that. Daniel Andrews had a mistake out of the right hand. I was trying to confirm it in the Scott. So he's actually fallen backwards now. So Henry Wardle is now leading this race. It was a mistake from Andrews, which cost him the lead. And now, yeah, he's fallen back, and now he's joined this group here. So Hayden is now in the middle of this Daniel Andrews, James Havisham sandwich.
Yeah, I was actually looking. The reason why I was looking so intently at the monitor, you probably wondered what I was doing there, Anthony. It was actually because Hayden Abrams, look at the number 8 car. Does he have a hoodie on? Is there a hood coming out the backside of his?
No. So that is a neck brace.
Oh, is that part of a neck brace? Right.
Yes.
I was thinking that. I was like, 1, how is he wearing a hoodie in this weather? And 2, how has he been allowed out? But no, you're absolutely right. It's a neck brace.
It is the neck brace, yeah. It's a strange-looking neck brace, yeah. I'll give you that, but it is a neck brace nonetheless.
Not one that I haven't seen before, I'll be honest. But Henry Wardle, over taking that race lead, he'll be absolutely delighted.
Yes, exactly that. Fastest lap, though, is Daniel Andrews again across the line. Oh, apparently we've had reports that it is starting to rain out on the circuit, and that dark cloud that I pointed out earlier has taken its time and has come across the circuit. Something tells me it is only spitting out there. I don't think we're going to see anything major cause, but that is cause for concern. With 4.5 minutes to go, the rain has started to fall here at Fulbeck.
Yeah, exactly. And I said that it would be too long till it actually got here, but I'm going to blame the novices having that extra 5 minutes, because otherwise I would have been bang on the money. But you're right. How is that going to upset the apple cart? I don't think it's that wet out there, but it only takes a little sprinkle to upset these slick tyres, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The important thing is now that these drivers keep the heat in their tyres. That's going to be absolutely essential, because it's only going to spit, I imagine. I can't see any heavy rain anywhere around us. But Daniel Andrews, well, leading this race, made a mistake, slotted down to second place, but he's not giving it up.
No, exactly that. So, under 4 minutes to go, and Henry Wardle, Daniel Andrews, James Havisham are your top 3 at the moment. Through they go, the left-hander, now into the hairpin. 1, 2, 3, and Hayden Abrams there, just behind in that number 8 car, closing that gap in after he lost a bit of momentum. But again, that top 3 looking like a good run so far.
James Habersham is knocking on the door, and I tell you what, who's knocking on the door, he's absolutely belted it down, is Daniel Andrews. Henry Wardle just didn't really fancy defending that.
That's an insult, that one. What was that?
What? Bang, bang, banging on the door.
No, can't be having that. That's outrageous. It's outrageous. Got to get the puns in, though. I'll give you that.
I was going to say, I'm going to try. I have to try.
Yeah. I've got one for gearbox carts, but there's no gearbox carts.
That doesn't really help here.
It doesn't, but I've got a good one.
Have you just got a book full of puns?
My book. It's my book of puns. There we go. In shops at Christmas time. Get yours now. Kidding, I'm not writing a book full of puns. I think I might, actually.
It's a decent opportunity.
I got a good amount.
Oh, Henry Wardle's actually slipped down, actually, hasn't he? So we knew that Daniel Andrews went through, but Habersham has gone through as well. And I tell you what, if it stays like this, I think this is the only class today that hasn't had a double victor. Habersham is hoping to have that fact taken away from me and be a double victor here in the Class 15.
Yeah, you could be right, because, the 33 did take his win in the first heat. He started 10th, and, he's looking very strong here, as he's right on the tail end of Andrews now, who's back up into the lead after losing it earlier on with a mistake through that left-hander. But through they go in towards the penultimate corner, row 9 to 10, and back onto the start-finish straight. That nose cone with a very suspicious dent in the front of it as well, I have to say, on the front of under braking there, almost lost the back end and went straight into the back of Habersham, or Andrews, sorry, I should say. That little mistake has allowed Wardle to close right back up again, hugging that inside line. Runs a little wide though, does Wardle. That's just given a bit of breathing space to Andrews again.
Yeah, that booty be shaking there for James Habersham, unfortunately. He's managed to catch him back up already, though, hasn't he? It's only one corner and he's back at it.
I'm in disgust with that one as well. Terrible. They're getting better, though, I'll give you that one.
I'm new to this game, let me off.
I'll let you off there. 1 minute to go then, out of the final corner, and it is still Andrews holding off the ever-fast Habersham. Oh, who's that off of the barriers? That's at the second hairpin. Yellow flags are out in that sector, and I can't see who it is who has gone off.
I think it was number 9.
I think it could be Harry Parr, because Harry Parr is slowly falling down the order on our screen. It's a huge shame. They're coming into that sector now, so yellow flags will be out. No overtakes.
He's got him back going, though, to be fair. He's going around the boot now, so...
Yeah, so what? I was a bit confused about what happened there. We just lost someone, and everything's got a bit skew-earth. Yeah, there are two karts off. I can see the 73 is off. That is Alex Biles, who's off on the track. And then I think there's another one who's off. I can't quite see it.
Yeah, they were waving frantically to make sure that everybody could see that they were stuck, because they were pretty much on an apex. There we go. It's 73 you mentioned, and that's 30-something. Unfortunately, we can't quite see.
Is that Daniel Andrews?
It may well be. Daniel Andrews is falling down the order. It is. Alex Biles and Daniel Andrews, the 34 car.
So, so a full course yellow is coming out. So I'm not sure, was that a lunge for the lead, potentially, that we were seeing? I think it is the 33 of James Habersham who's leading this race now. Hayden Abrams is now taken second place. I'm looking at the sky. I don't think it was rain that caused that. I did see a slippery surface flag out loom at one spot, but the Battenberg and full course yellow, it's all kicking off here.
Yeah, and start-finish gantry has got the checkered flag out, so we may finish in the full course yellow here. Can confirm that James Habersham is leading. Hayden Andrews in second place. Dan Jones in third. So the two race victors of the day so far. Oh, there we go. The full course yellow flag is back out. So let's get a bit of a mix-up here, unfortunately, right at the end. But we will try and clear it up as best we can.
Oh, it all went Pete-tong very quickly. That didn't it? It was, carnage all the way
throwing things at us right at the end of a long day.
I know.
Hard to keep up with.
We don't need this excitement at such a long day. There we go. Excitement at the beginning of the day, please. Next time. There we go. But out of the final corner, checkered flag has come out, and it is being brandished to James Havisham, the 33. Hayden Adams crosses the line. Unfortunately, doesn't get an opportunity to try and overtake, as we were under the full course yellows, which is a huge shame. So the race is going checkered flag under the full course yellow conditions. Dan Jones, though, what a recovery for him, because he finished that race P3. Henry Wardle crosses in 4th place, sorry, the number 7. Then it's Ewan Syme in 5th place, Josh Neve in 6th, Matthew Lewin in 7th place, Cameron Bott in 8th, Joe Webb in 9th, and Caden Bott round out the top 10. Then it's Tom Rea, Harry Parr, Daniel Andrews, Alex Biles, Andrew King, and Joseph Wardle. They are the top 16. And of course, we lost Daniel Andrews, we lost Alex Biles, we lost Andrew King, we lost Joseph Wardle as well. So 4 retirements from that race. Yeah,
not ideal. And also James Havisham taking away my fun fact of having being the only class to not have a repeated victor, which means he's taken that away, which means every class today has had a double victor. Lachlan Bott in class 11, James Hunt in class 10, Archie Robinson class 1. It goes on and on and on. And obviously class 15, the latest one, James Havisham with 2 victories. Dan Jones is the other one. He finished 3rd in that race.
Yeah, exactly that. So an incredibly tough day of racing. We've seen some fantastic overtakes. We've seen a Marshall who's still got a yellow flag out despite that there's no carts out there.
Just making sure. You got to make sure.
Making sure. No, there you go. He's putting it away there. But what a day's racing we've had, I have to say. It's been absolutely fantastic, and we've got it all again tomorrow, haven't we?
We do indeed. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed your introduction to NatSKA, and tomorrow I'm sure you'll hone your skill of all your knowledge that you've put in today, and I hope everybody at home has enjoyed it as well. We've had some good viewers on the stream, which has been fantastic. Brilliant interaction in the chat as well, even if they are out here insulting you, Anthony.
I'll have a word with the chat after about that. Yeah, well, make sure we start a bit better. But yeah, no, fantastic. Well done to all the drivers, and of course, and again, a huge thank you to the sponsors who are providing, again, the fundage for the coverage by Alpha Live, Next Karting, Signage Media UK, and Next Level as well. Without them, again, you at home, the folks, wouldn't be able to see this amazing karting here at Fulbeck today. But, like I say, it's all back again tomorrow. Disembodied voice in my head. Please tell me what time we are live tomorrow, please. Roughly 10 o'clock. There we go. So, asking very nicely. But yes, so around 10 o'clock, we are live again tomorrow. So please do come back and join us for that one, because we've got a whole new full day. Jack, great having you on this one, and look forward to tomorrow's racing. It's time for us to go have a hog race now, I think.
Oh, as long as we haven't been kicked off it. Gainer feeling nice? No, she's shaking her head. I think we're going to have the steak at the hotel again.
It's fine. I'm a commentator. I shall woo her. There we go. But again, huge thank you to everyone watching at the live stream. And again, huge thank you to that one. Jacob Dickens is saying, commentators, it's coming home. That's tomorrow. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Maybe we'll think about it. But until then, goodbye for now.